us a ride. We're picking up the car. So thank you, Amanda.
Yeah,
You're
of
awesome.
course.
No, you don't have to wait. Yeah, you already went out of your way.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you're awesome. Thank you. That was okay. So we'll chat another day.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for doing
I'll
this.
come over, like, maybe Friday or Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. Both days now that we'll have the car, so
Yeah.
we should be fine. Fingers
Alright,
crossed.
well,
But I don't
let
want
me know
you.
if anything happens, then
Yeah.
I can turn around.
I doubt it though, but I will let you know.
Okay.
I just don't want you sitting here because I don't know how long they're gonna take till they bring the car out. Could be a minute. So. All right. Bye. Thank you, Amanda. Okay, yeah, Friday or Saturday, whatever day. Oh. Thank you for the ride. Yeah, Friday or Saturday works for me. So. Whatever's good for you. Thank you. Oh, that was nice. Nice ride. Your AC works great. Bye.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we gotta go figure out where it is. Thank you, Amanda.
Go to the service office here.
All right.
I think he was up there.
Oh, her AC works great. That's so needed right now. That AC in that other car was crappy. I didn't like that in that new car.
Yeah.
The older cars have better AC. Thank you, Amanda. I did not like that rental. It had the worst AC. It was like hard to breathe. Ooh, that's nice. Hey, there's like our car. Okay. Oh, okay. What else? Do you want to go?
Yeah, I'll just take care of it. I'll take care of it.
Okay, do you have, oh, here, you need the card. I'll talk to you. And then, I also have to jump it, so.
Yeah, I need the other card too.
Which one?
My credit card.
Yours.
Okay, you think first. Okay, guys, we'll be right back.
Okay, guys, they're gonna go in and deal with that. So Amanda came over. Thank you, Amanda, so much. Let me see this later. Oh, I have to text. Let me text Amanda real quick, you guys. Hold on. He's dealing with this. We're at the mechanic, not the mechanic, the Mercedes dealership, I should say. Is my mic on? Can you guys hear me? We are at the Mercedes dealership to pick up the car because we had to get the fob key. Do you guys remember this? $950 we have to pay right now for this stupid key. Let me text Amanda real quick.
Yeah. Okay, come on, we gotta go see the cashier.
Oh, okay.
So I got to go pay for it. It's only $883.
Hey, that's good news.
Yeah, so they came in faster and cheaper.
Oh, so if it's faster, it's cheaper, or
What's this?
what?
What do you think this guy's got?
What's going on here?
He needs fucking Jack Doherty to drive the grill. Go into this.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll sit out here. Okay. That's great news. Did you guys hear that? Isn't that crazy? That it's great news that we're like, hey, $880. Woo! That's better than it was gonna be. They said $950, so that's good news. Let me so 880 is a good amount for the key versus 950. Can you imagine? For a fob key. Jeez Louise. Must be made of gold. Okay, let me text Amanda real quick, you guys. Thank her. Thank you so much. That's good news. So now we were only gonna have like $25 left. So we have a little bit more now. Because whatever's the math there from 950 to 880. Text Amanda real quick, you guys. Because she just gave us a ride. Okay, I'll be right there, you guys. Okay, so where we are, it is hot. Where I am, it's hot is what it is. I'm at the Mercedes dealership picking up the car, but ultimately the key to pick up the car. But they have the car and the key. And we returned. This is such good news, actually, you guys, because what happened is we got a rental car. Okay, so they told us it was, he kept saying 2 weeks. He said 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. And then he said, well, it could be anywhere from 5 days to 2 weeks. But like he first was like really pushing the 2 weeks thing. So I think he just wanted to like make sure we were where it could take 2 weeks. But I kept thinking it was gonna be 2 weeks. So Richard said, should I get the rental for a week or 2 weeks? And I said, well, he did say it could be 5 days. So let's just get it for a week. And then we'll reconsider. Because wouldn't we be pissed off if it got done in a week and we had paid already 2 weeks for rental? So we didn't do that. Woo! And the rental needed to be returned this morning. And they texted us yesterday saying it should be done today, that the key was supposed to be delivered. But we didn't know for sure because it was like coming in the mail. The key was coming from Germany. That's what the whole of it. So they had to have the car. The car has to be here. They have to, you know, do this whole investigation to make sure it's your car, to make sure it's not like someone's trying to get a key who doesn't own the car, you know, and having a key made and then stealing someone's car. So they, and I guess the keys are only made in Germany. This is Mercedes we're talking about. So it was coming in the mail. So they were saying it should be delivered, but if like something happened with the mail. So we're like, that would be great because then we return the rental in the morning and then we pick up our car. But we returned the rental this morning at 8 a.m. That was out in Henderson, and we got a Uber because I didn't want to ask Amanda to come that early because she had said she'd give us a ride. So Amanda just came over around 1, and we were all hanging out at the house. We've been chatting, and then we came over here. But we haven't done the live today because we just had so many things going on. So we ran out to Henderson, returned the rental, came back, made breakfast, and then Amanda came over, and you know, we were cooking, cleaning, and doing all that stuff. And then we just drove over here. So that's why we have not been on the live this morning, if you guys were wondering. It's just been all the car stuff. And Annette was gone for a really long walk, like 2 hours, and I was getting worried because we didn't have the car. So when Amanda got there, I was like, we're gonna have to go look for Annette. And Annette had literally like just came in the house. Oh, did you do it?
Yeah, so now.
Okay. Okay, okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna come right back. Let me just, 1 second, you guys. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on 1 sec. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have Rich go figure out where the car is and handle all that and bring it around or something while I talk to you guys. 'Cause I don't know. It is so hot today, you guys. Does anyone know what the temperature is in Las Vegas? It is a scorcher. Ooh, I'm gonna get a water. I brought a water. We're here at Fletcher Jones on Sahara. What a ripoff. So they sent us all these things that's wrong with the car. Not a ton of things, but about 5 items. But everything is like at least $2,000. So I'm here like, no, not gonna do that. You're nuts. So I literally, the guy texted me and he's like, we have all these recommendations. I said, thank you. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to just get the key. We can't afford any other maintenance from your guys' shop. We'll go to our mechanic. The dealership, they're insane. We would have never got the key here if we had any other choice. Luckily it was $880 instead of, let's see. Did he give me the, oh, he has the paperwork. I would have never, ever, ever, ever chose to come to the dealership, but there was no choice. So we first hired a locksmith to come out, and he said he could do it for $250. And when he came out, he was at our house for about 30 minutes, really. He was there trying to, not dealing with the car. He was just in his thing, seeing if he could do anything with the key. And he said, no, you gotta go to Mercedes. That's the only way with Mercedes, at least for that year. I guess different years are different. Ours is 2014. So probably the newer, the harder it is, because they're saying it's a security thing, so that no one steals your car. That's probably true.
They're bringing her out.
Oh, okay. Without that? Yeah.
I want to go show some stuff on here. What do you guys got?
Hey, good number. Hey, look, let's show him. Hold on. Let's show him the number. I'm coming. Yeah, it is hot. Whew. Okay, look, I want to show them what we paid. Hey, that's actually even better than I thought.
Looks pretty good to me.
$869. And I thought it was gonna be $880, so that's even better. Fletcher Jones.
Yeah.
So this is the. It shows it's $821. Oh, here we show. $821, and then I don't know where the rest of the money comes from, tax or something. I don't know how it comes to $869 from $821, but there you have it.
Hey, voices behind the wall, join the club.
Oh, thank you. Hi, voices. Welcome, welcome. You're a transport from the other side, right? welcome to the non-dark side. Welcome to the light side.
No, we don't want to say the light side. We want to say the non-dark. The non-dark. But then we don't want to offend all the dark side. Okay, here, let me see. Can I see my box of goodies?
Oh, yeah. So we got some new microphones. We got to return the other ones. We have to return the other ones, right? They broke, right?
Just what you keep that one. Just that one.
Oh, the white one still works?
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
You're using it right now.
Oh, I'm so happy. I thought my white one broke. I love my white one because it's like a bunny. So they're bringing the car around? Is that what's going on?
I
Yeah.
need my purse.
Oh. Cool. My microphone still works. Good. I have one that looks like a bunny. See? It got a little tail on it. I like it. My little bunny tail. So Casper, you guys.
You're hearing me in the microphone. I'm trying to sit up.
Casper. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, you try. Flip it. I'm gonna work on this.
Casper today, my bunny. I got him these, and excuse me, my hair's a mess. These little twits. They're called Timothy Hay twits. Oh man, he's a happy camper now. He ain't so mad now that he can't climb through the wall. He likes these little things. He's in a much better mood. He was sure in a bad mood once he couldn't. He'd been trying to climb through the wall there. I didn't realize, because Gloria had mice, so the mice had been tearing through the walls, and I didn't think about it. I was just like, oh, that's fine. It's already messed up. Let him just play. And then Richard's like, oh no, he's like gonna get into the wall. I was like, oh, that little bugger. So we covered it up, and he for like 2 days just sat there and just stared at where I covered it up. He was like, he's pissed off. He's planning his escape. Now he's all mad. But yeah, it is so hot. Is anybody in Vegas right now? Because do you have anything that says the temperature, Richard? Oh, my phone isn't here. I forgot. What is the temperature? It's a scorcher today. Do I even have it on my phone? Weather. For Vancouver. Las Vegas. 106. I thought it'd be hotter than that. Seems hotter than that. Hey, it's supposed to be 112 on Saturday though. Seems hotter than 106, but what do we got who do I got here? Oh, look at I have New York, 85 degrees. That's nice. I got New York. What cities do I have? I got New York. I got Panama City. Ooh, 84 degrees. Oh, well, there's Amanda. 84 degrees, Panama City.
Let's try hey, listen, we're gonna try the microphones. Put yours on, Joy.
Oh.
We're gonna give these a try now. Hey, Salvi, good girl. I count down summer months. Couple more left, yes. I told you a million times. 91 in Chandler. Can you hear us? Can you hear us through the microphones okay? One love, brother. Hey, Jared, look. Yeah, we're at the Mercedes dealership, Mo. It's really fancy here. So I put on my best
Good job.
headband. It's like everyone drives a Mercedes. Loud and clear, she says. Thank you, Ariana. Blogger Halls would love it. Yeah, I got put on my best headband.
That's fun hanging out with Amanda. Oh, is it?
Okay, so here's us right here. This is.
Oh, are we here?
No, that's not us.
Oh, I thought I heard them honking.
That was a honk, but it wasn't for us. I saw them out there. They were working on it. Yeah, they're gonna pull that car up for sure. But quite honestly, I mean, rich people have a way of making you feel like you're never good enough. Like what Joy was saying. Like we literally were excited to get the car. We said we got your $900. We thought it was $950. $900 for the car, $950 for the car, and they're like, okay, great, but listen, you've got $2,000 worth of work to do on this. You got another $1,000 here. You got another $1,500 on your brakes, your tires. Like, just give us all this stuff to really like, and we're like, well, and Joy's funny. She goes, oh, okay, thanks for letting us know, but we're not going to get our service done here. We can't afford this place. We'll take it to our other mechanic. It's like if you're gonna throw that stuff at Joy, she's gonna throw it right back at you.
Yeah.
She has no problem telling you, oh, I can't afford that. This place is way too expensive. We don't go to the dealership. We have a mechanic who fixes it way cheaper.
That's what I said. I'm like, are you insane?
And the guy's like, okay.
Well, because we told him that with the key. We're like, is there any other option? He was so rude. He's like, oh no, this is it. He's like, I have a lady that loses her key every 6 months. I'm like, well, then she's got a lot of money if she loses her key every 6 months.
Can you imagine paying $1,000 for a key every 6 months just for a car?
Because I think either the lady is as reckless as Gloria.
No, she's reckless as Gloria, and they're
That's
taking advantage.
insane.
That's what this town does. They take advantage of old people. Obviously, they know she's going to lose the key.
But I'm like, hey, we can't afford $950. But like, there's no other option. He's like, nope, that's just it. And I'm like, well, how long does it take? 2 weeks? I'm like, well, good thing,
what's
because
a
maybe
haul?
in
What's
2
a haul?
weeks we can get the money to pay for that. And he was like appalled that I said in 2 weeks. Like, I'm like, oh, good, we have 2 weeks. And now when it was a week, we're like, oh dear, that was a stretch.
What?
Thank you so much. Rich, can I drive?
Yeah, you're driving. I'm gonna go.
Oh,
I'm gonna
good.
go over here.
Oh, good. Oh,
It's
your
been a
chair.
while.
Oh, your chair.
Yay. Just so you guys know what we're rolling in. This is what we're rolling in as we're driving down the freeway. It's a 2014 ML.
You gotta fix your chair. They fucked it all up.
Okay,
Here, let me hold them.
hold that.
Is
Oh,
there
they
a-
had to because the battery is in this seat.
Where's you? Hey guys, we got our car back. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Hold on, let me get you guys. We're trying to get the. It is hot as balls in here. Hold on. We're sitting out in the sun. We normally garage it. Woo wee. It's hot. Luckily we got a tent. Let me get my seat back where I'm driving. Oh, I'm happy to have my car back. Free, safe, and whatever. No violations. Alright. Yeah, they have all this list of stuff we need. Okay, whatever. We can't afford it. Get over it. Oh! Jesus. Did they almost just hit me?
They're pretty close. They're damn close, that's for sure.
Jeez. I just made it. Oh, I'm on my phone. Love you, Amanda. All right. That person literally, like, I thought I mean, I don't know if it was someone that worked here, but they were like literally backing right into the car, I thought.
Okay.
Seemed like.
So, I finally got my seat adjusted.
Jesus. What? It's all whacked out of shape here. Yeah, our car all back situated to proper use from.
You know, these guys don't have an appreciation for the old cars.
No, they really treated our car like shit. It's filthy.
They didn't wash it, they left it outside.
Nothing. Well, they think we're the schlups. Like, I can't even afford anything. Can't even afford a gosh darn key. Yeah, $950. Who can afford a key at that price? Jesus. Luckily, it came at $869.
I mean,
how is it where you're like excited it's $869? Woo! What a cheap key. Yeah, I'm like excited it's $869.
the first,
because it was better than
just so you know,
$950.
when Joy and I got married in 2014, and that's when this car was made.
I miss my car.
The first car we bought, which was in, I believe, in the summer of 2014, we didn't have a car when we got married, and when we got married, we bought the whole car was $1,500.
Yeah, it was a 1997 Infiniti Q45.
So it was
$1,500.
and we had to save up for that, and
Oh,
now our key was literally like almost half the price of a car.
Yeah, it's insane. But the car's much nicer.
This car's much more reliable. The other car wasn't very
Oh,
reliable.
the car didn't even have brakes really. It was terrible. The brakes were going out. I could barely drive on the 15. Then when you guys remember the spaghetti bowl, anybody that's from Vegas back then, the spaghetti bowl, they kind of fixed it now, but it was a nightmare, and I was terrified to drive in that car because our brakes were so shoddy. It would like clunk, you know, where you're like where you ain't got no pads left. We were like on the rotors, whatever they call it. We didn't have a lot of money, and Gloria was still driving the Mercedes. She never offered to help us.
Yeah, we gave her our Mercedes.
We gave her the Mercedes.
Because she told
her car when we left for Panama. We come back a year later. She never offered to help us get another car or give that car back or anything like that. We just had to save up for another car while she was gambling away all the money. So if you guys are like, oh,
I mean, come on, that's not too cool. I mean, she didn't even help us out.
No, and she could have even offered to give it back or anything. You know?
Yeah,
It was just like she's so attached to that car. It was like my Mercedes. As soon as it was like just like still even to the end of it, we're like, Gloria, the car was worth $200 at the end of it. You treated your Mercedes so nicely. Sheesh. She totally wrecked that thing.
Here they come. Hey, the toll. The toll, if you're gonna toll. 4 seats. We're in a car, man. We're in a car. I mean, what do you want me to do? Put the camera outside the window? I mean, I can't put it out any further out.
What are they saying?
They're saying zoom out. I'm like, dude, we're in a car. I mean, we're not in our place. You want me to? I mean, the only thing I can do is put the car out the window.
Oh, you're saying so like show both of us, so put it over there.
No,
so you can
no,
see
that's not what they want. They want it zoomed out, and it won't. It doesn't zoom out. I'm telling you.
Oh.
I know what they want. I know what they mean, Joy.
Hey, let's do. Oh, can we do a carpool karaoke?
No, you can't. You cannot because they're gonna strike your channel.
Shorts. Only shorts can do that. I forget. So they have this new thing with Twitter, or not Twitter. Sorry, excuse me. Not Twitter, with YouTube, that the shorts you're allowed to do music. It's just some new thing that got away with that. But like other stuff, you get copyright violations. So like longer videos and like if you're doing a live, you get a copyright violation. So you can't be like playing other people's music.
Cool. Thanks, Gina. Thanks for the love. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you everybody that helped us get our car. We got a lot of love from everybody. Thank you for that. We really appreciate that. We got it, so that's good news. And Amanda, thank you for giving us a ride. That was so sweet of her. Because we took an Uber this morning from the rental, but it was like $30, and it was gonna be like another $30, and that's like really all we had. Luckily now we have a little bit more because it didn't cost $9.50. It cost $8.69. So whatever the math is there, we have that amount. And $25 on top of that. So, woo, much better.
Much better.
Funny, when Amanda was over her, I was like, let's go get Annette, because she'd been
Thank you,
gone for a
Ariana.
while. And we checked, so Annette has a AirTag on her wrist.
Hi, Bananimal. How are you? Hey, Crystal's here.
Okay, I was gonna say that's Crystal. Okay.
That's Crystal.
Hey, Crystal. I've been wearing my charms, and everybody keeps giving me compliments. Even Amanda complimented me today on my charm. She's like, "Oh, I like your necklace." I was like, "Oh, this is from Crystal."
Noreen is sending a package out next week. Anything specific you need, Joy?
You know what? Sorry, I just
Hi,
said,
Maria.
I was just looking at this. Does this have the key?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah,
Okay, sorry.
yeah,
Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to see if it had. I was just looking at my
I
new
can see
key.
it right
I haven't
now.
seen it.
I can see it right
anyways,
now.
let me see. You know what I'm actually running out of is pretty soon I'm gonna be out of paper towels and dish soap again, because Grace had gotten that, but I'm getting low on those. And then someone said they're sending laundry stuff. But I am getting low on laundry, but not if it's coming in the mail.
We got 3 packages today delivered.
Okay, then let's go get them.
Yeah.
Then I'll know better. Then I'll have a better gauge. But what I am running low on, you know what? Oh, I know. Well, I don't know if anyone wants to do this. This is for Richard. I don't know if any of Richard fans out there, but Richard really needs hair clippers.
And bath bombs.
Okay, and bath bombs.
I love my bath bombs.
You know, so like you know,
We'll
like
put them in the Amazon wish list.
The razor, like, clip your hair. Our bunny, we had one. It wasn't very expensive. It was a pretty cheap one. But our bunny chewed through the cord, and it's a cord that's like probably costs just as much to try to replace the cord, because it's like some of those cords are just for that you can't get like that. They make just a specific cord for the things that you can't just replace the cord. You gotta get a whole new device.
Hey, Dina, cool.
Anybody knows? We don't have any specific. Doesn't have to be specific. If anyone has one handy that they're not using, like, so he can.
That sounds good.
What I do is I trim the back of his hair sometimes.
Okay, so you guys listen. Ever since we moved to the cave, we stopped eating in restaurants. We stopped drinking coffee, and we stopped getting our hair cut.
I have to get mine cut once in a while.
Yeah, Joyce. Okay, but for the most part, so what we were doing is we were slowly. That was kind of the beginning of what we're learning here, but that's what we gave up, and those are the very most common things that we did, that we found out weren't really necessary. So we just bought a pair of clippers, $50 or $60 or something, and that's
right. But for me, I still have to occasionally go because I can't use the clippers, but Richard doesn't really ever go, and I need a haircut actually. Oh, that's another thing. Anyone wants to gift like Supercut gift card or something? We all could use haircuts. We use like Supercuts. We don't nothing fancy. If anyone wants to send gift cards for Supercuts, everybody could use a haircut. Gloria could use a haircut. I could use a haircut. Rich could use a haircut. And Annette may or may not go. She probably won't get a haircut.
I know. I'm so happy you like them. You can re-up the scent on the puffs too. That's kind of what I sent the oils for. Sorry, you're using.
Yes, I did do that.
Sorry, you're using it. You're using a pun there. I wasn't able to tell if you meant I sent.
I know what she's talking about.
Okay.
I did that, Chris.
Said
lavender.
you liked lavender, so
I put the lavender.
if you want to smell it all day, add to the puff.
I did, Crystal. I put the lavender in the green one. I
Cool.
did. I
like
do
it.
that, and it smells so good because I really, really like lavender.
Thumbs up.
I did do that, Crystal, and that's probably what everyone is sensitive to. You can smell it. It smells so nice. I keep getting compliments. People probably also smell the wonderful
Nice to
aroma.
be on the road again. On the road again. You know the song?
On the road again.
You can sing it. Just
Can't
don't.
wait to get back on the road again. Hey, I got in trouble for singing Eminem though. Remember? For just a cappella.
Yeah, because he's that way.
I got a copyright for a-cappeling Eminem, which I'll take it as a compliment if he thinks that I did it good enough to give me a copyright.
Yeah.
So
Hi, Bree.
I'll
Welcome, Bree. Bree's all the.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Bree's our mod from down under.
Australia?
I run a nonprofit, and I think I have some clippers in my hygiene room. Yes, if you could.
Please, like seriously, if anyone has any, he really needs
Yeah, I
a
mean,
pair.
yeah, anything. I mean, just whatever you guys use. It's like, you know what I'm talking about, the electric clippers.
Well, he just does the thing where it doesn't have like the blade where you just do the flat. Where I just get the back of his neck.
Yeah, I do my sides.
And he does the sides, but I get.
I
Like,
don't
back
do
of
my
his
hair.
neck.
As you see, I stopped cutting my hair.
Not the top, no, just like the back where it gets a lot of hair around his neckline. I do his neckline.
So when you look at my old videos, when you look at the cave videos, that's when you see the hair start to grow out. And after we left the cave, that's the last time I went to a haircut. And all I did was just kind of cut around my ears, and that's the style I have.
We've had to like lift everything off the floor now that we have a bunny.
Hey,
like,
thank you so much, Discreet.
Our bunny got into like 3 cords now, and most of this happened after we plugged his wall. He went at 3 cords once.
Nice and sunny in New Zealand.
Got so mad that we plugged his wall, so then he literally chewed 3 of Richard's cords.
Can you
and
believe
one
it?
of them was for his razor.
Can you believe it?
So I've had to try to lift up everything
know.
that was on the floor at any level, you know, because like if the cord was plugged into the wall and hanging down, he was chewing on them, you know.
Hey, we got a couple friends down there in New Zealand. Wait, do you guys call New Zealand the down under too, or is that just Australia? Because as far as I'm concerned, you guys are both down under, right? I mean,
Is it true about the toilets going a different way?
and is it true that you guys in New Zealand don't actually like the Flight of the Conchord guys?
I love those guys.
I thought they were funny.
Jermaine
But you guys,
and what's the other
they
guy?
don't think they're funny because they're just being New Zealanders.
Oh.
Like, why would it be funny to them? That like that's what we do when we go to New York City. It's like it's just common. It's like, why is that funny? They're like, obviously that's what you would do if you accidentally slept with an Australian. You would jump out the window when you found out. That's a common thing. That's not funny. It's just everyone knows that.
So, unfortunately, our car is going to need some more maintenance.
Oh, what does it say now?
Well, there's just some things. We're going to have to take it into our mechanic this week because they did say there are some things, but we can't afford their prices. But at least it's drivable, so that's good. Because
Fortunately, and it's also under warranty, so
yeah,
I'll take it
a
off.
lot of it might go to the warranty.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: it's a really good car, but the person before us, whoever that was, did not take care of it. So, like our mechanic said, you
Hi,
just have to get
Sarah.
a couple kinks out of it, and then it's gonna be great. Because
Hey.
it's a really reliable car, but when you don't do the maintenance on a car
Joy.
for 10 years, it can.
Joy, it's Sarah Handy saying hi from Los Angeles. Hi, Sarah Handy.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you? How's LA? We're watching. Hey,
I'm sweating my balls off in Vegas.
have you? Is it hot in LA? But have you started watching this show, Colin Farrell's new movie show,
Oh, Sugar.
Sugar? It's based in LA. It's old LA.
So
it's
good.
all about movies. It's
It has
all,
nothing to do with Sugar. The guy's name is John Sugar. He's a private.
although he is addicted to alcohol.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
He's a private eye.
It's with Colin Farrell. It's a fantastic show. We're watching it. We actually were watching that today before Amanda came over.
We have debate on meat pies. Is that what you do? Okay, what they do for fun in New Zealand is they argue about meat pies.
What is the argument?
Well, I believe that was a New Zealand type of humor. They don't actually really do that, but it's just the point is that's so
I
funny.
I get the humor. But I was wondering if there is an
Yeah,
argument
what is the
on
argument?
meat pies.
What-
If there
what-
could be an argument on meat
What
pies.
are we talking? Are we
It's like this one tastes like shit and this one's better.
like
or-
shepherd's pie is better than non-shepherd's pie?
Or like this kind of meat makes it bad. Or
Alcohol is
who makes
basically
it
sugar.
better.
That's right, dude.
Yeah, it is. We don't drink alcohol.
Hey, welcome back, dude.
But we have in our past. And
Hey, that's a
when
good
we did All
point.
of us shitty stuff.
He's
But-
an alcoholic and it's called sugar and he's actually addicted to sugar.
Yeah.
And the whole show is about drug addiction, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's a great show because it's showing all the like behind the scenes crap that's going on, like all the Me Too stuff and the creepy dudes in Hollywood and stuff. So like the one guy, it's showing the son. So it's showing that the older gen isn't nearly as bad as some of even the younger gen. So like you had the grandpa was fine, but then the dad was pretty lame, and then the son, so the grandson is the one that's like totally being an asshole with all the ladies and stuff and making the girls, you know, have sex with them for the roles and stuff like that. And so it finally comes out, and then the grandpa's like so ashamed by his grandson and stuff. But then the whole story is that they're looking for the granddaughter. The granddaughter is missing.
Well, let's think about this now. Someone said, as a couple, we're like opposites. Like you're the calm one, and always kind of like whatever, and I'm always the one as I was joking, making the laughs. However, it's not that Joey doesn't get the jokes. It's that she's busy. It's like, yeah, I got the humor in that.
No, here's the thing. Richard comes from a family that they were told to like have fun and stuff. Obviously, you see Gloria, it's like all about fun. I came from a family that was all about work. Like they're like, you have to work. They didn't have money, so when you don't have money, you don't have time for fun. My mom had like 3 jobs. It's like, sorry, I'm fixing my mirror right now. My mirror's all messed up. They left my car all in shambles. So fun, it was just not like, and then what happened with me, I don't know if you guys saw the video, that I haven't even seen it fully, it makes me cry when I watch a little bit, but I was having a blast.
She's talking, just so you know, the video you guys have all been watching for the last couple of days, I mean, I know you guys watched it because all the comments, the one with her talking about, I took the photos of her before her mother died and after, and showing, you can literally see the light just left. And that's what she's talking about. She can't watch it. She tried to watch it, but she gets too sad.
Yeah, so I was very happy. I mean, that's why everyone used to be like, I never didn't smile. My name is Joy, and I even like when in track, I smiled. I ran the mile, the 2 mile, and the 800, and I smiled the whole time. For the 2 mile, I'll be like, smile. They gave me that Energizer Bunny Award because I was just like always happy. And like everyone was always like, "Oh, your name is so fitting. You're always so happy." And I was never sad. And then my mom died, and then I was never happy again, pretty much.
And then she was never happy till now.
Till now. So,
Have
and
you ever
so
been?
that's why it seems like Richard's like a jokester and always having fun. It's just I had like,
Yeah, and it's a different. You know, it's kind of weird because
wet blanket poured on me.
because both of us are living the same life experiences, and you know, I'm just like laughing and rolling around at everything. And Joy's like,
well, we're not really living the same experiences because like you're not like we're not doing the same things. We're having this like we're in the same household. But
oh,
would say
I
we're
meant like
doing-
more like when we were like doing the cave. Or
Oh
doing
yeah, yeah.
Like,
Oh,
we were,
I
like,
was
on the
always
streets.
having fun with the cave. I would
Yeah.
say.
Well, yeah, but I was laughing more, and you were like more like okay, you were taking she's like essential services, and I'm A&E. I'm arts and entertainment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you have to have them both in the city. You can't have a city of nothing but essential services. That's pretty boring. You have to have some arts and entertainment, and that's our community. So she's like the law enforcement, essential services. Oh gosh, if you get a cut, a scratch, any medical attention, boom, she's on it. Don't come running to me because we're going to be playing music and we'll be too busy to help you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
he
just kidding.
keeps me,
But yeah,
having fun.
so I balance this out. So we make sure we have fun and art, and she does all the essential stuff. I mean, it's not that I don't do it, and I have that. In fact, I think she made me do all the cooking for the first 2. I didn't know she could cook for the first 2 years. She led me to believe that she couldn't. She was just testing me.
No, it wasn't that per se. Actually, you know what? Honestly, why Richard did the cooking? Richard was so picky early on.
Oh, yeah.
And he still is pretty picky. I mean, I have to do it just right. So early on, I was not good at it. I actually wasn't. Richard actually taught me to cook more than like. My mom taught me how to cook some things, but you taught me how to cook meat. I had no idea how to. I still butcher the meat half the time. I just gave him raw meat this morning. He does meat better than me. I think men are better at cooking meat than women.
Well, because see, I like to put my hands on my meat when I cook it, and that's the thing. I really get into it.
I put my hands on it. You pound it out.
Yeah,
Mine
well, I like to
ended up
pound
being
my meat.
biscuits.
She doesn't know how to pound her meat.
Mine ended up being biscuits when I make my burgers.
Her burgers are more like beef
I don't
biscuits.
give them a good pounding.
Yeah, she needs to learn how to
I don't
pound
give
meat.
my meat a good pounding.
Nice, you guys. Yep.
Yeah.
What is the cave, Mike?
Oh,
you
it's
must be
literally
new.
a cave. So, Amanda was
You,
just
hey,
saying,
hello, hold on. Before Joy goes, Miss Tree, welcome to our room.
So Amanda was like, wow, I saw the cave that you guys were talking about. So we literally lived in a cave. So in Vegas, there were these caves. They don't exist anymore because they filled them in solely due to us, pretty much. But anyways, us and Dr. Robert. So one day Richard used to film everything and ran into this
One
guy.
day I used to.
Well, every day he used to film things, but one day he ran into this guy named Dr. Robert, who was this guy that lived in a cave in a tent up in Enterprise, which is really close to here. And sorry, wrong one. After the Mandalay Bay shooting, Richard got really like frustrated with Vegas because they were not really acknowledging that like people had died, that 58 people had died and 700 people got shot, and we lived so close. He filmed it every day, so it really upset him. And he was like, you know what, we're just gonna leave Vegas. So we packed up our car, everything that we wanted, and in the car, we decided to stop. He said, let's go see Robert, this guy, Dr. Robert, before. So as we go there, Richard decides to drive the car off road, and the oil pan breaks.
Dr. Robert, by the way, is the homeless guy we give $20 to, or $2 to, sorry, not 20. $2 to when we're driving down the street. We put on the video, and everybody's like, I can't believe you guys are asking for donations and giving money to poor people.
Yeah, no, but listen to this. So Richard decided he thought he'd take our Jaguar. We had a Jaguar at the time, off-roading. This car you could go off-roading. That car you couldn't. It was a stand. And it broke the oil pan because we were out in the caves. So then we're like, okay, well now our car's broken down. Well, we just stay in the cave with Robert because Robert had a tent and a bed. And then it ended up not working out with Robert because he was a pain in the ass because he was a drunk. So we ended up getting our own cave next door and got our own tent from Walmart. Because he had a tent, he had 2 tents. He was like, I plan on having company over, I guess, in the cave. So we were staying in one tent, and then we were like, forget it, we're gonna get our own tent. And we were like literally fighting in the cave. People were fighting over it already, you know. It was becoming a popular place. Then another guy came up with a tent, and so then they finally shut it down because people were having a good time up there, and that's how they do, you know.
Yeah, they shut it all down, but we were the last people to be able to live and stay in those
But what
caves.
we did is we had a Coleman stove, and we would walk to Walmart. We still shopped at Walmart then for our beef because we were still doing the organic beef then.
Walmart loved us.
Yeah, we were shopping
They
at Walmart.
loved us on Twitter.
We walked about 3 miles. We'd walk to Walmart. Once in a while, we'd take the bus, but usually we couldn't afford the bus. So we'd walk to Walmart, We'd get our propane. We'd get the little Coleman propanes that you stick to the little Coleman grill, and we'd cook up there in the cave. And it was winter, so we didn't have to refrigerate anything. It just stayed cool. So we were eating eggs. We were eating eggs and rice back then, though, because we were living in a cave and hiking. You had to hike up to the top of the cave. It was about about a mile up to go to the cave, and like 3 miles to go to the store. So we were hiking a lot, and we enjoyed it. But then we were there 3.5 months, and then Richard got sick because he had hurt his elbow.
I slipped and fell on a rock. That really hurt.
And then I patched it up, but he got an infection, and it was.
Diet question. Missy would like to know. You eat a lot of meat. Do you ever eat lunch meat? Good question.
No.
Very good question. We don't. Yes, we have in an emergency.
But not
like
really
on the road
because
traveling.
I've never really found one that seems satisfactory enough. Like they all kind of seem like they have a lot of preservatives and processed. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go check the P.O. box. I'm gonna leave the car running.
Yeah,
as
we're gonna
hot
stay
as
here.
balls here. Whew.
So glad we got the car back.
Oh yeah.
Although the car does need some work. Hey, Gypsy. Hey, dude, you're back. I'm glad to see you again. Miranda, oh, LOL. That's awesome, the dude. Got the ride back. I know, right? Finally. However, we got some bad news. Of course, as soon as you get back from the dealer, I swear they messed with your engine. Because these lights were not on when we went in. And now I got an engine light and a pre-safe light on. So, but that's okay, because the car's under warranty, so I'll take it to the shop, see what it needs to be done to get those lights off. But still, I mean, you know, it's just the thing around Vegas. I mean, that guy was literally bragging about how we were saying $950 for a key. Oh yeah, we got some old lady. She comes in here every 6 months, loses her key. I was like, you're bragging about that? I mean, you just enjoy ripping people off. I mean, couldn't you like order like since you know she does every 6 months, like order like can't you get like a baker's dozen and order it and just have it on staff for her so when she gets there, you're like, oh yeah, you don't have to wait 2 weeks. It's all ready to go. No, they probably make her wait 2 weeks. I used to be in Vegas back in 04. So, oh yeah, dude. Did they have shitty mechanics that rip people off? Because I've had bad experiences more than once here. That light wasn't on before. They did something. You know, the light was popping on and off before. I'm just kind of, you know, but it was off when it went in. It may need a, yeah, it's probably, yeah, they probably messed with the computer. And they want to freak me out. I mean, the stuff they want to do, I already kind of knew about. I mean, they're saying transmission service. Transmission service for this car is normal. That's the one thing they did with this car. It's like a little bit weird. We have to do, you don't have to get a new transmission, but you have to get a transmission service like every 60,000 miles. And it's like $600. So it's not like a huge deal, but it's like, they call it transmission service. So I knew that was coming. Yeah, it was sketchy. It's always sketchy, man. I mean, no freaks out today. It's a good day, Rich. Woo! Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Look, I said paper towels.
Oh, wait, hold on. What do we got? Wait, let me see.
There's paper towels.
Yes, how happy are you?
There's paper towels. I'm so happy.
Turn your mic on, please.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, just leave those on for now on.
Well, now when I go in there.
Oh, now when you went in there? Oh, I didn't know you went in there.
I went in the store.
What'd you get? What is it?
I can see there's paper towels. So I said paper towels. Got paper
Daisy,
towels.
Daisy, how are you?
Thank you, ever sent paper towels. And I think this is another one of those bed bug jugs, I think. Or maybe laundry.
Oh, wow, look at that, you guys. Thank you. We got paper towels.
Or laundry or something.
Yeah.
It's some sort of cleaner.
Thank you, Country
laundry thing or something like that. So I think I got my laundry stuff and my paper towels for sure. And I don't know what the other thing is. We probably need to look because we can't have Annette. Oh, let's see.
Well, let's
just right quick. Let's just kind of give it a peek because we can't have Annette open something that's not for her. She doesn't like it. So like the other stuff I think is supplies. Oh, it's for Annette. Yeah.
Got something for Annette. That's excellent news,
cool.
guys. Great job. Thank you, Unity Community.
Thank you.
I mean, really, we feel so grateful every time you guys send us stuff. I mean, it's.
Should I tell them or we're going to have them see when she opens it?
Yeah, we're going to have you guys see when she opens it. We're going to go home, hook up the Wi-Fi. But just so you guys know, I mean, we've been kind of on our little adventure, and Annette's been doing her thing, and Glory's been doing their thing. What do you need?
I want my screen back.
Oh, it doesn't work now?
No, it should. I think it was just off.
Uh-oh.
Was it off? Was it off?
No, I think there's any turn on. Just go home. We'll reset the car if you want when we get home. Okay?
I don't know what's going on. They messed with my car. I'll recheck everything. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So it looks like I have some paper towels and some sort of either laundry or cleaning or bed. I think it's laundry, but I might be feeling the bed bug stuff in there. I'm not sure if it's just the laundry ones, but I can feel it's like a big jug. Might be laundry and maybe fabric softener or.
Hey, stay cool. It's 111 in Utah.
Oh wow!
Hi, Red Pill Girl.
I didn't know it got that hot there.
Man, I did not know it got that hot
I thought
there.
Utah was a little bit cooler because you guys are higher up. I thought.
Yeah, I thought I'd say a little cold up there.
Yeah,
Someone was saying that we should consider selling the car and get a cheaper car, but we really can't because we
because
owe a loan on it.
We're on a horrible loan.
Yeah, we got a shitty loan on it. I mean, no one's going to buy it.
It
would cost us like $3,000 to get rid of it.
This was not
maybe
our
$4,000.
choice to get this car. It was literally like, this is the only car that we will lend to you guys.
On
kind
bad
of
credit.
situation. Like, we're like, can we have a second car? No. It was a car. No. Like, they only had a couple cars on the lot, and it was like they wanted one that had a certain amount of money. It was like this one or a more expensive one, basically. Was
like basically, we were low.
Like,
we were bottom. We got this car. We knew we were bottom feeding, but we had no choice.
And no other dealership would lend to us. So this was our final one left. That he basically said, $2,000 down, you can have this car, and have a shitty loan. But like, he didn't even like do the paperwork right. Where, he like later was like kind of like, wait a second, you know, asking us questions afterwards, you know, and we're like, dude, you already gave us the car, you know, kind of thing, because like they don't like how all of our, you know, all of our ducks in don't line up exactly to the way they like them.
How are you today?
All of our finances don't look as pretty as other people.
Much love, Daisy. It's 2 hours from you guys. Oh, she's in St. George. She's not too far. St. George, Utah.
Oh, that's why it's so hot. I like St. George, actually.
We were just up there not too long ago.
We were just up there. We drove up there. What was it, 3? Was it 2 or 3 hours? 2? How long was that drive? Is it 2 hours or 3? Richard, do you remember? Was it a 2-hour drive?
It is a 2-hour drive.
2 hour, yeah. Yeah, we drove up there.
My son is in Utah. He must be miserable. He hates the heat.
Yeah, it's a hot day today in Vegas. It's like, it actually as hot as I thought it was. It's only 104.
Tell the zone. We're going in the zone. Tell them.
Oh, we're probably going to lose you guys. This is a crappy zone here.
Okay, guys, I'm going to give you a warning right now.
With this reception.
We're in one of the wealthiest areas in Las Vegas, but they have no cell phone towers here. And so it's kind of funny. It's kind of a joke on the rich people.
Well, you know why they don't as much, to be honest, in some of these areas is because once they're home, everyone is, people don't have Wi-Fi. If you think about
and
it,
Missy,
you know what I mean?
and so we're going to cut out here. Stay out for about 5 minutes. We'll reconnect with Wi-Fi when it cuts out. But if we get through this car, it's just a bad loan. We're gonna have everyone's gonna want to loan us a car. So
well, that's the only reason why we even got a even to the other thing. Not only the rental car, we didn't have to renew the rental, but we had a credit card that we had applied for. Once we realized this car, the credit card arrived in the mail yesterday, and that's the only reason why we could pick up the car today. Otherwise, we would not have had the money. Just yesterday, card arrived. Like, can't stand this. Now I'm like, oh shit, I don't think we can afford to come get the car. We were thinking we had 2 weeks to kind of accrue the money, and so he's like, oh, good news, the car's out. I'm like, oh, fantastic news. No. And then we go to the mail. The credit card's in there. We're like, oh, good.
What
and
debate?
Then we realized that our rental car was due in the morning too. So we're like, this just couldn't have worked out more.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna take you up on the next little project we do.
For that, which the painting of the bedroom obviously got put on the back burner for a couple of days until we get some funds because we had to freaking go get this key. We were gonna wait to get this key for another week, so we were gonna paint.
Okay,
today.
I'll have to share something with you. I mean, it's worse than it's ever been. But you know how they pump up a fight, and then when you go to the fight, and it's just really boring. Have you ever had that experience? Like
yeah, with that
fight of the
Mayweather.
Fight of the century, yeah, Mayweather Pacquiao. Okay, Do you know what's even more boring? Because even a shitty fight is kind of interesting. But you know what they do worse than that? They pump up something called a presidential debate.
Oh,
It is the most boring to watch.
a minute too during 2016.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that.
Trump
I'm
stuff.
telling you, they're gonna pump it up because they want
We can open
ratings.
the garage now. I'm so happy. I've been having little things like that where we left the clicker in the car, so the rental you have to.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, Missy. That's the strategy here.
Okay, why don't you get out?
We got the loan, so we're happy. We got the loan. We've got to make the payments and keep the car running. It's under warranty for another 6 months, so we should be good there. And once we pay it off, I think we're gonna be golden for the next car. Plus, I mean, we're gonna accelerate payments once we can. Once we can accelerate payments, we will. So I don't want to do the full 4 years because the loan's too expensive. So if we can start accelerating payments, then the loan becomes very cheap, becomes like normal again. But I got to pay a lot up front. So we got to start making some money. That's all. Yay, car's back.
Wait, I have to go around.
Oh, I forgot. Joy's happy. She got her new key now. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Joy. I got here.
This is what I've been bitching about. Where are you guys? Oh, this is what I've been bitching about the whole time. So I could not attach anything to the key. Do you see that? Now I can. Because here, what Mercedes does is it has a key, a hard key that goes in here. I forget how it is removed. But there is a key that goes in here, and this comes out. Can you guys see that?
Oh,
the other
yeah.
one was missing that, so there was no way to attach a key ring to the key. It was just this independent key with nothing. We could not attach a key ring because without the hard key, there's no hole there. So I finally can put a key ring on it, which makes me really happy.
Yay, look at that.
And it's a really nice key. Show them the nice key. It's really nice. I'm going to go around.
And then it has this little detachable key. So as in an emergency, you can always use this. We didn't have this on the old key. So that's why we were screwed. So when this fob went out, there's no key. Now, if the fob goes out or anything, we have an emergency key, finally. You won't lose it now. We wouldn't lose we didn't lose the other one. It was already broken when we got it. That's awesome, Rich. I was just saying that those parts are so expensive, same as that. I know. Well, the thing is, it's 10 years old, so it's not really the parts. They're quite reasonable. I mean, it's like, I don't know what they quoted for the brake job. It was like, I don't remember, but it's not really the parts, but they are expensive. They are more expensive than like a Japanese car or the Kia cars. However, once you do replace it, like once we replace it, it's 150,000 miles. So I've got to deal with all the stuff who had it for the first 150. That shouldn't be any problem. Now I got to replace those things now. And the parts are, once you replace them, they'll never go bad again. So that's the good news. Nice. I'm glad you guys got something nice. Well, yeah. I mean, thank you. I mean, it's kind of like basically, what we've kind of held on to. I mean, it's, I know it's kind of. There's so many songs about it, but nobody really cares about. Everybody wants to help poor people, right? But when a wealthy person becomes poor, everyone just laughs. They think it's funny, and the wealthy person trying to keep their Porsche or their Mercedes, and they sell it, you greedy fuck. And it's like, dude, no, you don't understand. These are things that I need to have. Yeah, take a bath. So it's like so thank you guys for supporting us, because it does take a little bit of compassion to say, okay, it's how do you feel bad for someone who had money and then lost it? Usually you kind of like, they're a cautionary tale and you stay away from them. And you label them as usually something as a drug addict or a gambler or just a bad investor or greedy or something. But you don't want to associate with them. Instead, you guys loved us, and that's cool. And we really appreciate it, and we love you right back. So thank you. And Joy's gonna take a bath. Hey, there you are, Teresa. Finally found us. I'm so glad you're here. Daisy Valentino. Hi, Emily. There you are. How are you today? Hey, let's see. I saw your text, or Joy mentioned something to me this morning about a video. What I was saying is if you want to make a video for yourself, and I'll go ahead and post it on our site, like put it somewhere, and then people can kind of talk to you if you like. Or you could just put a video on your website, and I can send a link over there and say, check you guys out. Something to help you out if you need some help. A very expensive car key. But from what I understand, fob keys are expensive now. They just are. But I also believe that they're ripping us off. I don't show up in your feed. Try doing this, Miss Tree. Try subscribing and unsubscribing. And when you resubscribe, make sure you turn on the notifications. Hello, Rich. Man, we're doing really well. It's 3:20 here in Las Vegas. It's so hot. We've been outside all day. And you make better videos. I know. But I have a lot of videos I got to make, Emily. I just don't have time. But I'd love to. I love you. Wow, Trump or Biden? Man, that is like arguing politics is like philosophy for morons. Hate to tell you. So happy you guys got your car. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Also, for those of you who donated, some of you guys donated, and you weren't even on the board. You said, look, I know you guys sounds ridiculous, but the fact they get government money means they have no money. And the fact that we're trying to, and then getting hit with a $1,000 key, yeah, we're a little jammed. And the fact that it's a Mercedes just means that we used to have money and now we don't. And if you watch our story, it's pretty tragic what happened. It's not just like don't. So everybody who contributed to the key and helped us, thank you so much, and all the positive vibes and kind of understanding our situation. I mean, we put it out there. I mean, we let you guys know everything that's going on with us. I mean, it's constant. I mean, hi, hey, Faith. Yes, we just got the key just now. Here, I'll show it here. Look. There it is. There it is, authentic. Has the emblem and everything. Yeah, we live paycheck. I know. And most people do, and most people watching our show do. So that's why they're kind of like, well, why should we help you if like we're also struggling too? Well, I mean, because there's a little bit of something that we're doing here. We're also doing things, we're documenting our entire family. Most people aren't willing to show your worst moments with your family. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about with you, like you yourself, just doing something utterly stupid, filming it, putting it on YouTube, and having social workers show up at your house to make sure you're okay. If you're willing to do that, then yeah, then maybe you could make money on YouTube. But the thing is, that's what we do, and people find that very interesting. And so that's why it's like. So thank you guys for donating. But if we get a job 9 to 5, yeah, if we did that, then what would all the 20,000 subscribers do every day when we live stream if we weren't here to live stream with them? If we were, if I was managing a restaurant somewhere. You guys wouldn't learn anything about healthy diets, keto, how to kick caffeine and sugar. That's why we love you guys. Keep it real. I know. And you know what? I know I'm tooting my own horn here. I know I'm showboating. So is that what they call that when you do that? Yeah, single mom here. Just me and my severely disabled 5-year-old daughter. We barely getting by. I know. So it's hard. It is hard, right? And I'm sure there's been a lot of embarrassing moments in your household. So I mean, and so you understand that it's hard to put that stuff out there and be exposed. But I was compelled to do it. I felt that it was important. And as a result, a lot of people have been helped by this channel. Every day I read comments just saying stuff and emails to me. And I respond to them because they relate to us and they appreciate us showing the realness as opposed to, just doing the regular thing when people talk about families and schizoaffective where it just looks like, wow. You're really kind of just showing off how beautiful your family is. You're not really showing us like anything. Okay. Heather P, I had to wait 2 months to get any money. I have no food. That's terrible. I know. It's so amazing, right? And I'm so glad you're here. I mean, hopefully this is a place where I personally believe that joy brings good luck. Would you agree that joy brings good luck? I mean, she is Irish. first of all. And she is part Native American. And she's Scottish. So just those 3 factors right there, that's quite a bit of luck. That's just luck right there. So my theory is this, is that, hey, if you've got struggles, you got problems, hang out here, maybe you'll get some good luck, you know? It can't hurt to be positive, that's for sure. Hey, let's see what's going on out here. That's what everybody's doing. Joy's so happy she has her key back.
Oh, yeah, I have a key. Do you have it?
It's in the oven.
In the bath here.
Okay.
Look at what he did already.
Oh, jeez. Let's go find Annette. What's she doing? Hey, thank you. Life is wonderful. Thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Life is wonderful. Just gave us a couple bucks. Everything helps. You know, it's the power of the community, power of the numbers. You know, if you throw a dollar in here, a dollar there, it all adds up. And, you know, a lot of you guys are talking about like starting channels yourselves. And the great Annette Bear. Hi. Oh, she's sleeping, guys. But they just want to say hi real quick. Hi, Joy. This family does. Joy is amazing. I know we got presents. Come on. Annette, we got presents. Come on. We got presents. They got presents for you. You don't have to get out of bed. We'll bring them to you. If you sub to me, I'll subscribe back. Thank you, Emily. Yes, she sure will. Same here. That's amazing. Her room looks so cute. She's out cold. Here's a little nap. Annette, let's just get 5 seconds here. Everyone wants. Here you go. This is for you. Isn't that cool? It's a book. It's a coloring book. So you guys can do a little coloring session. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Send her the 3 out of 3. It's her lucky number. Oh, thank you. Oh, cool. Some coloring pencils. Oh, she's going to love that. We're going to do some art, okay, Annette? We'll do an art project. Annette, do you like stuffed animals? Yeah. I think she does. She loves stuffed animals. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Awesome, and I'll let you get back to sleep, resting. I love you. Okay, we're coming over here. All right. Turn your mic on. Yeah. Hi, guys.
Okay, you guys, get mine before I jump in the bath. Thank you. Was that from Tiffany or who sent that? Was it?
I don't know who sent those ones.
I think it was maybe from Tiffany.
But thank you whoever sent those.
This has a gift receipt. Yay, so I can see. Oh, but it doesn't say who it's from. It says enjoy your gift. But it didn't tell me who it's from.
Ooh.
Thank you, though. Thank you. I don't know who sent this. It could be Grace, because she sent it last time, but I'm not sure.
Hey, Faith says hi.
Hello. Whoever sent me the paper towels, thank you. If it's Grace sent them last time. I don't know if it was Grace again. It says a gift for you, but I want to know who sent it, you silly monkeys.
Well, it could be, listen, Faith said hi. It could be Faith. I'm telling you, say hi to Faith.
Oh, hi, Faith. Hi, Faith. No, but I'm saying let me know who sends it so I can thank you guys, you silly monkeys.
Hi, Heather.
Doing anonymous, you're so sweet. Thank you, whoever sent these. I wish I could thank you right now. If you're on here, let me know who sent them, because I needed these. I don't know if it was Grace or Faith or whoever. Thank you. I was almost out. I now have 4 more of these.
You can never have enough paper towels.
No, I can't, because I need them for everything, like for my cleaning. And
Thank
I
you,
Rocky.
Rocky.
To be so like sparingly with them. So thank you, thank you. I'm gonna put them away. I'm so excited. I literally have like one of these left, so I was getting worried. Gloria needs them too out there. Okay, let's see what else is in here. I'm so excited. Thank you guys. Oh, look at this. Thank you so much for the paper towels. And look. Oh, Casper bedding. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bob Smith.
Whoever got me this. So
Yeah,
I can,
be sure to check out Crystal's channel, you guys.
I need to do his
Hi, Ann.
today. Oh, hey, here it is. Yep. Oh, here we go. Brandy Gray. Thank you, Brandy. Look at this. Look.
Yeah!
Thank you, Brandy.
Brandy also
Thank
donated. She was
you.
one who donated. I think Brandy's the
Thank
same person
you.
who gave us
Oh my gosh, it doesn't
Joy.
end. Hey.
I think Brandy.
Thank you.
I think Brandy also donated to GoFundMe that $200.
Oh wow, thank you. Yeah, you know we got that GoFundMe, but we're waiting on that because that actually would have worked out to get the car.
No, we can't use it for that. It has to be used for the.
We'll use that
It's
for the
only
paint
used,
instead.
No, it's only. It's a GoFundMe for the bed bug extermination, so it can only be used for that.
I didn't know what the GoFundMe was for.
Oh, it's for the bed bug
Oh, I
extermination.
didn't know what it was for.
Yeah, sorry.
I had no idea. That was just for Annette's livelihood. I didn't know
Oh,
what it
okay.
was for.
Sorry about that. I gotta let you know.
Oh, I didn't know what it was for.
No,
Then,
we're doing
to get the
bed bugs.
I
Exterminator.
See. I didn't know what it's for.
No, it's not just
Most
for
of the
anything.
things they don't specify.
Yeah,
so
maybe we should change it.
I didn't know it was
We can make a different one.
specified for some. I thought it was just for Annette. So everything what we do is for. So people are like, oh, anything for the household is for Annette. So, okay, that one, yeah. Thank you for the dish soap. Thank you, Brandy, for the
I
bedding.
think Joy would have been a good elementary school teacher.
Yeah, I wanted to be a teacher. My sister's a teacher. I wanted to be a teacher, a lawyer, or a pilot. I went in the Air Force to become a pilot. That went south.
What happened?
When my mom committed suicide.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, I didn't forget, but.
I was going, so you have to be an officer to become a pilot. So I went in the military. So I took off all my stuff because I'm about to get in the bath. So I was like, look naked with all my jewelry and stuff. I went in the Air Force because I wanted to become a pilot, but you have to be an officer to be a pilot. So I got a job on the AWACS plane, which is our surveillance plane, because I figured at least I'll get used to flying as I get my degree, so I can become a pilot. And when I first went in, they said I failed the depth perception test, which already kind of upset me. So they're saying you couldn't be a pilot. Then they're saying you probably could, take that again, because it was a pretty bad test during when you first go into basic training. But then Saturday I was like, oh no, I might not be able to pilot. But then I was starting to go to school, and my mom committed suicide, and so that kind of stopped my schooling. And then I was gonna re-enlist because I still enjoyed doing my job, but they grounded me, which didn't mean I was kicked out of the military. I have an honorable discharge. They just didn't let me fly anymore, and all I wanted to do was fly. I didn't want a ground job.
All I want to do is fly.
I was a flyer. I wanted to be a pilot, and so when
Welcome
they grounded
newcomers.
me, they said it was gonna take 2.5 years to retrain, and I only had
Neva
a
Woodson
year
says,
left. So,
"OMG,
6
Joy.
months left at that point."
OMG, Joy, I love your spirit.
Thank you. So, anyways, thank you guys for these wonderful things. I'm really excited because, oh my gosh, Gloria will be so happy. We haven't had fabric softener in so long. The last fabric softener
Hi,
was
it's
like
Rocky
a sludge.
TV.
It turned into like a sludge. It was some fabric softener Gloria's that you couldn't use anymore. And then we can always use this. Actually, Emily got us our last thing, and we're still have some, but we go through it because I do a lot of laundry.
Steve says, thank you for your service, Joy.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. So I'm about to get in the bath because it was hot out there. Thank you, everybody. We really, really appreciate all these wonderful things. Thank you. I needed the paper towels, and I needed the laundry soap, and I always need dish soap, and I always need Casper's bedding. So you guys really thought of all the wonderful things. Thank you, Brandy. And I don't know who sent the paper towels. I don't know if it was Grace again or someone else. Whoever that is, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
On the receipt, it just says enjoy your gift. I wanted to say who it was from so I could thank you, but thank you, everybody. And it's fun when I go there at the store. It feels good.
Every little bit helps, Teresa says.
It feels very much like we're loved.
Teresa says every little bit helps.
Yeah, it really does. And people are thinking that, that we're rolling all this dough and then asking for donations. That's not the case. When we start doing well, we won't be asking you guys for $5 here and there. But it's like right now, it's really we're in this transition as we start. Do you want to take them with you in the bath with you and just put on a bathing suit? Because no, I don't want to do that. So
no, sorry guys.
No, that's not.
I gift
that never
you. Thank you, Steve.
Good. Those don't go well.
So happy. Some goodies.
Those are not good plugs. That doesn't go well.
Hi.
People get the wrong idea.
Oh my goodness, you guys are live. There you are, P.S. I adore you.
But
hey, Steve. Thank you for your.
Hey, thank you, Steve.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
He was thanking you for
Yes,
your.
I did.
I don't
Thank
know if
you.
you heard. Sometimes she doesn't hear me. I
Thank
can't
you.
tell.
Appreciate that.
Her hearing, she lost. Steve, just so you know, she lost half her hearing in combat. So the reason why I sometimes repeat, and she's like, "Well, no, I heard you," because sometimes she doesn't hear me, and she doesn't know she didn't hear me. So that's why I repeat myself.
Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. That's very, very nice. Thank you, guys. This has been really just a good day because it could have gone really south, but like things really lined up nicely. So it feels really good that like we were able to return the rental car, and then Amanda gave us a ride, and then the car was less than we thought. And what else? What else happened?
Oh, these are vlogs. They call these vlogs, not B-logs, I guess.
Well, yeah, because of video logs.
Okay, so what are we calling them?
You're supposed to call them vlogs, but
Yeah.
we call them blogs.
We call them blogs.
Vlogs was historically where you just had a photo and text,
Oh.
and vlogs are where it's a video.
Steve, very helpful. Very, very helpful. Thank you for the $50.
Thank you.
That's definitely going to go to good
Appreciate
use.
We really appreciate that, you guys.
My dad lost hearing on an aircraft carrier.
Oh yeah, well that's basically how I lost mine. It was because my job, we had to prep on the runway before other people were out there. We were out there with the maintenance guys, and the maintenance had on big old soundproof hearing things, and they would give us just those little orange things that you put in your ear. And we were out there the same time as they were like starting up the engine. So on my job, we were the lowest ranking on the plane because we were enlisted, we weren't officers. And so one of our tasks was to bring all the I am tired. All the meals and the coffee and the water onto the plane for the whole crew. So we would get to the plane earlier than the rest of the crew. We got there with the people that would be doing the flight prep, like the flight crew, but they always had like hearing protection. So we would be there with the maintenance and the flight crew, whereas the rest of the crew didn't come on the plane until later. But they didn't ever think about us being out there because we would come out later. So what would happen is like, those people would go out first with all their hearing protection, and they never thought about our job. We would come out like midway while they were still testing the engines, and then we would be getting on the plane, bringing the meals and stuff, and they just never really thought about our job. Like everyone else had hearing protection, and so like I lost half my hearing. I didn't even think anything of it, and when I was getting out, they were like, "Oh, you lost half your hearing," and I'm like, "Oh." It was from the flight line. And they said, "Do you want disability?" I was so mad at the military because I didn't like the way they handled when my mom died, the way they grounded me and they put me on suicide watch, which I wasn't suicidal. I became suicidal almost by the way they treated me. Still wasn't suicidal, but it was close to with the way they treated me on suicide watch. But prior to that, I was actually doing.
We love you,
the best
P.S. I
thing
adore
that
you.
for me was to get back to work because it was such a tragic thing. Like I couldn't just sit there. I would have been much more depressed so what was the best thing for me when my mom first died is to just kind of get back to work. And that's what we talked about with my supervisors and my flight commander and my squadron commander. And then they changed squadron commanders, and he didn't know anything about my story. And he came in and without knowing, took me off a flight. And by one move of taking me off a flight, it made me lose my flying status.
Amy from Costa Rica says, "Thank you for your service." And Steve, who donated $50, says, "You sound like a very good person."
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That's very nice of you to say.
I was pretty upset with the military because
she doesn't get a lot of that respect either.
They really loved me in the military, and it was really sad because it really went south because of my mom's death. Like I was doing really well. I was like, I got airman below the zone. I was honor guard in basic training. I became an instructor before everyone else. I was getting like airman of the quarter. I was getting the room inspection and the excellence in room inspection. I was getting excellence in everything that I was doing, and I was supposed to have like, can't remember if it was like 5. You were supposed to have anywhere from 5 to 10 flights when you first start.
Yeah.
They only gave me 1 because I was so good. They were like, "Oh, she doesn't need any more." Because you start on the ground and you learn in a simulation before you get on the plane. But most people, once they get on the plane, don't do very well. And then they have to have several flights. But they were like, "She's ready to go. She only needs 1."
A couple things.
So I was really good, and it sucked because they took me away from something I loved.
Kevin says, been watching all the time. Never comments, wants to comment right now, and he wants to say, "Thank you for your service. I love you all. Keep up the grind."
Thank you.
Okay, Kevin. Faith says, "My son was honorably discharged, and he is in disability from gunshot wound."
You see, I was actually honorably discharged. I could have got disability. I was honorably discharged. I got out with my full, like, at the end of my enlistment.
That's true,
it was
Sammy.
4 years.
That's true.
But they said, since of my hearing, I
Let's
could
do
have
it,
been
Rocky.
paid by the military. But what frustrated me was the way they handled by taking away my flying status. I was so mad at the military that I kind of felt like I don't want your money because of what you did to me, kind of thing, which was stupid. But I was only 21 years old, and I was upset because my mom was dead and they took away my job. So I was basically kind of like keep your money kind of attitude, which is stupid because I mean I should look into it, but I don't even know how to get it now. I think I still qualify, but like I said, when we moved into the cave, we lost some of our documents in our car. So I had all of my military stuff was in our car. So like people were like, how could you not have your DD-214 and all this stuff? It was I used to have about 10 files that were like these huge files. So when you out process the military, they give you these massive files that are like your whole mine. I had a whole flying file that showed all my flying hours. I had one that was my personnel file. I had a medical file. I had like you have all these different ones, and I had all those, and then they were all in the car. So the end of the rest of the cave story is when the car broke down, we had it parked on the side of the road. Someone stole it because it was parked there. So it had all of our stuff in there while we were living in the cave. And we knew it was going to get stolen because they'd broken the day before. It's a long story. We'll get into it another time. But anyway, so that's where all my uniforms went, all of my coins. I had coins. I had little things for my squadron. I still had a leather jacket. I had this thing. I was in the 963rd. That we were the Blue Knights. I had like this scarf because we had checkered. We were black and white checkered. I had like this scarf. I had like little things out of my patches. I had all that stuff. I had tons of coins. I'd been awarded a bunch of coins like given to them for different things, and just as like an honor from like I had a chief master sergeant's coin, and I had a general's coin and stuff that they had given me.
A general's coin?
When they had...
that means you're...
Yeah, like when...
You're fast tracking.
Yeah, for things that like... It was things like when we were on missions, they had seen like how things that I had said
I've never lived in a cave. That sounds really cool. Was it hard?
Yeah. It was. It was
We learned. Hard. We had to learn how to live without water.
It was extremely hard.
No running water, bro.
It was like every morning you woke up at the crack of dawn and you had you
had to poop first.
You had to poop, but you also were freezing. So like you didn't want to leave your tent, but you had to. Otherwise, like you had to get down out of there because it was like so cold. So what we would do in the morning is we would go charge our phones. There was a Jack in the Box that had a table that they had an outlet because we had phones that we would we were periscoping. So we were live vlogging from the cave, but through Periscope, which doesn't exist anymore. And we weren't paying any money. It was just for fun.
Hey, PB says people get killed in those caves.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we actually saw.
There was a guy that came up there with an
AR-15.
AR-15. Richard was chasing with his sandals and stuff because a lot of weird people came up there. It was weird. There was a lot of weird stuff going on up there, and that's why they kind of shut them down. The kids would come up there and have bonfires and stuff, so there was a lot of like guns coming up there and stuff. So like what happened with our car is there was a shooting, and one of these nights on a Friday night, because there was always these kids coming and always Riley up there. It was up on Warm Springs and
I'm so glad
Fort
you're
Apache.
safe. So glad you're safe.
There's these caves up there.
PB, you're absolutely correct. It was very dangerous. You're right. And you know what? They did kill people up there. In the past.
And they filled them in because it was getting dangerous for the children up there too, because they were having
housing developments. Well, they had
the houses out there, yeah.
California's moving in.
Yeah, they built all these houses, but it was kind of dangerous out there for sure. And they would have big things like
you could go way deeper.
New Year's Eve and stuff up there because you can see.
It was a matter of time before a kid walked.
Strip from up there.
Wandered in some kid wandered down there and got lost and died.
Yeah, and the caves were
deep.
They moved, so rocks would fall
they're deep.
And stuff, and they were deep. Yeah, it was dangerous.
And dark.
While we were sleeping, you would hear all the.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And I always felt like there'd be like an avalanche falling on us one night while you were sleeping.
Oh, guys, you thought it was.
I always
because sometimes you thought it was gonna.
The rocks were starting to move.
It was always moving.
Yeah.
I forgot about that, Joy.
We slept in a tent with an air mattress. Look at this. It was a cave that was all rocks. So there was no sleeping on the ground. It was like big, huge rocks. So we got an air mattress. But we got the air mattress from Walmart. So we still were like, people act like we were homeless. Like, no, like we had money. We were still working. So we were just like living in a cave and working from a cave. And we were buying things like air mattresses when it would pop. So our air mattress would pop like once a week. We'd have to go get a new air mattress for like $40 from Walmart. But it would pop in the middle of the night.
I know, excuse me.
Get this, you guys. The air mattress would pop in the middle of the night.
My seltzer.
Oh, it always popped in the middle of the night, and we would wake up to not being on the air mattress anymore, and you'd be like, oh, because you're like on rocks. Because like you would be, I'll go to sleep with your air mattress on, and then you wake up to you're like, oh dear, no more mattress, and you're just sleeping on rocks. And then you'd have to wait. It'd be so cold.
What about snakes, spiders, or scorpions?
Well, we had a tent, so they didn't. We would zip up the tent pretty good. We had a
But
really
we had a
good.
fox.
There was a fox that came all the time, but he was sweet. We fed him. But no, we didn't have any issues with that. But Richard fell on the rocks when he was cooking because you would have to balance. It was rocks, like big rocks. It wasn't a flat cave. It wasn't like dirt in the cave. It was on rocks. So while you're cooking, you're standing on rocks on the little Coleman things that we're trying to balance. So he fell one time and he really cut up his elbow. And I bandaged it and stuff and tried to clean as best I could, but we were in the cave. So we were showering as often as we could, which was at least every week, if not a couple times a week, because what we would do is we would go to the city pools. So we would take a bus out to the city pool, either downtown. It would take us like all day, but when you lived in Cape, what you did. So we'd take like 2 hours or 2 or 3 hours to get on a bus to go to a shower. We'd either go, there was a senior citizen one over here on Flamingo. We would go to, it was a pool that had a shower. So you would pay the $2 or $3 and then we'd use their shower to shower and not use the pool. So we did that downtown and over there. And then there was a truck stop down on Dean Martin or something that you could pay $15. That was pretty spendy for us, but you could pay $15 and get a really nice shower. And we would share it, but you couldn't have 2 people in at the same time. They're small. So what we would do is you hold the door. So like Richard would go in, and then before he left, he'd make sure I was there, hold the door, and let me go in because we could only afford the $15 once. But it was a time limit, so you'd have to make sure not to take too long in there. But we were showering as regularly as we could. We weren't like disgusting out there. It wasn't like we were like, but it did get pretty gross sometimes. But it was winter, so we weren't sweating. You would just get a little bit funky after a couple of days of not really showering. But if it was summer, it'd be a different story. It'd be so smelly in a second. Like right now, I want to take a bath. But that's why we like baths so much ever since we lived in the cave, because you do really appreciate taking a bath or shower every day, if you don't get to every day. And we had a great time. We thought we would do it for much longer if Richard hadn't gotten sick. But guess what? This is how timing always goes with us, and people don't believe us that like it just happens that way with us. But Richard got sick that night, and we still had a storage unit. So we were working, but not very much.
Baby.
So we had some money coming in, but then we would sell things while we were living in the cave. So we had a storage unit. And we were selling.
Thank you,
things.
Tiffany.
But then I was always wearing a necklace. I was wearing this gold necklace, and as an emergency. And that night, because our storage unit closed at like 10 p.m., 9 or 10 p.m., so we couldn't get to our storage unit in the evening. We would keep anything like valuable in our storage unit.
Oh yeah, definitely you can see the
we
new
would go to our
cave.
storage unit.
I think that's a great.
People
It's
think that,
absolutely
like,
beautiful.
whenever we have been on houses, they say we still had a storage unit. We were just choosing to live outside. So we would.
They
go
would
to
like
our
to see
storage
the
unit.
new key.
Yeah, here's the new key. Look at how pretty it is, and it actually has a hook, which I'm super excited about. So this is a dog collar that I got that I liked it because it was Golden Knights, but I was using it as a key ring. We used to use it for the other car.
Hold still. There you go.
But the old key did not have this hard key. Did you show him how the hard key comes out?
Yeah, but show them again.
How do you do it? I don't remember.
There's a little latch on there.
Oh yeah, right there. So there's a little latch in this. Okay, so this is what we had this is all we had. Do you see how there's no way to attach anything to this? Like, there's nothing. Like, there's no way to get anything to this. There's no loop. There's nothing. Like, it's just a hole. This is what we had. And we were like, eventually we're going to lose it or break it or something. And also you need this hard key is if something happens with the fob, this key will start your car and unlock the door. We didn't have this. And this is how it hooks to a key ring. Here's our P.O. Box key, too. Now we can have our P.O. Box when we go. But look, this is what we were missing, and that's what pops in there. So then you can actually have a key ring. Otherwise it was super annoying to not have that. So there.
Oh, if you contact the VA, or if you go to Nellis, if you just go to the Air Force Base, they'll get you your DD-214.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get a copy of it.
Because I
Just
go
to
there
Nellis.
sometimes, like to use the,
Go to the VA or
hospital.
Nellis. Go to VA or Nellis, they'll get it to
I
you.
go to the hospital sometimes, so they know.
Just showing your ID.
I've given it to them at some
We
point.
need
They
it because
have it.
I'm ready for you to get it.
I actually, luckily, had sent it to the VA before I lost it, so the VA hospital has it. So I'm able to have my benefits
You know,
at the VA.
she returned out of the military.
Although they're starting to charge you now. I didn't
Honorable
know that.
discharge.
Like you get charged partially. It used to be totally free.
But when she got back home, her sister and family had all moved to Portland. So when she came out of the military, besides the fact her mom just died, or no, Chico, whatever.
No. What happened? Well,
But they were kind of like anti-military.
Totally
like in other words,
my sister was in Chico.
Joy, let me finish what I'm gonna say. When you got out, it was like in Vietnam, like they got back and they weren't really like, oh, great job. It was more like kind of like scoffing you for going to the military, you know.
Yeah, I know they were anti-military.
That's not cool at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, and no one wanted to hire me because they wanted me to have a degree. They were like, well, it's like goes in the military. Like, well, that doesn't count as anything.
Yeah.
Like, well, it should count.
It doesn't count for anything?
No, like no one cared. So I got a job through my stepmom because she was a realtor. So she got me a job at the real estate office that she worked at. But otherwise, like no one wanted to hire me, even though like I had just done really well in the military and stuff, and like it just means nothing. When
But
you
even
get out.
like your sister, like your sister's
My
friends.
job
are like,
also was not anything relatable to outside the military. So it wasn't like I was an airborne surveillance technician. It had nothing to do with anything.
Part of it is that Oregon and Washington are very like liberal.
Yeah, also I ended up
anti-military.
moving to Washington.
They're
and
anti-military.
very liberal, and they do not like the military. And
So
they
that's
were
really what
very
it
much
was.
like, I went, oh, you were the military? It almost gave me like a strike when I would apply at places. It being that I was in the military. It was
in the Northwest.
Yeah, in the Northwest.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. So it was very frustrating.
So that's disheartening because you did such a great job.
Right.
And then to come out, besides.
And I didn't want to get out. What happened was, well, they took away my job, but even then I was still considering re-enlisting.
You were just
but
a little
my
stubborn.
sister kept begging me to come back to California.
Oh,
because my mom had died, and she's like, we don't want you in Oklahoma, we want you back in California because mom just died. And but she invited me to come live with her and her roommates. But she was in college. She was going to Chico State, and she lived with there was 4 girls that lived in a 3-bedroom. So she's like, oh, you can come live too. So that would be 5 girls in a 3-bedroom. And when I got there, like the first 2 weeks, they were already like, this isn't gonna work with 5 girls in a small house. It was just too many people, you know. And there's only 1 bathroom too. There's like 1 bathroom and 5 girls. And
nice.
So they were like, you need to get your own place. And I'm like, so I came all the way from Oklahoma to come live with my sister, and now she's basically in
She kind of talked you out of re-enlisting.
And so, yeah, she talked me out of re-enlisting. On top of they took my job, but I was even still considering re-enlisting. And then my dad comes to visit, and then she gets this great. So I'm living with this lady who, like, I rented a room from someone. I never talked to her. It was like, I think I found her. My sister probably knew her or something. I don't even remember. But I never would talk to the lady. Like, it would be like we never saw each other. I don't know if you guys have had roommates like that where, like, you don't even know each other exists. So I was living with this lady, and then my dad came to visit, and my sister was like, I think Joy should go live with you because I was very bulimic at this time because I had resorted to bulimia after my mom died as kind of like a coping mechanism. That's when I got really bulimic. So my sister was like, Joy needs to go to live with you, and you guys need to send her to treatment. So they moved me up to Washington. Like literally, like my stepmom was like, okay, you can fit two small boxes in the car. They had like their car was she had a Lexus SUV, and like they could have fit more. And she's like, you can bring 2 boxes of stuff from like all that you have. So I brought like 2 boxes, left everything else in my stuff. I don't know whatever happened to the rest of my stuff. I never saw it again. It was at my sister's. And they had more room in the car and everything. Like she just like said, you can only have 2 boxes. So I go up there, and then when I get there, they're like, oh no, treatment's way too expensive. We're not gonna send you to treatment. So we'll just try to help you from home. So my dad decided to take like 2 weeks off of work and try to help me get over bulimia, which like my dad.
What was he gonna do?
Nothing. Just sat there with me and thought that would help me not be bulimic, and basically judge me. So me and my dad hung out for 2 weeks. I think I didn't. I probably did throw up. I was gonna say, I think I tried maybe, but it just, I didn't know how to not. So
That's almost enough to make you want to do that.
Right, and my dad's so stupid about it that he didn't have any clue if I was.
What did you guys talk about?
I don't know.
You sat there?
It's been,
watch movies or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been many years. I don't remember. Huh. But yeah, they sure didn't help in any way. I think we probably were still talking about my mom. I mean, my mom had just died, so probably a lot about my mom at that point. But yeah, my dad and stepmom basically told me they didn't care my mother died because my dad said, your mom tried to kill me. Because I guess when my mom and dad were fighting one time, my mom tried to back him over with a car or something like that, some story. I don't know. I doubt it was as serious as my dad actually. So he holds on this thing. Your mom tried to kill me.
Oh, what? I remember that.
Yeah, because he
the broomsticks too.
Oh yeah, and then she hit him with a mop one time.
Mop.
She was mad when she found out about my stepmom. So my stepmom is the woman that my dad cheated with, and they're still together. And so when my mom found out, she got really mad, and she started hitting my dad with a mop, and he had to get stitches or something. And then I guess she tried to run him over with the car or something. Is the story he says? I don't know. I was only a little kid, and my mom's a little crazy. So my dad held on to that forever and was like, I don't care if she died because she tried to run me over with the car. Like, whatever. But then my brother died, my stepbrother, so it was my stepmom's son, 2 years after my mom, and then they wanted everybody to bow down to them and be like, oh my God, your son died. I'm like, hey, remember when my mom died? Remember how you guys treated me? Kind of thing. But I mean, I was upset my brother died too. I'd known him since I was 4. He's my stepbrother, but I'd known him since I was 4. And we were very close, and it's like, they were like, it was all about like, pay attention to us, it's all about us, not even about like, that I could be in any pain, that I just had my mother and brother die, basically. They're like, oh, no, look at us, look at us. And so they make me sick about that stuff. They literally have like a shrine to my brother. They don't even talk to me, and they put my other brother, who's autistic, in a home, and they barely talk to my sister, but they have a shrine of my dead brother in the house.
Oh,
so
geez.
when I die, they'll have a shrine of me, but they won't talk to me while I'm living. But I guarantee they'll be front and center at my funeral. I hope, in a weird way, I want Richard to outlive me just so he can witness this, because they're going to be like, oh, Joy died? Ooh, now we want to be part of it. Is the weirdest thing.
Wait till you.
And then they want to be important at the funerals.
Wait till
they have nothing to do with it.
You should let them know that they have no idea about this YouTube channel. Your family has no.
We tell them all the time.
No, they've never seen this one.
Literally, I send them links to my Twitter. They won't even.
No, Twitter, the YouTube.
No, but the Twitter gets them right to the.
Well, they have no idea about this YouTube channel. They have no idea.
They don't care. They wouldn't care if they did. That doesn't matter. Like, we have asked them over and over to even look at a video of ours. They won't. They don't care. They will not click on a link.
Once you get famous, they'll show. They'll start caring. They'd be showing up.
They won't
like
care.
$1 Million Baby.
When I die, they'll care. It's the only time they're gonna care. They're not gonna care if I get famous. Because that, they would be more mad. They won't care when I die. And then they'll come and they'll be like, oh, Joy, let me talk about Joy. How important she was to me. No, it's really sick. That's partially why I don't talk to them after what I saw what they do at the funeral. Even my mom's funeral, they tried to act like they cared.
That's hogwash.
Stand the fuck down. Seriously, funerals bring out the worst in people. It's really disgusting if you've never witnessed it, or if maybe you have a normal family. But if your family's not normal, then you have the people coming and putting their name tags on stuff before people are dead. You're like, get out of here. Like with the grandparents. I didn't want anything when someone died. I said, we didn't get anything like from my mom. My stepdad, I think, took all the money. There was no inheritance, apparently, to my stepdad said. Whether it was or wasn't, we didn't see it. And then I didn't want anything. They were like, what do you want? I'm like, nothing. Just you guys. It wasn't like, give me this thing and that's gonna bring my mom back.
Yeah.
It was like, whatever. I mean, it'd be nice to have something, but it was like, they wanted me to come back to go sort through my mom's stuff, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. That would just be one thing way too hard.
Joy is a very amazing person, so strong, and inspiration for me.
And I can't be with people as they're like trying to sort through someone.
Hello, everyone. Hi, True Jedi.
I want this. I'm like, I can't be that for that stuff. It makes me sick to my stomach.
Card Nation, tweaking all day, tweaking all night. Yes, you are. I'm so sorry, Teresa.
But anywho, I was gonna jump in the bath. Are we? What is the time?
Yeah, you guys can jump in the bath if you want.
Oh.
Go jump in the bath.
Yeah.
We got nothing else going on really. I'm just gonna go hang out. Annette's asleep. I can play piano. In case you want to play piano with me.
And they say what?
So sad, Joy. You would be such a fun. Hey, Steve, nice. That's 2 and one in a row.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Wow, you guys are killing it. Thank you, Steve. It really means the world to me.
Thank you for this. He's thanking basically for your military service.
I appreciate that.
Because it's like, and it's good because it's like it's been how many years, and no one really ever thanked you. When you got out, you didn't have any jobs. Your sister shooed you away. And when you're in Oregon, like I know how that is. It's like cause I grew up there. It's like they're not like.
No, they really like don't like the military at all in Oregon. It's weird, like where I didn't know it would be so like.
It's
I
prejudice.
get not
it's
wanting
prejudice.
to go in the military if it's your choice, but like to be against people that win in the
That's
military.
Wrong.
Like,
That's
it's
wrong.
like, geez, you could at least be supportive of people that like support their country. You know,
Yeah.
They were very much like very rude. Like even when I get a job at a coffee shop, and I've worked at coffee shops since I was like 15. You know, and they're like, ooh, no degree? I'm like, for a coffee shop job? I mean, it's getting like ridiculous.
Coffee shop job need a
Well,
degree.
you know, there's so many people that have a degree and they just would think they would be better than you.
Maybe those people should get a real
I
job.
want to get a real job. Yeah.
You know, coffee shop jobs are for people that don't have degrees.
Yeah, it's like that's what I thought these jobs are for. You
No,
know?
because
and it was in Portland. I remember like it was so hard to get a cocktail job there. You're like, isn't this for the people that don't have degrees and don't have all the things like? Those are the jobs. That's,
Not
like,
in Portland.
Not in Portland. It's like super hard to get a cocktail.
Oh,
job.
you got
Oh, that you better like wait on the list.
And also, you got to be very, very liberal. You got to have tats and the whole thing. You can't be all.
Because I cocktailed.
The restaurant industry there is.
I cocktailed.
I grew up there, so Steve, thank you so much, man. The $100 that's like the huge donation we ever got. I know. She's not one to kind of like candy coat things, but I can tell she's very, very.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Brandy, thank you so much, and whoever sent the paper towels. Thank you, Brandy, for all these goodies, and thank you, Steve.
I love
really
working coffee shop.
So amazing, you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. You're awesome, bro.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Roxy. Appreciate that. They're so kind here. I know it's awesome.
Yeah, I had worked service jobs. Like I worked at Buffalo Wild Wings when I was in the Air Force. So I worked. I cocktailed while I was in the Air Force too. So I had 2 jobs while I was in the Air Force, and I was going to school. So I couldn't do my job when I was flying. So when I was flying, you would fly like 20-hour missions. But on the days you don't fly, I would do. I would after work because I worked like 7:30 to I think it was like 7:30 to 8. I mean 7:30, 7:30 to 5, whatever. 7:30 to 5 most days. But when you flew, your hours were totally different. And then
did you love it?
I would go work.
How much did you love
Buffalo Wild Wings after. So sometimes I was going straight from the Air Force job to the Buffalo Wild Wings, and I worked there till like 2 a.m. So I was working a lot when I was young, and I really wasn't making any money. I mean, it was crazy. Did you know at Buffalo Wild Wings they were paying $2.25 an hour, and then you got tips. But that's how much they paid the cocktail waitresses back then. $2.25 an hour. It was crazy. So if it was a slow night, you just went home. There was no point to make $2.25 an hour. I never even picked up my last paycheck there. I remember because like, your paychecks were like $20. What's the point? But you got really good tips. But anyways, I worked there, and then my first job was I was a dishwasher and then barista. So me and Richard are both in. Richard was a bartender for many years. So we've done all those kind of jobs. That's why we don't really like going out to eat, because we have been on the other side of it, so we feel bad. Like, we feel bad when people have to wait on us.
It's weird.
Because we've done those jobs. Not that it sucks doing those jobs. I really enjoyed those jobs. You just kind of are aware that someone's doing something. Where, like, other people are like, oh, this just magically happens. That
and they love talking about the specials.
And it's taken forever, and blah, 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 and all these complaints and stuff. Whereas if you've ever worked in a restaurant, you'll understand some of the things that occur. Like, at Buffalo Wild Wings, they charge people 50 cents dip cup, like for like ranch or like, you know, the dipping sauces, and people absolutely hate that. And like, I would actually take it out of my tips half the time for people's things because they would get so infuriated if you
over 50 cents.
Over 50 cents, and you'd be like, forget it, I'll take them off, and then maybe I'll get a better tip if I take the 50 cents for like, but it'd be like several of them, you know, so you'd be like, okay, I'll take the $3 off of their thing.
That's customer service.
Rather than them be super pissed, because what happen is you get penalized for the tip because that's the restaurant's policy is to charge them for the stupid things, but they don't necessarily tell them. They go, oh, don't tell them. So just let them be like surprised when they get their bill and they have all these stupid things, because they'll be like, oh, give me 6 ranches. You're like, 50 cents a piece. Okay.
Hey, Joy, would you say that it would be, if your mother hadn't committed suicide, is it a pretty good chance that you would be still in the military, or you would have retired?
Yes,
you would have retired.
I would still be in the military. I was planning on retiring because I joined at 17, so I was going to retire at 37, and I was going to be retired at 37. And I'm now 39, so I would have already been retired. And I had no intention of leaving the military.
You loved it, right?
I loved it.
I loved it.
Oh, I was like, everyone bitched about it. Not me. I was like, this is great. Because it was like, oh, doing things like orderly and on time, and 15 minutes earlier than the on time. Perfect. That kind of stuff.
People get in trouble for being late?
No, if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. That's fine for me. These guys were always late. I used to be like, if I'm not 15 minutes earlier, then I'm late. And my mom would add it on as like, if you're not basically an hour early, you're late. But I was used to. So in the military, I was always like way ahead of time. I'm first in line, no problem. Hurry up and wait. No problem for me. I did not mind that at all. I excelled so much because it was just so easy for me. I was like, oh, being orderly?
Just chilling, Rocky.
This is easy. That's no problem. Keeping my stuff organized and my uniform all crisp. I did the.
She loved
so
it,
I wore a
man.
flight suit, but when I didn't wear a flight
She
suit.
did wonderful. I mean, it's just so weird that a person that was so, at 17, found her home, like found her people, and that was just taken away from her, not by even by her. It's just so.
No, but so
thank you, Steve,
when
for
I
the
wore
donation.
my BDUs, which is your battle dress uniform, which is your camouflage, I have mine like so iron, like my thing. So the thing is, you starch them. Mine would be like standing up. I'd be like walking around, you know, where you're just like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. People get really into where they starch their uniforms and then they like stick out. There's like a crease that's like sticks out, and you walk around like this. Mine was like perfect for my. But then I wore a flight suit. Flight suit, you don't have to do crap for. That was a great thing. And I got Marauders, I think they were called, where I used to do my boots perfectly in basic training, where you do your toes and your heels. But then you buy these shoes that they already got the toes and the heels shine, and then there's mesh in the middle. Those, I think they're called Marauders. So I'd wear those things, and then I have like a tight uniform. Mine was like, people would always think that I knew about inspections because I just always had my stuff so perfect that they'd be like, oh, she must know that there's an inspection coming up because there's no way. But I just always have my stuff that way because I'm very OCD. That's why it's very strange living here. Because my stuff was so perfect, I never even got a demerit in basic training. Not one demerit. And a demerit means a lint ball on a sock for Air Force. Basic training, a lint ball on a sock, a hair on a sock, a hair in a toothbrush, a hair on a uniform, you know, a uniform not perfectly. We would use tweezers. So I don't know if you guys understand. Tweezers, when you fold a shirt, you use tweezers to make sure all of the edges fold up exactly perfect. You use your tweezers and tape to get any sort of lint balls. Socks, they give you black socks that you can't get a lint ball in a black sock. Oh my gosh. So you wash your socks and they're covered in lint balls. You have to get all the lint balls removed from your socks and all that stuff. One lint ball, and I couldn't have got honor grad. So in 4 weeks, I never got one lint ball in a sock. I never had one thing not perfectly lined up. I never got in trouble in any sense, and I excelled during the test that they had. You had to get a certain.
We lived in Manhattan before we were here.
And all that. So I was the only one no one has to be honor grad. So they don't have to let someone be honor grad. You have to. There's certain things. So after week 1, everyone was eliminated except for me. For both, it was 60 men and 60 women. Everyone was eliminated except for me. So they were all trying to get me to get eliminated. So everyone was like attacking me. So it's nothing new where people have always been attacking me. Even when I'm in the military, I'm like 17 years old. I graduated high school year, literally going there. I'm just doing a good job, and then within a week, like everyone was like on me, like why don't rice? And I'm like, oh. The girls were trying to get me in trouble. They were like trying to find anything I'd done wrong. So I was like, I had to just keep my stuff so tight. And this one girl I remember, she almost got me one time. She got mad at me because I was taking a poop. I'm not. She yelled at me because they put these dorm monitors. These girls, they get these power trips.
Can you believe that?
Dorm monitors. They put these like 4 girls in charge of the 60 girls, you know, and they get all power trips. And this one girl wanted me to not have honor grad because she couldn't get it, so she didn't want anybody else. So I remember she was harassing me. I had just come back from we ate, and I was literally going poo, and she was like yelling at me because I wasn't moving fast enough, you know what I mean, to get out of the toilet. And so I snapped at her a little bit because you're not allowed to like snap ever. You're not allowed to like be rude. You have to just
Code of conduct.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And she was like screaming at me. She was allowed to be rude at me because she was like they put
Superior.
those girls in charge. But everyone else, and it's just if someone's the same ankle, they just say you four, and then
you're a
the girls,
subordinate.
you know, they get the big heads. So I remember Elizabeth Hazelbeck. Anyways,
her.
It's like the same as that.
What?
Yeah, her name.
I remember you told me this story.
Yeah, it's almost like that.
Because yeah, you told me this.
Anyway, so I snapped at her because I was like, I'm going to the bathroom. She was running to write me up for like snapping at her that I said I was going to the bathroom. So she goes running to the drill sergeant. I'm going to get Joy for this. Give me attitude. She was running and she told him the story. And I remember he was like, well, she was using the bathroom. Yeah, but she said it so rude, you know, it was like, yeah, but she was in the stall using the bathroom.
Good job, Joy. You fucking got away with
that
it.
was like the only thing, and she was so mad.
But Doug, you got her.
She got me.
You got her, Joy.
But I was like, Lou, she was being such a bitch, and I was like,
you got her.
I did snap
And
at
she
her.
couldn't do anything.
She couldn't do anything about
She's
it.
that made her more mad.
I know. She thought she was running. Oh, I'm going to get, because you had to go tell him to write up a demerit for me.
The fact is the sergeant liked you.
He liked me, but it wasn't like a,
No,
where
no.
he was playing favorites.
No, they
But
just
this
knew
was
you were
like
a good
could
person.
Tell they were attacking me. They kept coming to him. That wasn't the only time. They were like, ooh, Joy, and he'd be like, oh. Because I was literally not doing anything. Like, I was being so nice to everybody because I knew I was like.
Imagine that. People attacking Joy because she's just so much better than them in the military.
I know. It's nothing new. Also, when I was in school, I would always mess up the curve because I was really good in school.
You were like an egghead.
Yeah, like not on
Like you're the one they want to
just
beat up at recess
academically, that's very easy
when the
for
test
me.
is coming.
Some things don't come easily, but academics do. And so I would ace tests like finals.
On purpose.
Not on purpose. Just because I would do it, and then they would grade on a curve. But if someone gets all the questions right, there's no curve. So I've done that a couple times on a final where I got all the questions right. Well, the teacher has to tell the whole class too. I was going to grade on a curve, except for Joy answered all the questions right. So there's no way there can be a curve. So imagine like how much people hate you, even from the time I was a young kid. Like, don't tell the whole class that I'm the reason you're not grading on a curve now. Thanks a lot. Because I wouldn't have told anyone, like, I didn't go around, like, even telling anyone what I got on. But the teachers will tell. They'll be like, oh, we have a perfect score in the classroom, da, da, da. And it's like, I never wanted that because everybody hates you. And they tried to get me to do, like, spelling bees and things. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't ever do them. My mom would sign me up for stuff. And if she signed me up, I would have to. But, like, I would never. I'll be like, I don't want to do that stuff because I always got made fun of or, like, people got jealous or whatever. Even like sports I didn't like. So I did want to play. So I was doing cheerleading at it was a little Christian school, and I wanted to play football. We did a flag football. They wouldn't let me. My mom wouldn't let me, and the teacher wouldn't let me. It was all boys. But I was really good. So one time they were doing so bad, so they pulled me in my cheerleading outfit. I got to play flag football, and then they let me play flag football. So then when I went to high school, I told my mom I wanted to play football. And she's like, no, you can't play football in high school. You're going to get hurt. So I once again became a cheerleader. So I was a cheerleader because I actually wanted to play football. So that's really weird. But so I liked football and I understood the game, which was really frustrating when you're a cheerleader because they didn't know the game.
Yep.
And we'd be doing the wrong cheer. And I'd be the only one like, oh, good God. We're doing defense when we're on offense or something like that. And my coach is like, no! And the girl's like, and I'm like, oh, this is embarrassing. They always were doing it wrong because you had to listen to the stupid idiot, the girl in charge, whoever that was,
The
which was
degenerate.
the head cheerleader, and she was an idiot. And sometimes I'd be like, could someone get down the line and ask me because I understand this game? But I was always on the edge because no one really, I was like the least popular cheerleader. I never was invited to this stuff. So they'd be like, nah. But I'd be like, pass it down the line. We're doing the wrong cheer. And they're like, no, and our coach is like, God, from the stands, and my mom is cheering. Yay! My mom came to every game and just cheered the entire time. My mom watched the cheerleaders. She never watched the game at all. She only cheered for the cheerleaders. Like, I was like, Mom, did you see? Oh, no, the game? No, I have no idea. I was just watching you girls. Never do I watch the game. So she would just sometimes it'd be really embarrassing because we got my mom going. The girls are saying the wrong cheer. And it's just like, oh, God, this is just... And I'm the only one that knows what's going on, that everyone is looking like idiots out here. And the girls were still so unaware. Like, they never realized how stupid they looked. Because the whole time, they were just like that. And I'm like, I think I'm the only one that understands this sport. Because I've actually played. And the thing with, basketball was even worse. Because that went so quickly. Like, just stop cheering. Offense or defense in basketball. This is not going to work. Anyways, so yeah, I did cheerleading and track. I was in all those things, but I was not popular. Like, everyone knew me, but everyone kind of hated me. Because I was back then a Christian. And so I was like the goody two-shoes. I didn't party, I didn't drink, I hadn't had a boyfriend, nothing like that. So it's like, people hated me no matter which way. So now they hate me for the other extreme. So, well, it's nothing new under the sun. But yeah, when I wasn't invited to the cheerleading stuff because they all drank and I didn't drink. And they were having sex with boys and stuff and I didn't do that. and they probably did drugs. So I didn't do anything. I never tried weed. I didn't smoke weed till it was legal, to be honest. I didn't like it. Like my sister smoked weed, and I was like, nah. I was into alcohol after the military. So I had never, when I went in the military, I was a virgin, and I had never drank alcohol. I'd never touched a drug. I'd never done anything. I went in, I was a straight A student, graduated high school a year early. I went in because of 9/11, and then I became an alcoholic in the military, big time. I mean, they very much encourage drinking. But then if you get anything wrong, like a DUI or underage drinking, then oh my gosh, how dare you? But the whole time you're literally like fed drinks by people that are older than you that later they're like, how you were underage drinking? Yes, because you got them for me, remember? But I never got in trouble for something like that. Like, I was really close. My buddies did. I was in the same room, and I had left like 5 minutes earlier at the dorms because we used to all drink at the dorms. And then sometimes people get rowdy, and the MP, the military police, come. And then if you get caught underage drinking, then you're in a lot of trouble, even though everyone's doing it. But as long as you don't get caught, it's not a big deal. But as soon as you get caught, it's like, oh my God, how dare you underage drink? You're like, whatever. But literally, like your superiors will be buying you the stuff, but then if you get caught, it's like no one can, oh no, we don't know you now, So, especially when you were like, when I went TDY, I was always underage. So the first time I came to Vegas, I was only 19, and I used my sister's ID. I came with the military. I came here for Red Flag, and no one wanted me to go out with them. They're like, we don't want to get kicked out of the club because you're not old enough or whatever. So I went to a couple of clubs, but not much. Most everyone left me at the hotel. But
thank you, PS.
But yeah, and then we went to Ecuador. I was young, but Ecuador, I think you only had to be 18 to drink. So that one.
I just came back from that, Jared. I'm reading the comments for you.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying you're doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing fantastic. You're really doing a good job.
Thank you guys.
And they're really impressed with your ability to kind of manage. Because, Jared tells me when it's time to take a bong hit. So it's time for you to go.
Oh.
Yeah, your turn.
Thank you. So what we were saying though about the weed is I never liked weed. My sister was a big stoner.
Hi, Gina.
And I didn't like it. I had only ever tried it like when I drank, and that was after the military. I tried it twice with my sister, and I just fell asleep both times. And I was like, I don't like it. And we never liked it. We liked alcohol, and then like we've said before, we did like cocaine. We don't do that anymore, but we only say that because a lot of people like to say we did all these other drugs. We didn't. We did cocaine, which that's not good. I mean, we spent a lot of money and but I just want you guys to know that that's the drug we did, just so that everyone can know that, so that we love to be our full disclosure here, transparent, and then now we don't do that. Now we smoke weed, but weed came later, and it became more as a therapeutic thing for us as we got off of like things like alcohol and
yes, you can.
Cocaine is not addictive, but you get addicted to wanting to do it. It's like an addictive habit.
Hold on, Joanna.
But it has no physical addiction, if that makes sense. People don't understand sometimes what I mean by that. Some drugs, you actually have a physical addiction. Like if you don't do it, you're going to be sick. Other ones, you just want to do it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So you can, the weed can help you with physical addictions, but also the habitual addictions where you just want to do something.
I'll sum it up real quick. Oh, you're going to go? I'll sum it up real quick for you. The way that someone on the street, like these women on the street explained to me. Heroin addicts need their drug. Cocaine addicts play a game that's called the crying game.
Yeah.
Like crackheads, they just cry, but they're not gonna die. And so they're they're kind of, crackheads are kind of disrespected in the hood because it's like they just complain. They're like, it's like, dude, you're not gonna die. Okay, get out of here. And so whereas there is a certain amount of respect for the heroin, because they're all, I don't know, it's just street stuff. But hey, someone wanted to see pictures of when Joy and I first met. So I'm gonna grab that. I don't know where Joy ran off to. I think she went somewhere. We have to go back in time. Okay, we have to wind back the clock. Or does it wind up the clock? Anyway, we're going backwards.
Yeah. Oh, but here, what I want to say
I have
is...
to show them, Joy.
But I was supposed to...
Yeah, no, you're here. This is for you.
Why we bring this up, though, is because this whole channel is kind of like about addiction. So, like, we like to let you guys know the things that we did and be transparent so that we can all move forward. So that's why we get irritated when people keep saying things that are not true, because we're really trying to really, like, have this be a channel about honesty and getting over your addiction and stuff. So it's like, it'd be kind of stupid if we're sitting here and not telling you guys the things we did. So that's why we're frustrated. We're like, we're here telling you, and that's the whole point of it. So when people say things like, oh, you're on drugs right now. It's like, that's kind of like the opposite of what we're doing here. We're trying to show recovery, but you might not feel comfortable with us doing weed. That's, you know, if that's what you're talking about. But I think when they're saying that, they're trying to say other drugs, which we're not doing.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. So here's a picture. This is me before I was smoking weed, and I was in Panama. It was our first year. We weren't married yet. So I wanted to see us when we first got together. Oh yeah. And so as you can see, I weighed a little more than I do now. Yeah. So I was probably probably 300 pounds there. 300 pounds, and I had no idea what I was doing. But eventually, Joy figured out this diet, and so that's why now I don't look like that. So that was Joy. Hold on, that's me. Now let me show Joy. If I can find it. Okay. It's kind of tough to find Joy, but the very next photo is we're in a hotel room, and what Joy is doing here is a little blurry because she's not standing still, because she's dancing.
Am I doing the Gangnam style?
No, this is before then. This is at Costa Azul, or after then.
Yeah, you guys, oh wait, hold on.
No, let me just kind of tell them. I'll show them the Gangnam style in a minute. I'm showing them these right now, Joy.
Yeah, you guys, I was obsessed with that Gangnam style. Do you guys remember that? What was that guy's name? The Psy.
Really, you gained weight? Man, I lost weight because see, I was eating out of depression. I was so bummed out. So at first, yeah, sure, I ate a ton, and the first couple of years it was very like recreational. But you know how Snoop says, and this is what made me go on with Snoop. What he says is smoke weed every day. And even when I didn't want to, I did it. And eventually it stopped being recreational. You're like, oh, let's get stoned and eat some ice cream. It was like medicine. And it cured my depression, which allowed me to work on the rest of my other stuff, such as my weight. I had no desire. It also didn't give me munchies unless I was hungry. Okay, so yeah, so she loved, oh God, I'm sorry. So that's her there. Here's Joy. We're sitting in one of our favorite restaurants. This is 2013. It was 11 years ago. We're not married yet. We're just dating. And, you know, off and on, her father will send an email saying, Joy, we'd like to help you out. I'm going to send you a one-way ticket home back to Portland. And we're like, well, can we get two? Maybe one for my boy. No, just one. I was like, I know, we're definitely like a West Side Story thing, or Romeo and Juliet, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and then this is my cousin Jennifer, who lives in Las Vegas, and that's her son, and she's a cocktail waitress. She works at the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas. So if you happen to be in Las Vegas and you see her, that's my cousin. Tell her I said hi, and we'll see you probably this Christmas. Her name's Jennifer. That's Gloria's sisters, wherever you want to call it. Daughter. Okay. So this is a picture of Joy and her. I'm just going through our old photos. That's Joy right there, obviously, and then that's Joy's sister, Sarah. And they were really close growing up. People thought they were twins. I mean, they're like basically a year apart. 2.5 years. 2.5 years apart. Chicken butt, you're such a success story. You think there should be written a book about? Hey, if there are any writers looking for content, see, I'm not really a writer, but you know, I know writers are always looking for stories. I mean, we've got the drama, we've got the story, we've even got murders, man. We got her mom. I mean, it's a story. I mean, anytime you got hey, we're up here, we're superstars, and then we're down here, we're on the fucking street, and then all of a sudden we're back up here again, we're superstars, and you come back and you say, oh yeah, my mom was killed by my stepdad, and all that. I mean, there's stories in there. I agree. I'm not pitching a producer. I'm pitching any aspiring writers. Come on, contact me. Let's talk, because let's work together. I mean, Joy doesn't want to work with she doesn't want to do she's not going to do any production stuff, but she would love to, obviously, to work with someone who's aspiring and wants to get their thing off the ground. I mean, this could be your big break, you know what I mean? And that's how we get back to the community. Okay, so that's Sarah. Everyone loves Sarah. How much do we love Sarah? You don't have a story. I know. I love that your name is No. It just tells me everything I need to know. And there's another photo of Sarah in and enjoy. See, they're actually quite very normal, and that's their dad's house in Vancouver, Washington. So, huh? Oh, where are you going? Oh, which I'm just kind of going through. This was Joy's. Okay, so when I met Joy, this is her profile pic, and so this was her favorite look, which is weird because my Anna wore those big hats. Those are in style. Be careful. What do you want to do? Oh, that one? No. Oh, that's cute.
That's cute.
Okay, so I don't know when this is taken. I believe this is taken. This was in Oregon when this is what she looked like when I met her. She was working at the Civic.
That is when I was working at the Civic.
Yeah, so when I met her, this is what she looked like. And this would be like 2009 when we met. But we didn't start dating until we bumped into each other because we were both in relationships. And then we bumped into each other like serendipitously. Like 3 years later, we bumped into each other and then we started dating. And then just from there, it was just like pretty much, I mean, we've pretty much been, from that day we bumped into each other in that bar. I'll show you.
Yeah, here, show them a photo. So this is funny. So
what's the story?
The day that we bumped into each other, I was
like, I want to hear this because sometimes I don't know all the stuff behind the scenes before we were.
No, I was just not in a good mood that day because I had gone out the night before so I only hung out with bartenders and cocktail waitresses for the most part because that's where I spent all my time because I was a drunk. And what happened is
hold on, we gotta show them the photo. So keep talking.
I gone out the night before, and I felt like crap, and I was going into work with my friend. I'd gone out with her and her boyfriend and one of their friends, and we'd been out like all night. And I got like no sleep because I was trying to sleep on her couch, but then like they had another person sleeping there, so I got like no sleep. And I went to work with her at like 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. I think is when the bar opened, and it was only me and her at the bar, and then Richard and this guy, Tony.
Tony, right there.
Yeah, that guy. Came into the bar.
That's my neighbor.
So that was the only people in the bar. It was the three of us. And
8 a.m.
8 a.m. Well, no, I had gotten there at like 6 or 7 a.m. because she opened, but those guys came. So I'd been.
You were so tired. Look how tired you are.
I was so tired.
Oh,
and I was bulimic then, so I was having a Bloody Mary, and then I had breakfast, and then I'd already vomited my breakfast.
Okay, just so you know, just like.
But he told me to do a sexy look.
No, that's not that picture.
Oh no, you should do the one where I'm trying to be sexy.
No, I just showed the one this was just Joy when I bumped into her. She was kind of like, just gave me a normal like little smile.
I was so bloated because I was drinking so much at that time, and I was so bulimic. So I get a really bloated face.
It's okay, and then, this is my neighbor, Tony. Jared reminds me a lot of Tony. You have the same humor, and Tony was about your age. When I knew him, and he really, Tony loved, do you think Tony loved me?
Yeah.
I mean, but we were like 20 years apart in age, but he just really, anyway, I thought he was funny as shit, but he was kind of boring. So this was Joy when he first met. This literally, I mean, I document everything. I mean, can you imagine like just bumping into someone and being like, those two were hanging out and they were kind of, you can see Tony kind of being kind of flirty. And I'm like, let me take your pictures.
Yeah,
and she's like, what the hell?
So that was literally the first time we ever hung out. He has a document.
So that I was like, so I said, here, let me take your pictures. This is her photo she gave me. I was like, could you do a little better than that? Could you maybe give me a little life? Maybe try give me something a little sexier. I mean, because you can tell she's like, why the fuck are you taking my picture? Is what she's saying in that photo. And then I said,
I felt like crap that day.
And then she's like, okay, great, I'll give you a sexy pose. And she's like, here you go.
I still remember that.
Did I tell you to put the finger in the mouth, or was that your idea?
No, who knows?
I don't know where you got that idea. That's
like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
But anyways, I was so irritated.
That was our very first date.
I didn't want to say hi to them because I didn't feel good. But like, there was only three of us in the bar, so I was like, fine, because I knew both him and Tony. I knew Tony as well.
Thank you, P.S.
Because they all lived in the same building, and I dated his neighbor. Because I used to work at the building where he lived. And but I didn't work there anymore when we hung out. And so I was finally like, I waited a good probably half hour before I said anything. And finally I was like, hey, because I was kind of on the other side of the bar. They weren't right next to me, but they were close. And
So I was like, hey, Richard, hey, Tony. And then they're like, oh. And then we ended up hanging out all day. So we went to like 4 or 5 bars that day, too.
We were getting loaded.
Like, it was in Portland, you walk. So it was like we bar crawled all day. But then we ended up getting whippets, which are so stupid. That was my first time really ever doing that. That was stupid, but they're expensive. We got them at the shop store. But anyways, the reason why we were all hanging out was because that guy's girlfriend was kind of like hanging out with dudes cheating on him. So when she came home, we were all passed out. We didn't, nothing sexual happened between anyone. It wasn't like that. But we had just been drinking all day, and we came back to his place, and we're all on the couch because he had like a big sectional. So we're all in different parts of the couch. But so she comes home after like hanging out with these guys all this time, thinking like because her and her boyfriend had been in a fight, and she walks into like me, Tony, and Richard all asleep on the couch, and she lost it. Like she got so pissed. Remember that when Claire came home.
Yeah, okay. So then.
But it was funny because she was out all night gallivanting with dudes, and then she couldn't believe that like her boyfriend was having fun with people.
Right? Could you believe that?
Like, and it wasn't I wasn't trying to hook up with her boyfriend or anything like that. So it wasn't anything like that. But she thought she was gonna be like he was gonna be all soppy, like, oh, where have you been? And instead he was like passed out. We were all having a great time.
So just so you know, basically,
her, so
okay. So I'm gonna show you a picture of Tony. My boy, he's like my younger bro. This was his girlfriend, who I knew before, like I knew her from out there in the party scene, and I knew she was trouble. And then I moved back I rented out my condo, and I was living somewhere else. I came back to my condo, and we had a new neighbor. His name was Tony, and guess who was living with him? That's right, Claire.
The girl you are.
Claire. This is the girl that absolutely hates Joy, tried to talk me out of going on a date with her, talked so much shit behind Joy's back, but was also Joy's friend. So this is Claire right here. She's the brunette.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you why she hates me.
Why?
Why she hates me is one time when so she was the neighbor. Is it not working?
Oh yeah, it's bad. Right?
Okay, so why she hates me is, we were all neighbors, so everybody kind of knew each other. I wasn't actually living there, but
Claire.
I dated a guy that lived there, and I used to work there and stuff, so I knew everyone. And why she hated me is one time when we were all hanging out, when her boyfriend was out of town, we almost had a threesome, me, her, and this guy.
And yeah, and this is the girl she was trying to hook me up with. She was trying to get me. Claire was with Tony. She knew that I like Joy, and Joy was with Brian. And this girl was single, and she kept throwing this girl in my face. I'm not sure why.
Because she didn't want him to date me.
All she wanted was she was trying to.
She wanted me gone because she knew that I had information about it, and I didn't care. She'd tried to have a threesome. I didn't care.
So
she thought I was going to tell her boyfriend. I didn't.
So this girl was basically begging me to go. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine if I would have? Well, I mean, I don't know what happened, but obviously, Joy would have been. None of this would be happening right now. None of this if I would have gotten here.
No, she said, Joe, do not go on a date with Joy. And Tony said, why shouldn't he go on a date with Joy? He could get laid. He's not like he's going to marry her.
That's what he said. It's not like he's going to marry her. And it's exactly what I did. It's almost like he jinxed himself.
She did.
She jinxed herself. Yeah, so anyways, I don't even really remember what her name was. I just remember that.
Oh, we got to give, it came, I didn't see this in the package, from Brandy. It says, life is tough, but your family is stronger. Gloria, I wish you happiness. I'll read this to them. Joy, you are a badass warrior. Thank you. Rich, you seem like a truly awesome guy.
Hey, thank you.
And Annette, your smile makes my day. From Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy.
We'll read this to the ladies.
You're awesome. We really appreciate it.
You can go read it to the ladies.
I will read it to them. I'll read it to them later.
On camera. No,
okay.
I'm saying on camera.
Oh, yeah, I will. So, anyway, then this is another girl. I put it in my pocket. Okay. So just more like debauchery so that's kind of what was going on when I met Joy. Just so you guys know.
But anyway, so if it wasn't for, even though, okay, we'd known each other for a long time and we kept kind of running into each other here and there. But if it wasn't for that one drunken morning, and if I had just not said hi, then we would have never gotten together. And a lot of people might be happy about that. We have a lot of people that would probably be happier we weren't together, but now we know that it was for the better. But early on, everyone tried to break us up. So
Right. So I worked at a restaurant. I was a restaurant manager. And so when you're at a restaurant, when I grew up in restaurants, my dad owned restaurants and was a CFO. Anyways, I know restaurants. you can't have hair like this unless you're in the back, and even then, it's not even really that cool. So, no, of course I didn't always look like this, guys. This is later. This is later. This is after I've seen aliens and seen people get shot and killed. Then the hair grows out. This is before all that. So this is what Joy was working with when she met me. So she said she could tell I was depressed. She could tell I was miserable. She could tell I was overweight. But she also had her issues. But the big issue was that she could tell that I was very sad. And her mom was sad. And I think she could the reason why she left her boyfriend, he was financially stable, he was getting an inheritance, he was going to inherit a grandma's house, he had like $75,000 in the bank. They were doing pretty good. And she bailed on him to be with me, who had nothing. I was down and out. It basically caused her family not to ever talk to her again. And that's because she loves me. And she chose me over the guy with the money because she just knew that, like, hey, I don't fucking know what she knew. Look, we're still together, so she knew something. I wanted to go with the blonde. Oh shit! But I knew deep down inside that the blonde wasn't good for me. I just knew. I knew she wasn't good for me.
Molly.
No, that was I don't remember that one. There was a Molly too. There was Molly.
Molly was
Molly.
a nut.
I liked Molly though.
She was a nut.
And of course we all know everybody. I mean, this Portland's like that. Yeah, I know we really did. It's really kind of amazing. Joy and Rich forever. Thank you, SJ. Hey, that's Sarah's initials.
Oh, did you guys know this? No,
That's a nice pic. Thank you.
Guess what, you guys? You guys don't know this. Me and Richard used to wear this brand all the time. We need to get it again, but when we lost it when we were in Manhattan. Anyways, we lost so much stuff. We had to leave so much stuff when we left Manhattan because we could not, listen to this, you guys. When we left, we could only take what we could put on the plane.
Yeah.
So, like, we had, like, trash bags full of stuff that we had to just, like, throw out in
Okay,
Manhattan
somebody see ya.
We could only come home with, like, and Richard had his guitar, and he had a monitor. So, like, 2 of our bags were a guitar and a monitor as well. So we only had 2 huge suitcases and then 2 carry-ons. That's all we could bring back. So literally we left so much stuff, but we used to have all this Joy Rich stuff. It's a brand. It's called Joy Rich. No joke. They're in they're in LA and New York. And we had all this stuff that says Joy Rich. We even had the shoes. We had to leave our shoes there. Because they were old and we were like, oh, we're so bummed. But they're these K-Swiss shoes that say Joy Rich on them. And we had matching ones and we used to wear them all the time. We had to leave them. We had to throw them out because we decided which shoes we want to keep. Because it came down to, we had to leave so many shoes when we left New York because we flew. And we had accumulated things over the year we were there. And then we were like, this ain't going to fit. This ain't going to fit. It was so hard the day that we decided to do it all in one day.
It was not just hard. It was sad.
It was because we left pretty abruptly. But we knew about a couple days before we were leaving. But then we had to go to our storage unit because we had gotten a storage unit. So we had a storage unit in Vegas and a storage unit in New York. We had a tiny one in New York. They're both at CubeSmart. And our one in New York was this tiny little one that you had to climb up this ladder. We didn't know it was $65 a month. We're like, oh, that's a good deal. And then we get, oh, it's up there. So you had to climb up a ladder to get up there. You have to hoist all your stuff up there.
One person's treasure.
But anyways, I know we left so much stuff in New York. I left it like you're not supposed to do this, but we had no choice. So I would leave like a bag near the trash can, and I figure someone can have it. It was like good stuff, you know. We left like nice stuff, and like I was going to like different trash cans because you can't leave it all at one. But like we had no way to dispose of it because we didn't have a vehicle, and I didn't know where the dump is. And I was like, it was nice stuff, and we left abruptly, so we had to do it in one day. So I was like, we're just gonna leave this near the trash, and hopefully like a homeless person gets it. So I'd leave like one black trash bag of like nice stuff, and then go to another one, leave another black trash bag. And I assume people got it because it was like quality stuff that we had to just leave, and couldn't afford to like ship it all back. It would have been ridiculous. And we didn't have the time, so we decided to leave because it was just getting too hard for us there to live because we were living in hotels because it didn't work out at the condo. So we'll tell you guys that story another time. But we were actually wrongfully evicted, and we didn't realize that if you leave, you lose all your rights. So if you stay, if someone says you leave, and if you don't have to, like if they said it wrong, like because this kid was scamming us, a kid from Craigslist, we didn't know we could stay. We didn't know we had rights to stay. But since we left, you lose your rights. So we had to get a lawyer and everything because he started to harass us. He wanted more money from us. So I guess I'll get into the story a little bit. Okay. So we decided when we went to New York to get, since we don't have we never had credit, and we don't have all the, you know, verifiable income that they want for all this stuff that when you go to New York, they want all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, crazy.
So we found this guy on Craigslist, which I know that's
Hold
a
on,
scary
before
thing.
you jump into that, they were asking about how we met. So I want to show them. So at the same time, so she's dating that guy. So this is an interesting part of the story, is that this is Heidi.
Oh yeah. Heidi.
Okay, what's weird about Heidi is
Heidi
that
is hot.
she's hot, but she wanted to marry me, and the weird thing is that Heidi, like Joy, had to basically service Heidi as she came in the doors. So she was like, "Come on in, Heidi. Welcome to to come up to see me." And then she was the one, and then so it's just kind of like one of these weird things. It's like, but I don't even know why I brought that up, but that's kind of what was going on in our life at the time, and I want to show. And then this is my cat Aspen. I had a cat Aspen that I really love very much, and that's pretty much it. That's what we looked like when we met, guys.
Okay, so I'm telling the New York story.
Okay, tell them. Well, I'm trying to find one. Hold on, I want to find one.
Let me tell them real quick.
You tell them I find this photo.
So I can explain them.
You guys will
Okay.
love this one.
So you guys, so we found this kid on Craigslist. His name was Brandon, and it seemed like the best situation because it was this really nice condo in the Upper East Side, which I thought that might be. I'd never been to New York, but Richard said it's going to be a little bit boring, but that'd be fine. You can live up there, be a little bit snooze fest, and then if you want more activity, you go other parts of Manhattan because the Upper East Side's pretty boring if you guys have never been. But I said cool, and it was a 1-bedroom, but like a beautiful 1-bedroom, a really nice condo. It was going to be $4,200 a month, which is expensive, but it's New York, and that's the prices. And it's fully furnished, really nice furniture and everything. And so we gave him, gosh, I think it was $12,000, but when we first got there to even move in, I think. I'm trying to remember the numbers.
It's hard to say.
I think it was like $12,000 to even first to get there, and then or was it 12,000 total? I forget the numbers, but it was a huge amount of money, you guys. We had to pay this kid when and I say kid because he's only 28 years old, to move in first. He wants the first last deposit and the first with all other stuff, So we paid this huge amount, and we get there, and it seems great. And then we're there a month, and then and everything seems great. And then we go one more month, and so we paid the other $4,200 on top of what we had already paid. And what was it, like a week into the next month, he calls us and tells us that we need to leave within 3 days. And he's got all these list of reasons why we need to leave and blah, 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 how we violate. For one thing, if anything, he had violated the terms for us because he never even gave us a key for the mail. He told us we needed to get our own mail key, that we couldn't have mail delivered to the address that we were paying $4,200 a month. He said that he still wanted his mail delivered there, which we found really weird. So he was already these weird things. He also would not give us a closet. He locked up all the closets and kept them for himself. Like he wanted to store his own stuff in the closets, but that wasn't what we had agreed upon before we got there. So we're like, so we have no closets. We're paying $4,200 a month, and we couldn't have a closet. So we couldn't hang anything. And we're like, okay, so we have no mail key. We cannot receive mail at the place we're living. And we cannot hang up anything in the closet. And this is supposed to be our place because we were subleasing from him. So it was, subleasing.
Obviously he's gonna.
So we were like, this was already weird. So then now we're 6 weeks into it, I guess, total, right? 6 weeks into it, he says, get out within 3 days. And he says,
Hey,
you
Steve,
guys violated these things, so
thank
they're
you so
going
much. Thank you so much for the super stickers. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Hope we catch you again.
This gets worse. He tells us that he was going to be kicked out of the place, that if we didn't leave, that he was going to be kicked out as well, kind of thing. So he makes up this whole elaborate story, which is completely false. Okay, so we leave within a day.
Yeah, Steve, you're awesome for donating the $100.
Thank you
so much,
Steve.
you guys.
Really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate you watching.
Yeah, no, they're interested in the stories. So then we leave in a day, doing exactly what the kid told us to. We leave in a day. We go, fine, if you don't want us here, no, okay, we're sorry. And then we leave in a day. Well, he proceeds to harass us, wants more money on top of what we already paid. We're like, what? We left. What's the deal? He's going on and on and on. So he harasses us for 2 weeks while we're living, and he's telling us he's going to come find us, and he wants another $8,500 from us. And we're like, dude, you already took, however much it was. What was the total? I don't even know. It was like over $12,000 to this kid.
Yeah, about $11,000.
Yeah, about $12,000 to this kid. And then he wants another $8,500, and we're like, no, so we have to get a lawyer. The lawyer writes a letter. We didn't even know. We thought we were going to consultation. It's a $1,400 letter from this lawyer in New York. And then the kid stops harassing us. But get this. He said, if you didn't leave the condo, you could have stayed because he was wrongfully evicting you. But since you left, then you have no rights. You don't get your deposit back. You don't get anything back. We can just write a letter to have him stop harassing you. We're like, okay, so since we did what he asked us to do,
it was a
we
scam.
lose all of our rights.
It was a scam.
Like,
Because he never.
Oh no, yeah. If you just stayed and didn't do what he asked you to do, you would have been fine.
Because think about it, we didn't have closets, which meant he left his shit there. He had no intention of ever really leaving.
He was
knew,
planning on doing this.
That's why he did it like a low credit, like no credit check, sort of thing. And in retrospect, I could have done the credit check. I guess we were just.
But we were like, we literally, so it cost us another $1,400 just to get the lawyer to get the kids to stop harassing us, and they told us we couldn't get any of our money back, and that we lost all of our rights because we left within a day.
I love that.
Whereas if we had just sat there and argued with the kid and not done what he said and said, no, we don't have to leave him, blah, 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 which we thought that was like the wrong thing to do. We thought the right thing to do was to leave. We had no idea.
To leave, so we did.
So we left. We're like, it's his place.
He said, no, you're supposed to stand your ground here and not leave.
And we're like, what?
Joyce's like, I can tell you right now, I don't care how much money we get, you never want to stay where you're not wanted.
Right. So when people act like we squat or
We
whatever,
have dormant.
it's like,
we have dormant.
No, we could have stayed there and we left.
Like dormant would be glaring at us every day.
Well, yeah. I mean, and the kid got crazy. He tried to withhold our packages from us, our mail, which is illegal. Like after we left.
He held our mail.
Yeah, that's what was part of the lawsuit. The lawyer.
It should have been.
He was holding our mail, which is a federal offense. You can't hold people's mail because he was trying to get more money from us. He was trying to what do you call? What's that word? With the E. Exploit, or no, is that the word? Is that the word exploit?
Yeah, I know.
Where you're trying to get extra money from somebody.
The lawyer we consulted was
was totally on that kid's side. Well, here's the problem. Okay, I don't want to get into a religious thing, but the kid was Jewish and so was the lawyer, and we felt like he kind of sided with him a little bit because we were like, can't you do anything for the fact he's harassed us? He's like, well, he's a nice Jewish boy.
That's exactly what he said. He's
you
just a
should just, he'll learn his lesson,
He'll learn his lesson.
And we're like, well, he literally harassed us for 2 weeks and has been he was
threatening
us and all this
Gloria.
stuff. That's when we got the lawyer. He started to threaten Gloria.
He looked at Gloria's information where she worked.
And he said, I'm going to go after your mother, and said her address, and said Gloria
she eventually did get fired.
Yeah, and he said Gloria was doing this little job, and he said the name of the job. And we were like, no, that's way too far. And that's when we got the lawyer, and then we were like, this is not okay. And he's like, oh, he'll learn his lesson after getting this letter. And we're like, yeah, the letter that cost us $1,400 after he just harassed us and threatened Gloria and stuff. Yeah, so it was really bad. So then we didn't want to get another place in New York while we were there. We were really gun shy about it in a sense because we always kind of get scammed because people go, how do you guys? Because we don't have all of the things that everyone wants always, of you have this, and this. So you end up getting the people that take advantage of people that don't have all those things. We don't have great credit. We don't have, everything that they want. In New York, they want your firstborn child there, which is a good place in New York.
Yeah, those are all great ideas.
It's very difficult. So you usually have to sublease from someone.
PB, you're right, but the problem is that
not so great.
We're not the kind of people that have the kind of money that can afford lawyers to sue other lawyers. That's high level shit, because lawyers don't sue other lawyers, and you have to pay them a lot if you want them to. So it's just one of those things where we already paid. The last thing we want to do is pay another lawyer to sue another lawyer and
we
write a
felt
letter.
bad too because we kind of liked the kid too, and he was fresh out of Hebrew school, and even though he got really upset with us, but we were like, we really didn't want him to get in any more trouble, and he did stop harassing us, but we were felt that we could have would have been right to get a little bit of our money back because we gave him a lot of money for.
Audrey's story wants.
We had 6 weeks.
Yeah, we'll do cave stories later tonight.
6 weeks there, and we gave him $12,000. I think it was. That was what was it? Because it was. What would it be? 4,200 times. Basically, so we were there for. We paid for 2 months, and what did you do? First, last deposit. So how much does that equal to? Whatever. We were doing it in different increments. That's why I can't remember. It was hard for us, too. We gave him everything we had. I was working so hard to get it, and that's why he didn't understand, too. When he asked us for more, we did not have it. We were like, dude, we gave our last dollar to that darn lawyer, too, when, we were in a hotel room, and we had paid for the hotel for a week, luckily, and then we had, we literally had, $1,400, and we, maybe $1,450, and the lawyer, we didn't know he was going to charge us that day, too. We thought it was a consultation, and then before we knew, he's all, oh, $1,400, and we're like, oh, wait, what? Can we, now? You want that now? He said, oh, yeah, you have to pay that now. We're like, Like, you did, because he did this thing where he talked to his secretary on the thing and told her to write up the things. So before, while we're still in the room, the letter's already written. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's written. It's
Joe wants to know that, like, I interrupt Joy all the time, and Joy wants to know if that bothers you or not when I interrupt you so much.
Only sometimes. Sometimes it does, but not very often, because he does it all the time. But sometimes it does if I feel like you guys can't hear what I'm saying, but not very often, because we do it a lot, so. I'm kind of used to it.
I love listening.
How we interact.
Well, a lot of times, especially here, I mean, I do interrupt her when we're on our own. You guys don't see that. But when I'm interrupting here, I'm interrupting her to give her comments that are going from the field.
Yeah, but I think you think sometimes people can hear two people talking at once, and that's really hard to understand two people at once.
No, he wondered if you were the ones. They can hear us both. I mean, we have two microphones, and they're both on monitor.
I know. But how do you think they hear two people when they're talking at the same time?
Well, they have to choose one or the other to listen to. Quite honestly, I mean, it's like you got one left ear. It's like back in the day they used to put the stereos.
It's like a radio where they can just turn one of us on and the other one off.
You could go left to right, I imagine.
Though.
No, you can't. You can just, if you
it just becomes like a mush.
Just go into your phone and just do the balance to the left or the right, and depending on which mic we have, you'll have just one of our voices. So if it bothers you that I interrupt somebody, just mute me out and just listen to her.
If they could. No, I'm just saying. In the military, when I was
looking
in the
like
Air
a movie
Force,
star. Ooh.
Feeling
like a movie
we
star.
had to listen to a bunch of different radios, but you could turn some of them off. But I liked listening to all of them, and I actually got really good at that.
What?
Of listening to different things and understanding, but like it's a skill I feel like to do. You can do it a little bit where you can hear multiple conversations, but it's difficult.
Thank you for sharing your experiences. Love you so much, Rich and Joy. That's from SJ.
Thank you.
Which, isn't that your sister's initials, maybe?
Well, it's just Sarah and Joy.
What's your sister's middle name?
My sister's middle name is Rachel.
SR.
Yeah. But
this is what we drink.
It was always Sarah and Joy. Yeah.
This is what we're drinking, guys. They're asking what we're drinking.
So I have one sister,
Seltzer
Sarah Rachel, and she is in Nampa, I guess is what we decided, which she used to be in Napa. Why I say that is we're from California. My sister never left California except for like a second to come up to Portland to go to Montessori school. My sister was like a California girl all the way, but she ended up marrying this guy, and just I think to she just married this guy, and they moved to Idaho, but I guess the town is called Nampa, but they were in Napa, and now they're moving. This is just one extra letter. There's an M in there. Nampa and Napa.
Yeah.
But I think they're extremely different. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been to Napa. I've never been to Napa.
Napa's wine country. Napa is like the best place in the world to live, I guess. No, I've heard that. It's number one. It's the best run city in the United States.
Napa?
Real
You
quickly.
looked it up?
But listen, the reason why we all get along here is because
I
Joy's mother is from Long Island. And Melinda and Melba was saying they call it the Woody Allen effect. When you actually listen, like some people can listen better when there's a lot of people talking. They kind of just jump from like blah, 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 blah. So if you're with a big loud family like Joy's from or me, we're kind of used to, I mean, like I'm surprised, I'm waiting for her to interject right now. I mean, quite honestly, because that's just the way we go, you know?
Yeah.
And it teaches you to talk quickly.
Well, yeah, I know my mom talked very loud, that's for sure. So my mom is from Long Island, and she never once lost her New York accent. Like, not even a tiny bit. Not her or her parents. And they left New York in, like, 1979 or somewhere around there.
I appreciate that.
And then my mom died in 2005. It was, like, literally we used to say, like, she'd, like, just, like, stepped off the boat in New York or whatever. Like
I'm
it was
the
like
same way, Amber.
Her accent was so thick, and now I don't hear that very much in New York. I miss that accent.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys.
You don't hear it as much.
No, I miss it when I meet someone that's got it. I'm like, oh man.
You almost have to leave Manhattan to hear
I'm so nostalgic for it because I used to hear. I heard it my whole life, and I had an accent when I was young because I sounded like my mom, and my dad didn't like it. He wanted me to not sound like a New Yorker, I guess, but I miss that accent. I don't know if you guys know it. So some of you New Yorkers know the old New York accent. It's so rare now when you go, at least to Manhattan.
That's cool, Albert. Albert says instead of going to the casino, he's going to start sharing money with us.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm missing New York right now. I really don't think I'm going to go back. And I'm having this like sadness about it, but like I feel like
Whoa.
it wouldn't make sense at this point for me to ever go back
Congratulations.
unless Annette goes with us, and Casper at that point too. I
We
need
don't know what the
Casper
future
and
holds.
Annette to go. That would be the only way. So I don't think I'm gonna go ever on my own again. And so I'm glad to be here because I want to be with everybody. But there's definitely like I'm trying to like let go of New York a little bit because I have a sadness there. But deep down I don't really want to
Listen.
fully be there either though, because New York.
This is what I want to
Hard
say.
to describe.
Joe Strummer once wrote, "The future is unwritten."
No, but the thing about New York, it's difficult for me because I love New York more than any place in the whole world. Like, I don't know. New York is just like everything to me. But living
US Air
there
Force.
is so hard. Like, it's so hard. Like, it's just day in and day out in New York
They
is
want the
so
alien story
hard,
now.
but
They
it's
want the
so
alien story.
awesome too. So it's hard to describe. So it's like one of those things that's like, every day you love it and hate it at the same time while you're there. And then
Thank
when
you,
you go
PS.
away, you just want to go back. But while you're there, you're just like, day in and day out, it gets very tiring. Because it's like, especially if you live in the city, then you walk everywhere and stuff, which is awesome about it. But some days you just get tired because you're just like, you are always walking, you're always working, because there's so much money going out and so much money has to come in. Like, you're just constantly on that treadmill there.
I'm such a
So
dork.
you never
I know
relax
country.
in New York, like at all. You
We
don't
love country.
relax.
Hi, Jared. We appreciate you, Daisy. Melinda's so sweet. Hi, can I show? I'm Jared. Just that's cool. PS. Yeah. They want to hear an alien story. They want to hear the story about the aliens.
Oh, well, the thing is, we still to this day don't know exactly like what we filmed, and I wish we did. I wish we knew the answer, but like it was right after the Mandalay Bay shooting. We lived right there, right behind the Luxor and the Mandalay Bay, and the airport is close to there, and there's the helicopters that come in there. But we'd been seeing that for years. Like, we knew what that looked like. But then this one night, which was really weird, it was on the anniversary of my mom's death, is what
So
makes
weird.
it weirder. Richard filmed all of these things, and I was depressed. Like, I used to not get up, like, definitely on my mom's anniversary. Like, I would be in bed all day. So
Every November.
Richard was filming outside, which he used to always take his camera outside and film, like, the stars and the moon and stuff. He had one of the big old telephoto things, so telephoto lenses, so he would film the moon all the time. And this one night, he like ripped me out of bed, and it was on November 18th, 2017. And I was just like, what? And I come out there, and I'm looking, I'm like, what is that? I mean, I was like, oh, what is that? I see what you're saying. And it was really hard to describe. It was just like these lights that they were just going, and like, for like the longest time, like he filmed it for like how many hours?
Well, it's not that. It was only like 20 or 30 minutes, but it was a really long time. It seems.
Okay, well, 20, 30 minutes, whatever it was.
But it went on forever. My batteries ran out.
Yeah, I was gonna say battery ran out. I don't know. You guys know it'd be time frame, but felt like an eternity that they were kind of like in a not really like going away. It was just kind of like almost like in a circular kind of motion where they were just going, or it was like so many of them that they just were going for so long. I don't know.
Here you go. Here's the video that Joy and I made.
We don't know what it is.
That maybe you guys, maybe any
Lights came in.
Are there any military experts out there?
A in the
That's
Luxor.
me. I sound like a little kid.
A in the Luxor.
That's me in
And these
2017.
lights came in, and we started to observe these formations. Now, at first we thought it was planes, since it's right near the route on McCarran. Then we realized it was too slow for planes. So then we thought it was helicopters.
Welcome, England.
Then we
Thank you,
realized
Jennifer.
it was too slow and too many for helicopters, and we'd seen what planes and helicopters look like as they came through this route all the time, because that was the route by McCarran, and we'd lived there for 4 years. Now, as you see, when you speed it up, these formations, and this one vessel is going back and forth, which we like to refer to as Yoda. Now, as far as we can tell, these are UFOs. If anyone else thinks otherwise, please let us know. Now, this happened, and the next day, we
That's
lived
Joy.
right near Mandalay Bay, right behind. As you see, right behind the
This was the
Luxor and
suspicious
Mandalay
part, guys,
Bay.
right here.
And there's this water.
Nobody's
area
ever
right
here.
there
This was the
behind.
part that was like
And
the
then,
next morning.
McCarran is not too far by there. Now that we lived there 4 years, and the next day these men come to check out the water district, which no one had ever gone there in 4 years to this level where they're in scuba
Look at these
gear.
guys.
And they were searching the top of the water district for hours and hours. And it was the strangest thing. All these vehicles, all these government vehicles, tons of them. And they were looking like something had gone awry and they didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, so that's a little short there. No, it was really weird. So that's the UFO alien story, guys. Hey, thank you. This is England for joining. All right. Awesome. We got a new member today. This is England. I'm so glad you joined. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for this super sticker. Jennifer Gomez, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So what
We got a new member and on the alien story.
Hey.
Yeah, they loved
Oh.
it. Jennifer gave us $10.
Hey, thank you,
And this is England.
Hey,
Yeah,
this is Vegas. Did you show him that this is Vegas?
Oh, I
once?
should, huh?
Yeah.
Let me show him that
from
next.
the cave. So I got one.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Amanda, for the ride today. I don't know if Amanda's in here. I haven't had a chance to look at my phone. I was going to take a bath. That's why I took off all my, I always wear all that crap. I was about to jump in the bath, and now I've been blogging for however long because we have so much fun with you guys. But yeah, when we lived in the cave, we changed to This is England to This is Vegas, and we sang it from the cave. And there's a video of us. So we were always filming ourselves. So this is nothing new. So if you guys are like, why in the world would you have these fights filmed? If you think, like, if it's, why would you, like, this must happen all the time, or this is staged or something. It's like, no, Richard films everything, and if there's a fight, he definitely grabs a camera, and he always has.
Well, here's
always.
Right. So here's okay. Before we jump out there, so this was what I wanted to do was become a photographer, and what I thought that meant was you go places where people don't go. So I would go hang out in places like where all the homeless people hang out, and try to take their photos and interview them and stuff like that. And one day I got jumped, and this was so I was looking for the other.
I'm bleeding pretty bad, and these are the guys right here. I got attacked by this guy right here.
They're driving off. They tried to get my cameras.
This was in 2019 in Vegas. This is 2019 Vegas.
So I tried to catch them.
Hi, yes, I would like to report an assault. I am currently at Valley View, right across from Charlie Frias. There is a couple of homeless people. I was walking by to Raider Stadium, take some photos, and I was attacked by rocks and also golf clubs, trying to steal my camera. Fortunately, I don't know if they damaged my camera.
He had
but
blood all over his camera.
I was able to get away. But if you want to get them, I will tweet you their vehicle. I got their vehicle on video.
So there I am.
And there's me too.
There's Joy when she was so pissed. Like, what the hell? What the hell happened here? Indiana, Richard. My boyfriend actually, man, she's very smart when he could. That's not what I said. Wow, that's crazy. I know. Look, you can see the well. See, that's a. See
Yeah,
the.
they hit him with a golf club.
That's a golf club right there. You can see that.
Yeah, it was really bad. We actually used CBD cream. We
yeah,
had really good CBD cream back then.
You actually could see.
There you go.
You actually could see that the brand. You could see that it was a Wilson. That's what was funny. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I think I'm just kind of feeling. Look at that fucking welt. I don't remember it being that big. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Yeah, he was. What happened? We got
Ouch,
this
ouch.
really good CBD cream. That's what we were.
The CBDs help. But you notice, see, my hair was starting to grow longer, and for the longest time, I had this red stain in my hair.
Yeah, it was so bad.
And so as my hair got longer, I always had the red stain in there. So look at this bandage she did on me. Look at Joy bandaging him with ice.
I did. I duct taped him. I duct taped ice to him.
Thanks, give me a Rich. Let's take Rich, get all the cysts off of him. He got attacked today. Let's clear him off all these little cysts that got on little Rich, poor little baby bear.
We used to do this tagging thing where we would say like
Oh,
that there were cysts.
man, I
Jedi
forgot about all
cysts.
that.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was fun two times, guys.
Oh man, my eyes are watering.
Your eyes are watering?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I'm being tired. So I am tired today. So I had to get up super. Oh, I don't know if I told you guys. I had to get up really early this morning because I had to do all of the grocery shopping before we took the rental. So I had to make sure I got to the stores as soon as they opened, like at 6 a.m., did the grocery shopping, then came back, and then we took the rental. Had to be, and we had to go to Henderson. We have to go to Henderson for the rental because it's way cheaper to go to Henderson to get a rental than if we got it locally. They charge way more, like astronomically more. And you go, oh, wasn't it more expensive like the Uber? No, it's like astronomical here to get a rental. So we go out there and then we have to Uber back. But so then we went over there, and then when we got back, we had to go pick up the other car with Amanda. It took us there, so that was great. But I did take a shower at some point, but I wanted to take a bath because I was so sweaty. It's so sweaty today. Ugh, I hate sweating. But I think I'm just tired because we were up late too, and then I'm so glad we got the car back.
Oh, Father.
It feels so good, and it worked out so good because the fact that like the rental ended today. And then we got that credit card in the mail yesterday.
I know, Joy was a genius.
And
she
then,
duct tapes everything. Everything, great idea with the ice.
Guess what? My grandpa, he's the funniest guy. He was. My mom's dad, he's the one from New York, from Long Island, New York. He drove on the MTA bus for 30 years in New York City. He was a bus driver for the MTA, the bus line there. And,
Oh, thank you, content. It
he
made
was
me who I am.
obsessed with
Made me a
duct
better
tape.
photographer.
My grandpa, he was a bus driver, so he wasn't like a handyman. He's always like, I drive a bus. I don't know how to fix things around the house. So he loved duct tape. That was like his favorite thing. So when he died, they said my mom went out there. Like I didn't go for that. I don't go for that stuff.
Yeah, let's
like
go read the net to know.
I don't ever like to go with the thing where you go when someone dies. I didn't even as a child. He died when I was 10. So hold on.
Oh.
One second. My mom went, and my mom said they found hundreds of rolls of duct tape because my grandpa was one of the men who had lived through the Great Depression. So he hoarded, but not to the level like Gloria hoarding. This was like very clean, organized hoarding, but he would have like a lot of the things that he liked. And so they found like hundreds of rolls of duct tape because that was just, my grandpa was like, he'd say, duct tape can fix anything. And it really can fix most things. I mean, you can use it in the car. I duct taped the car when they didn't put the bolt for a second until we could take it back to him.
No, we don't have any kids.
Duct tape.
We've only been married to each other, so that's it. Come on, let's
right.
go read the note
Yeah,
to
go read the
everybody.
note.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
And let them know that was all the goodies they've been getting.
Where's Nettie Bear? Is she in her room? There she is. She's waking up. Hi, Nettie. She just woke up, guys, but I'll read this note to you. Life is tough, Annette, but your family is tougher. Gloria, I wish you happiness, joy. You are a badass warrior. Rich, you seem like a truly awesome guy. Annette, your smile makes my day. From Brady Gray.
Brandy.
Oh, sorry, Brandy Gray. Yeah. I love you, Annette.
I do too.
I love you. We're gonna have a good day. We're gonna do some art this week, okay?
Bye.
We're gonna use Tiffany's art supplies and whoever somebody. Oh, what happened? What happened?
The husband is cheating. So he asked me a question.
Oh, here, pause it for a second. Listen, we have here. We'd like you to. They have a note for you.
A note?
Yeah. So, if you could, just read this note.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, wait. Let me get the camera over here so they can see you. Go.
Okay. Life is tough, but your family is tougher. Gloria, I wish you happiness, joy. You are a badass warrior. Rich, you seem like a truly awesome guy. Annette, your smile makes my day. From Brandy, great. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you.
And she donated to our cause and gave us a bunch of supplies.
Brandy is a girl?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, we look like a man. Brandy.
Yeah, it could be a man's name, I guess.
Oh, I see.
But I think in this case it's a female.
Okay.
Yeah, was that nice?
Sweet, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
How do you get that filmed?
They mailed it to us.
The mail that? Oh,
They sent it with the Amazon package.
Richard, do you have an envelope? Will
Yes.
you get me an envelope with a stamp?
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I'm sure mail this.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah.
What is it for?
Oh, this is something that I have to do with the lawyers here. I have to mail this.
Okay.
To answer questions.
Let's see what it is.
So I need to answer this. Yeah.
No, you don't have to
The
do
last thing, yes, I do, honey. It's lawyers. I had to answer the last thing.
Don't respond to these.
Oh, honey, if I don't respond, they're gonna put me in jail. Okay, honey. Get ready.
Go- It's too late for that. It's too late for that. She said she's responding to these lawyers that are trying to collect money for her. I said, don't write them a letter. They'll hound you forever. And she said, oh, the lawyers will put me in jail. I said, it's too late for that. We already saved you from that last year. So thank you guys. Good. She wanted to mail stuff off to those lawyers for the lawsuit. I told her not to worry about it. I said, I don't think I actually just think it's just a fancy collection notice.
Yeah, whatever happened, do you still need to go to the courthouse with her?
No, that's what she's talking about. She wants to mail that off. Do you want me to have her? I can mail it off if you want me to. She has a letter. Give her a stamp. She's writing a letter about
Okay,
like
I'll
how
just-
she can't afford it. I think that's what she has to do.
Okay.
Hi, voices. Oh yeah, no, Gloria's doing way better. I mean, before she was living in deep denial. I mean, she still kind of is. So that's why it was a little irritating at times. But come on, I mean, we know she's better because her bills are paid. That she has food in the fucking fridge. There are no rats running around. You know what I mean? So they're just little things. Whether she knows it or not, whether she attributes that to us, that's the big question. Sometimes she thinks like, why are those two people here? And I'm like, Gloria. She doesn't actually quite say that, but that's kind of the vibe we would get
Man, I'm
sometimes.
really excited about our new key.
Wait, where's the envelope you said?
Oh, she's an envelope too. Yeah.
Everything went totally great. Hey, thank you, totally, Tiffany. How are you? I'm glad everything worked out. Melinda, I bet you. Oh, I know. Melinda, I bet Melinda's a great cook. HFF gangbang. Wait, sorry, what did I say? Oh, I said gang gang. I thought I said something else. Jared, not as far as you. Oh, I like you, Melinda. That's cute. I got the best news today. What is it? Gangbang. That's what I thought it said. HFF gangbang. Well, they said gang gang is what they wrote, but who writes gang gang? HFF gang gang. I mean, and then I wasn't even thinking anything about it. I was just thinking like it was just like, you know, like a phrase. I was like, oh, wait, that's not an appropriate phrase typically. Wait till you all learn about my messy family. Can Joy help mine too? Probably. She helped mine. But I did have to cut some out. Yes, blood is not thicker than water. Well, sometimes... Yeah, water is actually what you need.
You know what I just found? If people, for those naysayers, I'm like,
Where's the envelope?
oh yeah, I'm gonna envelope. Hold on. Look at this, you guys.
We love you the
Look at
best.
this crap. Look at how much. Look at these turds. This wasn't even the final total. This was those turds that did the Porsche that's not even done. That nothing. Look at this. Do you see how much they charge? They actually charge us more. And it was like everything was 98 was the total. But to take home a broken car.
It's ridiculous sometimes.
Broken car. Can you believe that? We have a lawsuit against those guys too, but we can't afford it.
Yet, we get
We
it.
can't afford it until we can. You have to get the car fixed to sue them. You have to show what they broke in order to sue them. So you have to fix it. We can't afford another
I have to go.
$10,000
Thank you so much for sharing your stories.
stupid car.
I love coming to your channel. Y'all are so relatable, just good down to earth people. Thank you so much. Nice of you to say. Much love to all of you guys. See you in the next chat.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you, Joanna.
great. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
PB.
really
Can I ask a
appreciate it.
personal question? Do you ever call Gloria mom? Yeah, sometimes. Can I ask why you're not? Because I call Joy mom. And so it gets confusing. And the reason why I call her Joy mom is because I've just spent so much time with her for 10
Well,
years.
no, because you didn't. Gloria never was a
But also,
mom to you.
she's very much mom like this one.
Gloria was never a mom to him. So
I'm not the
that's
first person to call Joy mom, by the way.
But the reason is because Gloria was never really a mom, and so as soon as I became like a mom, then he started calling me a mom.
Rip off mechanics.
And it actually irritates Gloria when he does that, when she hears him say that. She can give her that envelope.
Okay,
But
here you
he started calling me mom when we first got together because Gloria's was never really a mom. And so I've always been like a mom to him because I had a really good mom. even though she killed herself, she was a really good mom while she was alive. So I've always been very motherly, and it actually irritated me at first. I was like, don't call me mom. It's annoying. Like, I'm younger than you. You make me feel like an old lady. And because I was like young and he's calling me mom. But then I got used to it. But no, Gloria hates it because she does that, and she's like, conjuring mom. Yeah, and Annette doesn't call her mom either. So I think that says something. They'll be like, oh, is she a great mom? Well, her children don't call her mom. That's weird, right? I guess it's an honor to be called a mom. And if your kids don't like you, they call you by your first name. Yeah, they call her Gloria all the time. Annette always called her Gloria. That's weird. So, Gloria's gotten much better, but she's not a mom, and that's what I'm always trying to talk about is, yeah, she's gotten better where we kind of like, she'll cook a little bit, but she just doesn't care about her children. Like, it's not what she thinks about. She thinks about herself, and I've never seen anything. Like, her thought is like way later about her children. Like, after they'd already be like dead, like if she actually, like if it wasn't for like the universe kept them alive, all of them, one of them died, but is because she just doesn't think about her children. Like, even when they were babies, luckily Richard was raised by his grandma a little bit when he was really young, because otherwise he'd be dead. Because Gloria just, it's like, she just, like with Annette, she'll come so late, like after we've done like it'll be like, wow, if this is when you're finally just like coming to like check on her or something, like after like it'll be like all day we've taken care of all this stuff for her, and then Gloria will like half hours like, oh, Annette, like as if I'm like, if this had been like the first thing you had checked on all day or something, you could see why Annette was in the condition she was. And that's it. Richard, there's ice behind us if you're hearing that ruckus. But it's just weird. That's what frustrates me is I've never seen a mother care so little for her children. Even mothers that have been like taken away from their children or let other people raise their children or something, like they still like felt like, I've never seen someone so detached from their children but then be so demanding of their children. Like Gloria basically wants her children to take care of her. Like that's how it's been like her whole life. Like it's like, oh yeah, and she thought like we laughed that she says retired. Like she's been retired her whole life. So, and it was always her kids' fault. It was always her kids needed to pay for everything, that her kids needed to take care of. Richard's been sending his mom money like his whole life. I mean, he's always been taking care of his mom. I mean, she's just been a burden his entire life. And before we lived here, she used to text him like 100 times a day. It was insane. Like just negative stuff. Just blah, 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 but nothing that you could even help. It was just like, oh, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. That's why she went to the casinos and gambled away, and then woe is her, woe is her. And we didn't know how much she was gambling. We knew she gambled, but we had no idea how much she gambled. And we really thought she was struggling, but now we realize if she didn't gamble, she would have never been struggling. We thought she gambled a little bit and was just going to be struggling, and so we were always trying to help, but we didn't realize all the struggle came from the gambling. So without the gambling, there would have been no issue, and that's what we didn't know. That's why we got our lawyer and everything to get her house refinanced. We got this house lowered to $1,400 a month. That's what she still remembers. $1,300, and now she didn't pay it. We paid a lawyer for 2 years, $600 a month. Panda and Associates, if you guys know them locally here in Vegas, they're really good. But they got it lowered, and Gloria didn't pay. And she said she was paying. To the day we moved in, she said she was paying, as they were going to evict her with the foreclosure notices. She said she was paying. But since she didn't pay, it's now up to $2,200 a month. So, like, we got it refinanced for no reason. Like, she literally didn't pay after it was refinanced. And that's why they don't trust Gloria and why they barely approved it this time. Like, we were, like, pulling teeth to get, like, there was times when we were, like, thought it didn't go through, and we'd get a letter from the bank, and we would just be like, lose it here. We're like, no, because it was, like, the first a couple months, like, it was, everything was on the line because there were so many liens on the house, and there were so many people that were like trying to close on the house.
We got her to stop gambling.
And Gloria still wouldn't admit anything was going on, and
we got
her
to stop gambling by taking away her access to her checking account.
This is the only way.
It's the only way.
If she has
access,
manage
the account.
She still the other day was asking for money. She wants money again because she wants to go gambling again. She was like, wants cash again, and we can't give it to her because she'll gamble and there is no extra money. And if you say, even if there's extra money, if we send her, her attitude is so nasty when she starts gambling.
nasty.
And there isn't enough money in the world for Gloria to gamble. I mean, she would gamble 24/7 to like
Have
every
fun, Daisy.
dime that you'd ever have. Like, she doesn't care. She was making Annette homeless for her gambling addiction. She doesn't care. It's like, it's no regard for any other human when she gets in the casino. It's like she doesn't care at all. And then once she leaves the casino, when she loses again, she then starts calling and realizing, oh, I need to get cigarettes for Annette, or I'm out of Diet Coke for Annette, or I have no food for Annette, or something. And running out of cigarettes and Diet Coke was worse than running out of food for Annette, because those are the two things she's like obsessed with. Without cigarettes and Diet Coke, she would scream like bloody murder back then. She would just scream at the top of her lungs, and Gloria would call us being like, can you bring over some cigarettes and Diet Coke? And we're like, we were doing this all the time. We're like, geez, what is going on that you are that low on funds? But still, it was like, we thought maybe just the end of the month thing sometimes, you know, because she would often say we would bring over the Pall Mall cigarettes and Diet Coke and stuff. And then often she'd be like, can I have $40 and stuff? Because we were giving her a lot of money, like $600
One
here,
time she
$300
called
here.
us, she said,
But then she started saying like $40, and we're like, this is not good. Like,
and then she
she's
needed
asking-
money to get Annette cigarettes.
Yeah.
And we didn't have our car. We didn't have enough money. I mean, we were struggling too after COVID. We were like, wait a minute, how do you not have money? And Annette goes without cigarettes for 10 days.
And we were like, oh
she was
no.
screaming, I
And we
guess.
didn't realize Gloria was spending all the money. So like the dad set her up that she should have been fine.
A lot
And
of money.
she wasted it all. And so then the time that we were struggling, we didn't expect Gloria to be struggling as well, because we had always been trying to help, but we thought like once we got the loan refinanced and all that, we thought she should be fine. So when she started coming to us when we had no money, we were like, this is not good. Like, this is So that's kind of when we left Manhattan and stuff. It had a lot to do with Gloria, because she started asking us for money so much in Manhattan, and so we were wiring her money through our it was through the account.
Emily says, so glad that we paid attention and took action. It wasn't like that. She was paying attention. She was picking up like the stuff she's telling you. Like, I noticed she was asking for money in Manhattan. I don't even remember that. Like she logged it, so it was all adding up in her head, and so that's why she let us back here.
What was weird is like,
where I'm like, I wouldn't even know. I've been like, what?
Becoming where like it would like. She would sometimes need such a small amount. So like early on, we always gave her a lot of money. So that I understood, you know, it's like, okay, if she wants that, I just think she needs it. But when it came such a small amount, I'm like, oh, wow, you're saying like, because this was the big amount, obviously she would gamble away. Does that make sense? But now it's like, you're getting where like, you don't even have like $20 to get in that cigarette. That's really bad. So, because what would happen early on is she had enough money coming in or something, whatever she was doing, that like it never got to that low with her gambling addiction, if that makes sense. So I was realizing her gambling addiction was getting so bad that they were running out of cigarettes for Annette and things like that.
Yeah.
Whereas early on, it was just more like she might run out of money to gamble, but still had some money for Annette or something. I don't know. It was never to that level.
No, we love Gloria. We just had to take the reins, and people don't give up power easily. So it
was awful when we first got
here.
I mean, she was sinking the ship.
They're asking if you hate Gloria.
No.
I know. I'm like, no. So they get along great.
No, I was just talking about the. Actually, I've been giving Gloria all these shirts. I don't know if you guys saw. So these are my shirts.
Thank you, Green Diesel.
That I try to find ones that are a little bit big for me. Like if I got a shirt that's a little bit big, Gloria likes to think that she's smaller than she is. So I like to sometimes give her my shirts, and she likes to wear them because she's extra small. But so I've been giving her these shirts, and so I don't know if you guys saw. She had on a yellow one yesterday, and today she has on a blue one. Yellow one was her Lion King one yesterday, and today she has on Mickey Mouse. So I've been just putting them on her bed in the morning. She likes that they're just shirts I had. They look brand new because
so relatable. Yeah. Just so you know, no. This whole channel is about getting people off of Coca-Cola and Pepsi and sodas. No, sugar is a serious drug. You're absolutely right. It's a hell of a drug. Very addictive. That guy was right, whatever he just said. He said, Coke's a hell of a drug. Don't do it. Do not do Coca-Cola. Do not do Pepsi. It's the most addictive thing you'll ever take.
It's irritating because people try to, say that we're on drugs. And yes, we have done drugs in our past, and the drug was cocaine, and I've admitted that. But this whole channel is about addiction.
Why wouldn't you do it? I mean, the president's doing it.
No, okay, Richard, that you're not helping the point.
I'm
He tries to say things to be funny, but sometimes it doesn't really. When we're talking something serious, it's not the right time, So what I'm saying is we're here for a lot of people are here that have done things in their past that are trying to, get over these addictions. And so we're not here. There might still be people that are watching that are in their addiction, but they're here because they want to get out of it. So we're not trying to just like pass judgment to people like you're this, you're that. But we want to say all the things that we have done to let you guys know that don't feel bad for anything that you are doing. So but if you know it's bad for you, like try to get out of that thing, but don't like put shame on yourself, but try to, do what's better for you kind of thing. But there's a lot of people that will shame, say, "Nah, nah, nah." And that's why the drug thing is irritating, because we did cocaine in our past, okay, and we smoked weed. If you consider weed a drug, then fine. And I also was addicted to sugar and caffeine, which are actually drugs, and those are actually addictive. But I don't do those anymore. So we do weed, and and we do a protein diet at keto, and we drink only water. We don't now. Oh, I also was addicted to alcohol, and that's highly addictive. And I quit that addiction, and I quit my bulimia addiction, and we quit. Coke is not an addiction physical, but you get addicted to wanting to do it for sure. I mean, you totally get addicted to the habit. So we had to quit that habit. And all of these things we can kind of thank Annette for, because by taking care of Annette, we had to get over our own addictions. So why we get upset is because it's kind of ridiculous to think that like we're here caring for Annette and we're doing drugs, because Annette is pretty much a 24/7 care where we always need to kind of know where she is. She doesn't luckily walk too far anymore, but she needs us around. She doesn't like when we're gone. So we're always worried if we're gone too long, if we have to go, once Marin's like earlier, we had to take the rental back and stuff, because she doesn't ever want to go with us. So when we go do things, we try to get back as soon as possible. And when we're here, she just likes knowing we're here, whether she's sleeping or in her room. But like for years, she was alone, and she hated it. And so we spend most of our day just being home. And that's why we love this channel, because we can hopefully get paid to hang out with Annette and hang out with all of you guys, and then not have to leave the house as much, because Annette does not want to move. She doesn't want to go do things. It's very difficult. Like, she doesn't want to go hang out somewhere. She wants to be home, and she wants to walk. That's about it.
That's all she wants to do.
So she goes on her walks when she needs to get out and have her free time. And then she comes back, and then she wants to either, she doesn't want to interact with us too much. She likes to primarily be in her room, but she wants us here. She does not like when we're not here. Like, if we're not here, she really can't sleep. I mean? Like, I've always noticed that as soon as we leave, because we have the little Find My on her, it doesn't always catch her, but it's she has it on her wrist. It's AirTag. If you guys want to add all my stuff on today, I was gonna take a bath about an hour or two ago, but
3 hours ago.
I took off all my stuff. I feel so naked. I usually have all kinds of charms and necklaces and stuff these days.
Oh, jeez, you're beautiful.
But I know that's nice. But anyways, but she just likes us being here, and it makes her feel like she's loved and there's a family and a household, because growing up they did have that. I mean, Richard's house, Gloria's never been the best mom, but she, there was a household there. The dad always played music and stuff, and then when the dad died, it was just Gloria, and this became like a horror house. I mean, it was really no one. So I know even when I was here early on, when everyone would leave, I was like, I don't want to be here. I mean, for one thing, there was mice really bad, and they'd come out more when no one was home, and you'd be like, ooh. Hey, and it was dark and so dirty and gross and stuff. And so and no lights, and electricity was going on and off because Gloria would pay it for sporadically. They turned it on and off and whatever. You never knew. And Gloria would think all the power went out in the street when she'd not pay her electricity bill. But so we early on started paying the electricity bill for her, and she didn't even have a phone when we first got here. Oh God, it was a mess. She didn't have anything in her car. She had 4 flat tires on her car. It was a disaster when we first got here. So we started right away, improving stuff for the house, but it's just been so long, and it's been about 1.5 years now, and people are like, oh, it's still dirty, and we're still working on. Thank you, Vivian, Maxwell, and Grace for the bed bug spray, because I've been doing that every day. You guys both, thank you for that. And thank you, Randy, today for all the wonderful supplies, and whoever sent the paper towels. I don't know if it was Brandy or Grace or someone new. Thank you guys. It means the world to us, because it's really weird, like when you don't have money the first things to go are things like cleaning supplies, and like those are so necessary too. And they wonder like why poor people are dirty. It's not always that they want to be. It's literally like it's expensive to be clean, because like you can do some level of cleaning like with like a sponge, but like not very much. Like literally without dish soap, it's very difficult. Like I don't know if you've ever tried to clean dishes without dish soap or something, or even some bleach or something. Sometimes I felt bad Gloria would be putting the bleach on the list, and I'm like, I can't afford it right now. Like it was like, do you want milk or bleach? Which thing you want to drink today? You know what I mean? And it was coming down to that. So like until we had the supplies, I felt bad. I felt like sometimes I think Gloria, we try to shadow Gloria a little bit from all of the stuff, even though it's her fault, because she gets when we tell her, she gets upset, you know, and then she sulks. But so we often don't want to tell her when we don't have money, even though we don't, because then she worries more. So she'll be like putting things on the list, and I don't want to be like, I can't literally afford bleach right now, because then she'll start panicking. And she did it, but then she'll act like she didn't, because it's going, So we honestly keep a lot of stuff from her, even though she was the one that did it. But every once in a while we have to kind of be like, hey, because when she doesn't realize why we're here, we're like, Gloria, come on. But a little bit is our fault, because we haven't, like sometimes we'll just handle stuff and not really fill her in, because she does get really worried as soon as she hears about anything. And she was worried all these years. So that's why people are like, as much as Gloria might get frustrated if we have to tell her what to do or control her finances, she actually likes us here, because she was so worried for years. And both of Gloria and Annette. She was too proud to admit it. She knew she needed help. She knew she had a gambling problem too. I mean, because she would always say, I'm not gambling anymore. So like she knew she had a problem. So the fact that she says, she would always say, I'm not gambling anymore. And we thought she wasn't, but she forgets apparently, or I don't know. It was an issue. And so she must have known she had an issue, and then she was always worried about the house, because she kept saying she was gonna gamble to win the house, and I'd be like, just pay your bills to keep the house instead of gambling to win the house. But we didn't realize that if she had just paid her bills, she would have been fine. We thought her bills were more than she could handle, so we were trying to get them lowered for her. But if she had just been paying them all along, there would have been no issue. And so that's why we're frustrated. Because like we literally paid a lawyer for no reason, and all this time, which could have just been paying down the mortgage. The mortgage is more than when they first bought the place, because she hasn't paid it down at all. And they've had it like 15 years now. So it's like, and then there's even like stuff I think even after that on top of it.
That's halfway through the mortgage.
So it's like, and she's this whole time been saying that she's been paying it. And we're like, that's not what the bank's saying. I had to log into her account. Well, she gives us access to these things. This was funny. She'll say she's not doing something, then like, yeah, you go in my account. I go in there and I'm like, Gloria, no, it says you haven't paid in years. Like it literally said the date that, I forget the exact date when she had last made a payment. She's like, no, every month I pay. We're like, Gloria, no, in U.S. Bank, it is saying your account right here, you have not made a payment since this date and stuff. And then she was getting the foreclosure, but it was like all this so it was really hard early on to even get her to accept. And then even now she was asking for a debit card the other day. I had to go take all of her checkbooks and put them in our closet, because she kept writing checks when there's no money. Like she'd go to the dentist and not let us know that she needed money. We thought her little Medicare or whatever covered it. And then she's writing checks to the dental thing, and then they're coming and they're bouncing and stuff. And we're like, she wouldn't even let us know. And that money in the account, what we do is we make sure when the mortgage is going to come through that there's the amount for the mortgage. So if Gloria starts writing checks, then the mortgage will bounce if she doesn't let us know. So we're like, stop writing checks without letting us know. Like you can't just write, because that was her issue. She was writing checks all over town. But then she didn't have money. So the DA came after her. She tried to blame it on her husband that was dead for years. Like, so we're dealing with this stuff, and then people are like, why are you guys getting frustrated? We're like, I don't know, we're having to go to the DA, and she won't even accept that she was the one that wrote these checks in the first place. They're to Rampart and Smith's, all of her checks. Rampart, Senkos, and Smith's. And I can't believe they were letting her write checks.
No.
And she's like the little old lady, and then I couldn't believe it. The DA came after her. I mean, because Gloria was writing checks all over town. They were giving her money. I don't know how she was. I mean, she's a little old lady, plays a victim card or something. I'm like, who takes checks these days? Smith still takes checks.
Who does that?
She, oh yeah, I would tell him my debit card wasn't working. Your debit card wasn't working because you had no money in there. Debit card wasn't working. You can't write a check when you have no money in your account.
Got no money, honey.
So the card
got
declined.
no
So I
money,
wrote a check, and she
honey.
would just hope that there'd be money by the time the check cleared or something. Or like, oh gosh. So we had to explain to her that's illegal. You can't do that. The district attorney is now coming after you. What? So, anyways, but yeah, she's doing much better, and she's starting to kind of acknowledge, I think, a little bit too of what's going on a little bit, because people keep thinking she's got like Alzheimer's, dementia, and she doesn't. She just doesn't pay attention. It's Gloria's biggest thing. So like, when you don't pay attention, you don't remember. So Gloria doesn't pay attention to anything. She just walks around like aimlessly, and so it's frustrating because when you tell her something, she doesn't pay attention, so you just know she's not going to remember. Like, you're like, she'll ask you something, you tell her, and you just know 2 seconds she's going to forget because she doesn't pay attention. You know, like when a little kid is not paying attention, and you just know they're not paying attention. I don't know if you guys have this with your children. That's with her, so you just know it's not a memory thing, it's that you didn't listen or pay attention. So in order to remember something, you have to absorb it. Otherwise, it's in one ear, out the other. You know what I mean? So that's with Gloria. It's not a memory loss thing. It's that she doesn't absorb the information that you're saying.
What is that about?
It's weird. I don't know. It's like I don't know if I wonder if she comes from Panama. I wonder if it's a learning disability. It doesn't look like it's going. Is it working? Is it working?
I believe
She
so.
comes from Panama, so I wonder if it's a learning disability that maybe if she had been in a schooling where they had tested her. I wonder because she does seem to struggle with learning things. Like, she's not dumb.
Chronic denial seems to be
But-
her coping mechanism.
Yeah, that's you. But she also really does struggle with learning things. She's always really struggled, like she tries to write things down. So I think she has a little bit of a learning disability, but I don't know what it is. And she won't.
Can you guys hear yet?
hear?
Hold on. Can you hear yet? Can you hear? Hold on. Hello.
Okay.
I can't hear Joy.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
can.
Can you hear
Can you
me?
hear me now?
Let me see. Can you hear me? Hello.
It's so delayed we can't tell.
I know. We're gonna give it a second. You can
Okay,
hear
okay,
me.
I think we can.
Can you hear Joy?
Can hear you. Can hear. So quiet. Can you hear? Can you hear Rich better? Oh, they're saying mine is quiet. Now you can hear both. Okay, can hear both well. I think it was turned on. What I'm saying is, I feel like Gloria should have been tested. I feel a little bit bad because I think she struggled a lot of her life with. There's something wrong there. I'm not saying like any sort of like mental retardation. I'm saying like some people have learning disabilities. Like, it's difficult for them to learn certain ways.
I love you, Ashley.
So I think she could have probably needed special classes, and I don't think that was available for her because she really does struggle learning things. Like, but she's not dumb.
I'd take it off.
I take her. Gloria's not dumb. I mean, when she knows things, I mean, sometimes she'll spout off things and you're like, oh wow, she's not stupid. But she does, and sometimes the things she comes up
gosh,
with
that's
of
so
like
funny.
but like she's very handy and she'll fix things and stuff and do these little jimmy rig things, and it's very, you're like, oh, that was a good idea. Like, she's very handy like that, and she gets in the garden and she fixes things, and I remember when I first got here, she wanted to fix something, me and her, and I said, we'll have Richard. Oh no, Richard don't know how to fix anything. Me and you got it, And so she's just funny. She's very independent and stuff like that, and she does know how to do things. But then certain things she just really struggles with, and it's always been that way, and it's frustrating for us because she won't say she doesn't understand. So we're just now, since we live here, we realize, but all along we thought she understood, we thought she was telling us the truth and stuff. So now we're realizing we just had no idea, and so we didn't understand that she lies and sometimes doesn't know what she's saying. So sometimes it's lies and sometimes she just doesn't understand. So the longer we're here, the more we kind of get mad at ourselves for not knowing. But you kind of can't know unless you live with her, because she's very good at I don't know, convincing people like she's all right and everything's okay and that she's happy and everything's good kind of thing.
Yeah.
She used to seem very happy when we'd see her. She would send us a million texts complaining, but when we would see her in person, she always seemed fine and happy, and you know, and oh, life's good kind of thing. So we thought it was okay. But every time we saw Annette seemed worse and worse. But Gloria always seemed like she was all right. So we didn't worry about. But towards the end, before we moved in, I did start to see Gloria kind of deteriorating. Like she started to not really like take care of herself. Like she wasn't like she used to dress nice and stuff. She stopped kind of caring for herself, and I didn't know, it was weird. She just started to deteriorate in the last couple of years. So I don't know we don't know what happened. It could be that she's getting older, or it could just be depressed. You know, I don't think she ever really dealt with her husband's death and stuff, and so I don't know what, but we do feel that it was definitely like if we didn't move in, I don't know what would have happened. And they definitely would have been homeless, but also like Gloria was losing. She needed someone to help her, like more than like someone had to live here, because she was never gonna let someone just come in and just partially help. And the house was so bad, you guys. I mean, it was so bad. So, and she was never gonna let someone come in and clean it. So we had to live here, and I had to like secretly clean it. And now she's kind of like forgotten it was ever bad, because we did it in such a slow thing. Like we started with this room, and I just started cleaning. And the closet was horrible here, and she doesn't remember anymore. So there's a little bit of like, there's definitely some memory loss, because she doesn't even remember the house was bad. But some of that is a denial thing too. So I don't know. It's weird, but like we were worried because normally hoarders don't let you get rid of anything, and she didn't really. But then she didn't really realize it was happening. It was weird. Like I would every day take out like trash bags and stuff, but like she wouldn't. If she saw the trash bag, she'd be like, "Hey now, what do you got in there?" You know, and I'd be like, "Oh, it's just trash, Gloria. Are you sure?" You know, but if she didn't see him, then I was golden. So I'd be like, "Distract Gloria. I gotta bring this to the car." And so I'd be like taking out trash, or I'd do it if she had gone to the gym or something. But sometimes she'd come in, and if she would see the trash bags, then she'd be like, hold on, what's in there?" You know. But as long as she didn't see him, we were able to like get rid of stuff. But early on, she'd once in a while be like missing something. But then I started to realize I had to be very careful which things I got rid of, you know, because certain things she would notice. But most of the stuff was just garbage, and she didn't notice any of the garbage. Like, and 99% of it was just literally garbage. But every once in a while, there'd be something where she'd be like, "Now where is this thing?" And I'd be like, "Oh, probably go," but I wouldn't admit to it, because they would be so mad, because she already knows it's me. She'd be like, "Joy, throw it out." But the food is she still gets mad about, but she will keep food forever. And Annette will only eat leftovers maybe the second day, and the only things that she'll eat the second day is pretty much chicken and spaghetti. Anything else second day she's not going to touch. But third day, not a chance in the world will Annette eat a third day leftover. Gloria will leave it in there for about 100 days. So, and she doesn't want to ever throw out food. It's this really weird thing. So I don't know if it's because she grew up poor or whatever, but it's this, she will not. So like if she makes her mountain of pancakes in the morning, she sticks them all in the freezer or the fridge, and she'll just leave them there forever, and no one's going to ever eat those pancakes. So things like that I throw out, but people always think I'm throwing out like things that people would eat or something, and I don't. But like Gloria still gets upset because she goes like, "Now someone might eat that." You're like, no one's gonna eat that. No one's gonna eat 3-day-old pancakes ever. Not ever gonna happen. For one thing, the only people that are gonna eat that food at all is her and Annette, because we cook our own food and we do the protein. So when I was bulimic, no problem. I would clean up all the plates. I ate it. But now that we don't need it, I'm like, no one's ever gonna finish this. So with Gloria, it's frustrating because she actually loved when I was bulimic. And we got along great when I was bulimic, until I didn't want to be bulimic. Then it was like she's knocking on my door to give me pancakes. So I'm like, get her away from me, kind of thing. And I got frustrated. Hear my voice crack once in a while, still from my bulimia. I used to not even have a voice, but I got frustrated because she loved when I was being sick, and she doesn't really care that like I'm better now. It's like, "Oh, you're not eating my food." That upsets me, kind of thing. Like she gets mad that we don't eat her food, not that like we chose to do something better for our own health. It's like she finds it offensive. So we still to this day, she I think makes me pancakes and cream of wheat, and she thinks I eat it, I think. I don't know what she thinks, but she'll say, Joy, I made you a bowl of cream of wheat, and I say, thank you, and I pour it down the drain. But I still try not to offend her because, but I don't know what she thinks, though, fully, because she doesn't see me ever eat the stuff, so I don't know at this point. But she does make me a bowl of cream of wheat every morning, so I don't know. But she will be like, did you throw out that food? But sometimes she thinks I eat it, I think. So I try to act like I ate it, and like I never put it in the trash. She can't see it. I like put it down the disposal, or if I put it in the trash, I'll take out the trash, because if she sees that you threw out the food in the trash or something, oh gosh, she'll lose it. It's really weird. This happened even when I first got with the family. I was staying with Richard in his condo, and Gloria had moved herself into his condo, and then she had this rotten yogurt that I threw out one day. And she like lost it. I threw out this rotten yogurt. And then right when I first, so we were trying to tell this story, right when I first met them, Richard put me on a task to go to the warehouse, because they were closing out their warehouse. So they had just, all their businesses were just closing. They had a hardware store, a convenience store that was like a market that was at the condo building where he lived, where I used to work. And then they sold everything, beer and food and cleaning supplies and all that kind of stuff. It was a really cool store. It was awesome. I loved it. Called Tellers. And then they had a pellet grill outlet, that online thing where they sold Traegers. They were the top Traeger sales for pellet grills. And then they had all these warehouses and stuff. So I just meet them. So they have like all this stuff, and Gloria's complaining, I have nothing, I lost everything. And I'm like, you have more stuff than anyone I've ever met. So I don't know what you're complaining about. So Gloria's always been complaining she doesn't have anything and stuff, when she always had like a lot of stuff. And so Richard's like, you need to go with my mom. I don't even know them. I've known them, like, I'd known him for years, but like not like this way, like not like where I knew his family. So he's like, I need you to go with my mom, and you need to go like sort through my warehouse, because we have to get everything out of there by the end of the day. Otherwise, our lease is up. And I'm like, okay. So I go with Gloria, and it's my first experience driving with Gloria. It was the first Mercedes. She was driving Richard's car. That was a shit show, for one thing. In Portland, Oregon, she's driving. Oh my God, Gloria can't drive. She can't see. She can't drive. Oh, it's awful. It's so scary. You're like, oh, where's my shit handle? I'm like, would you like me to drive? Oh, no, I'm good. I'm like, oh, okay. So we go to this warehouse. I don't know this lady, and there's all this stuff, like all this like years of stuff, like from his grandparents, and all this stuff like antiques and collectibles and and then we have this box truck we're supposed to fill up with anything that they want to keep. Gloria is putting things like the pellet grill pellets and barbecue sauce, and just nonsense stuff like cleaning supplies and stuff. And I didn't realize like that was going to be it. Like everything else of Richard's family inheritance was gone that day. That stuff was like, I was supposed to help Gloria pick what was important. And I had no idea. I thought we were going back again. I didn't realize that was it. And she just grabbed barbecue sauce and like pellets and like food stuff, because they, had businesses that had food. And I was like, that was rotten. That was already expired. And I was like, oh, you mean all that other stuff just got taken? Like, it was like gone. Like I was like, and that was what Gloria picked. I didn't realize like the significance of that till like years later. It was like, and Richard assumed that Gloria picked the most important stuff that you would need.
I think they're asking about the keys, like why they're so expensive.
I know, they're couldn't say it. Well, they have to get them from Germany. Did you guys know that? Let me show you my new key. Where's my new key? I'm proud of it. Proud of my new key.
It's really nice, you guys. You're gonna love it.
It's pretty. It better be nice. Better be nice for $869. It came out at $869, which actually I was like, woo! Which I never thought I'd be that happy, because they originally quoted us $950. So we're like, hey, that's better. But so this is our new key. But look, why we like this one is because it has this special thing where it has a hard key that our other one didn't have. So this is the only way you can attach a key ring to this, is if you have this hard key. This is what you attach to, is that key. Otherwise, you just have this. And there is no way to attach anything to this. This is what we had. we had one like this. There's no way. You can't put anything to it. So we were just always holding this tiny thing. And we thought if someone drops it, I dropped in the parking lot several times. If you lose it, I'd be like, where's the key? Where's the key? We were always trying to find the key. Well, of course, it got dropped. And so what we needed, which also as a safety thing, if this ever the battery goes dead or something, you need the hard key so your alarm isn't set, you know, and then you can't deactivate it. But without this hard key, you can't attach it. But with the hard key, you pop that in. So now we can actually have a key ring. And now I actually have my P.O. Box key on here for you guys. So if you're all like, someone was like, don't tell people you call through. And I'm like, as if we even own a key to lock this door. I don't even think anybody has a key to the front door.
Annette might.
Maybe. I doubt it. I just realized that no one even has a key to this house.
No.
So, whatever. You guys are going to come rob us. Good luck. Come bring home some bed bugs for yourselves. But anyways, I'm so happy because I'd gotten this thing. It's a collar for a dog, but I thought it was a key ring when I got it one day. But I was like, oh, look, it does. I think it works great because you put it around your wrist. But it's a golden Knights. I thought it was a key ring. And when I got it home, I was like, oh, look at this cool key ring I got. And then I said, oh, this is a dog collar. But it works. So we put it on our arm. But I'm happy because now I can attach my key. But this is what cost us $869. So I think it's made of pure gold. It's gold plated. Should be. But I guess they have to get them from Germany and they have to do an investigation. They got to make sure you're the owner of the car so that people can't just go get their key replaced and steal someone's car for $950. And they say, for your safety, that it costs so much and takes so long. Because they said it was also going to take 2 weeks, which we thought, that's fortunate since we didn't have the money yet. And when they called us yesterday, we thought, oh dear, that's not going to be good. Because he already is just appalled by us. Because he gave us a list of all these things wrong with the car. And I'm like, yeah, nah, we can't afford that. Are you nuts? I said, we can't afford to get that done at the dealership. We have to wait to have our mechanic do those things. And then he was like, so appalled by us there. But I'm like, are you nuts? Dealership prices? We didn't want to get the key. We just had to come here. Would never get any other maintenance done at the dealership. What are you, insane? So we have a mechanic that is the best. Luckily, Gloria does find some good things once in a while. We're like these guys that'll just help Gloria forever, where our mechanic will fix our car and like let us pay half usually and let us get the car, and then we can pay him the other half within a couple days. So sometimes like that's super helpful because sometimes you need your car so you can get to work before it's where you can pay. And so most places don't do that, but he's really cool. So like Mercedes dealership, that's not the case. So we would never take that. He also gives us good deals, and he doesn't charge us a ton for the maintenance and tries
the
to,
wind's picking up.
and just it gives us cost for the parts.
Is it windy down there in
So
Arizona?
that's why people go, well, you guys have a Mercedes, it's too expensive. It's not normally too expensive for us.
What about the parts? Are they
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, he gives us like cost for the parts, and then he doesn't charge us much for the labor. So it's probably cheaper than most people's cars because he gives us such a good deal for things. And I don't know if he would give us a good deal if we didn't have a nice car. Like he only deals with nice cars. Like he doesn't deal with like he's been a mechanic for years. He actually, can we tell the little secret because no one knows who he is, right? Mm. He's a mechanic for the LVMPD. Like, he is their mechanic. Like, we didn't know that. Like, he was our mechanic, and then he got the job of being the... Like, that's a big deal, because when you work on the police cars, like...
All the undercover cars.
All the undercover cars and stuff. Yeah, he has all the...
Every time they get crashed or something.
No, but, like, it's a big deal. You have to get, like, a contract, and a big deal to have... Because you have the police car, and, like, someone could steal a police car when you have it in your shop and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's a big deal. So he's a pretty cool guy, and Gloria had discovered him, and so we get good deals from him for, but so he couldn't do the key. That's, you have to go to the dealership. But that's why people are like, how could you ever afford to fix your Mercedes? We got the best mechanic in town. He does the LVMPD's cars. It's pretty sweet. When we go into the shop, you see all of them in there and stuff. He is the one that's freaking out about the Porsche. He's so mad that the Porsche got so messed up. So I guess what happened is Gloria took it to him. He said the amount it was going to be. These other guys gave her a really low amount. That's why she took it to them, which was not accurate. They said $1,600, $10,000 later. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
it's okay.
Why don't you come and say hi? We'll get you
Hi,
some
Annette, come
coffee.
here for a second. Come say hi, everybody.
Hi.
Come here. Are you gonna take off, Annette?
Yeah, I'm going swimming.
Okay, Annette's gonna go swimming, guys. Have fun, Annette. It's hot out there. It's really windy too, so be careful. Yeah, it's really super windy. Don't forget, it's super, super duper windy.
So it's really cute. I'll tell you something. So that's something that was like a big deal. So early on, Annette didn't want us to hold any of her stuff. And we got in a big deal about the passport. So I was holding onto her passport while it was valid. And I wouldn't let her have it. And she kept wanting it, but we wouldn't let her have it. And she get all mad about it. But once it expired, we gave it to her. And we knew she was going to lose it. But she kept fighting about it. We're like, fine, it's expired. Let her have it. So she lost it. But her pool card, she one day gave it to me. And she wanted me to hold on to it. And she lets me hold on to it. And she brings it back to me. And it's a big deal because early on, she would not let me hold on to her ID. I mean, we would like fight about the passport thing, and we let her have her passport once it was expired because we're like, fine. But we know once you give her something, she'll lose it. So we need to get her a new passport and a new ID, but she loses them. So when we get them this time, we're gonna hold on to them, and we'll give her a copy of it. But she once she lost her passport, she kind of like, because I knew she was gonna lose it, and I kept. What would happen is that she would come and ask for it. I would hold it. And then she would put it in her purse, and I would go take it back from her purse. And then she would realize it wasn't her purse and get mad at me again and be like, where's my passport? And so I give it back to her, and then I would take it back again because I kept knowing she was going to lose it. And then finally when it expired, I just said, fine, you can just keep it because she kept getting so bad because it expired while we were here. And so not within like a week of it being expired, she lost it. So now she lets me have the pool card, which is a big deal. So when she comes, I always feel like, oh, that's nice. But she also brings it back to me too. Like she'll be like, oh, here, Joy, here's a pool card. So that's for her and Gloria have pool cards. We're allowed to go 12 times a year with them as guests, but we can't go there because, and that's what we, by paying the HOAs, Gloria owed $7,000 to HOA, so they couldn't go there anymore. But then we paid that so that she could go there. And we're not allowed to go because only 2 per household in this place. And if we want to go, they say it's $1,000 a year per person. Like, what? So it's $2,000 extra for us to go to get a pool card like that. We're like, that seems like a lot of money. That seems very high to me. I said, no way. It is a very nice facility and you get to use all facilities, but I was like, that's way too high. That seems astronomically high. We thought it'd be like, a little bit extra for us. And we're like, you're insane, right? $2,000 a year. The 2 of us, get out of here. So we don't go, but we can go 12 times a year. So we'll probably go. We should go in a couple of days and just go swimming with Annette. Well, this is the first time she's wanted to go, actually, in a long time. So why don't we maybe go tomorrow?
Okay.
That'd be fun.
I like that idea.
Yeah. We'll go tomorrow. The problem is they're really strict about filming there, but maybe we'll film a little bit with you guys.
I like that.
Because we did film that one time with Gloria, but they come around and they don't like us filming because of the other guests. It's the retirement community. All the others are like, I don't want to be on camera. The old people, they freak out. They don't always understand the technology, and they think like, some old people think that like they're so important. So in a sense of like, oh my God, I'm gonna be like, no one cares. You're just sitting at the park. Get out of here. But some people, that happens in New York a lot, but some people might be important in New York, but you'll be like filming and you're not filming them, and you're like, excuse me, and you're like, I'm not even filming you, get out of here. I'm like filming myself. Like, I'm supposed to be doing like a selfie thing. Yeah. You spin your camera around and be like, oh, excuse me. I'm like, you're in public, people and you're not as important as you think you are. Like, I'm filming myself. In New York, Richard used to get in so many like fights. Arguments. I don't want to say fights because they weren't necessarily like, a fight, but like arguments because of filming. Because he would film people and they would get pissed. But he wasn't necessarily filming them. It was like he was filming outside something and they would be like, you filming me? You're filming me? And like in New York, he got really like where he didn't want to film anymore because every time, and there's so many people that you're going to film somebody, you know? And it's like, I'm filming the scenery. It's New York. You're walking around New York. You're going to get on camera. People are filming all over around it. They film movies here and stuff. It's get over yourself. And it's crazy there. So that really, it kind of made Richard not want to take photos as much when we were in New York. It really kind of, he lost the drive because here in Vegas, they were, excuse me, my voice, I'm getting tired. See, it still cracks sometimes. That's how I used to sound. Did you guys hear that for a second? That's how I used to sound all the time. Like I had no voice when I first quit. Believe me, my voice was like gone. And every once in a while when I get tired, it does that still. But yeah, Vegas, Richard used to film everybody, and a couple of people would get upset, but nothing like when we went to New York City. It was like, whoa, like every time he took out the camera, people were like pissed off. And I was like, this is getting old. So, but Richard in that camera, he almost wants to film. So this one, oh my gosh, this is a crazy thing. When we first got to New York, we were at Union Square, and Richard kept showing me like different areas, be like, let's go check out this area, because I had never been there and he had lived there. So he's like, let's go check out Union Square. So it was my first experience in Union Square, and there was this lady. So I used to be obsessed with feeding the pigeons. I don't know if you guys know that. Before feeding the bunnies, I was obsessed with feeding pigeons. But here in Vegas, it's illegal to feed pigeons. Yeah, I got like a fine and get written up and stuff from the building that we lived in. And they got all pissed off and they were going to kick me out because I'm feeding the pigeons. Because they don't go away. When you start feeding them, they come forever and poo. They get mad. But anyways, in New York, you're allowed to feed the pigeons. So when we went there, there was this lady that was feeding the pigeons at Union Square. And I was like, oh my God, a pigeon lady, because I love pigeons. So we went over and we were talking to her. And I gave her $10 because she came out there and she would feed the pigeons. And I was like, here, get more. Because I know what it gets expensive when you feed the animals. So, I mean, we buy all the organic carrots, and back then, I would feed the pigeons organic almonds. Organic almonds, I feed them. Oh, they loved them. They were going nuts for them. So, anyways, I know so I gave her $10, and then we were filming. Richard was taking photos of me, and we have these photos of me and this pigeon lady. And then we stepped away. So we had just been interacting with this lady, and then we stepped away, and Richard was filming and was talking to me like how we do. We've always done We're Getting Black. So we're talking about the pigeon lady, and we just given her $10, and I just interacted with her, and been over there with the pigeons, and now we're stepped a little bit away because it's in a park. And this gentleman comes over. He was like, I think he was probably homeless or something, and he starts flipping out at Richard, saying that like you shouldn't be filming people without them knowing, kind of thing, because the lady was like behind us. And we're like, what? He's like, and he starts like grabbing like Richard's camera, like from him, and is like trying to grab it out of his hand and stuff. And he's like, you can't film people without their permission. And like talking about the pigeon lady. And we're like, what are you talking about? Like we were just talking to this lady and stuff, and then he like literally like tried to like assault Richard, but like grabbing the camera and stuff. And I was like, I jumped in. And I was like, what are you doing? And I'm like blocking this guy from like coming at Richard, and I was like. It was a total like misunderstanding. Like he thought we were like stalking on this lady or something. It was like it wasn't like she was a young lady. She was like an old lady. It wasn't like some weird where like it was a young kid we're creeping up on or something. And we had just given her $10 and now we were just talking about it. But it's like people misinterpret stuff so much, and we were like, this is ridiculous. So Richard really got tired of taking photos when we were in New York, which is unfortunate because there's so many wonderful things to take photos of there, and we have tons of footage, but we'd have even more. But like almost every time he brought out the camera, someone would flip out, or they'd be like, you filming me, and he'd be like, never mind. And it's unfortunate because New York is so awesome to film. I mean, like everything is neat there, like everyone's interesting. That happened to me when I was there. I was filming this one guy, he flipped out. He said it was against his culture to be filmed, and that I was so offensive and stuff. And then he went into my phone and made me delete the photos and made me delete them out of the trash and everything. And I was like, geez, dude. And he was just like, had been in like a scenic shot that I took in Manhattan. I was like, he's like, you need to make sure you ask someone before they end up in one of your photos. And it like went off on me. And I'm like, people need to chill out. Because when you're in public, it is not illegal for someone to take your photo or video. You're in public, like, so like don't be in public if you don't want to be seen, you know what I mean? Stay in your house if you're that freaked out by being on film, especially if you're in New York or somewhere like Vegas. People film and you're going to end up in the background of their photos, You know, you're gonna photobomb their photos on accident. It just happens when you're in public, and you can't like freak out on people when you're in the background of their photos. No one cares about who's in the background of their photos. If you ever even, no one looks, no one cares like who's in the background. They're paying attention to the people in the photo, you know, who they are trying to look at. So people freak out and you're just like, whatever. Here's like, Richard, you got tired. I'm going to jump off here soon because I want to take a bath. But thank you, Amanda, for giving us a ride. Amanda's going to come over, I think, tomorrow or the next day because we didn't have time to chat today. I just felt bad. We ended up just asking for her. She was going to come over to chat, but then we found out that the car was going to be done. And then I was like, oh, if you could give us a ride. But I felt bad because I hate asking for rides because now there's Uber. But these days, you know, we've been so tight on money that the Ubers can get really expensive. But I do hate asking people because it feels like, man, that seems like so old school to ask someone for a ride because you go, no, just grab yourself an Uber. But Ubers do get expensive, especially from Summerlin. Because down by the strip, you know, it's more common for them to be down here. Out here, sometimes when we call Uber, we have to give ourselves quite a bit of notice. They might take like 15 minutes to even show up out here because we're out in the boondocks. I love it out here if you don't want to do anything. Like if you want to just be quiet and stuff. But like, if you want to like do anything, it's a pain in the ass because you're far from everything out here. But I do love Summerlin. I think it's beautiful. As far as the desert goes, the desert can be very beautiful. It has beautiful sunrises and sunsets, but it does get very hot. Only in the summer though. The rest of the year, Vegas is awesome. I think Vegas is. Oh, did you guys know that they're changing the highways here? So you Vegas locals, did you know that the Summerlin Parkway is now called the 163, and that the 95 they're changing to the 11? Did you guys know this? I think it's the 163. Guess what? When you use your maps, it's not going to say Summerlin Parkway anymore. I think it's 163. I might have the numbers wrong. So it's really irritating. You're like, get on the 163. So where the hell is the 163? I'm like, what is this? It happened to us when we were in the car. And then it happened with Amanda, too. And she's like, what's this? And I'm like, oh, yeah, they changed the names. So Vegas is turning into mini LA, and they're setting up the roads, they're getting the infrastructure to become mini LA, but now they're changing our roads, which is like sad for us people that have been here a while. We're like, don't change Summerlin Parkway. It's not called Summerlin Parkway anymore, you guys. Not called Summerlin Parkway. It's called, I think, 163. I could have the number not exactly right, but I think it's 163. And then the 95 is going to be the 11. Where did 11 come from? Maybe only part of the 95, but like when you're heading... So we had to go out towards Beaverton. So we went Summerlin Parkway, which is now the 163, out towards, did I just say Beaverton? Boulder. Beaverton is Oregon. Boulder. And then it had to swing around there to Henderson, you know? There you go, which was the 95. They were saying it was the 11. So I don't know which part turns to 11, if it's like after downtown or before, but yeah, this is for Vegas locals. We all aren't in Vegas. But, like, this is crazy because I don't know why they're changing all that. And I don't know what the significance of those. So, like, in LA, some of the highways will go, like, 405, 605, and the 5 or something. Because then they're, like, those, don't they, like, connect into each other? Like, the 5 connects into the 405 and the 605 and 705, whatever. But, like, what are the numbers? What did I say it was? 163 and 11? Like, what do those connect to? It doesn't even make sense to me. Vegas, I don't know. Do they connect to something? I don't know. So, I don't know why they changed it. Or maybe that's what they always were called underneath, but then they had the name on top of it, with Summerlin Parkway on top of being the ones. I don't know. But yeah, it's really irritating because in your phone, it's updated. So you're like, it's updated too on the signs now too. I guess I don't watch the news, but like, I don't know when it got updated. It must be really recent. Like really recent, because I swear just a couple of days ago it wasn't that case when it still said Summerlin Parkway on the map. So now if you use maps, at least Apple Maps, it'll say these new things if you guys are in Vegas. For those of you if you're not in Vegas, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's crazy. The maps are so quick sometimes before like anywhere else. It's like, oh wow, okay, they know. But today, Vegas is so irritating sometimes with the LVMPD here. I don't know. Sometimes we have too many ever since the Mandalay Bay and then the pandemic. It's like sometimes I'm like, how many? So I was driving down this one three-lane road, it's a really main 3-lane road today, And the only reason I won't say the name, it's kind of the one we live on. So anyways, you guys probably know where we are now. But there was 5 cop cars in 2 of the lanes, so they were blocking 2 lanes, and I was going in the other one. But I was like, but there was nothing there. So it was like, there probably was an incident, like either a person or a car, but it was gone. And I'm like, get out of the lanes. Like, why are you guys blocking 2 lanes? And they do that here in Vegas. I don't know why. They block the lanes like crazy, and it irritates me. I don't know why they do it. I think it's like a thing of like they really want to be seen. But I'm like, it seems like you're supposed to be keeping traffic flowing, not blocking the traffic. And I get really frustrated, and I don't know why they do it. I think they literally want to show the force of like, we're here kind of thing. But it's very frustrating to me because it's like, there's not even anything left. There's no accident left. There's no person here. It's just 5 cop cars in the middle of 2 lanes. And I was like, this is just stupid. So I don't know why they do that in Vegas, but I find it so irritating. Also, they don't pull people off the street to pull them over. They just stop in the lane, and I'm like, you guys are stopping a whole lane for one person that was speeding or something. Like, get out of the lane, pull over. Like in California, I was always taught, get out of the lane. Pull to as soon as you can pull in somewhere, and the cop will, it's fine with that. It's not like you don't have to pull over immediately. Get to where it's safe, get out of the lane. Here, stop in the middle of the street and then block all the traffic. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, I think cops are supposed to keep the traffic flowing, not be the ones causing the traffic jam. So I don't know why they do that in Vegas. I find that so frustrating. I don't know if you guys are in Vegas and ever experienced that, but I'm like, that I have a major complaint with the LVMPD. I don't know why they do that. Like, I don't know why they do that. It just doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. Like, you want to keep traffic flowing. So that's my irritants with the LVMPD here. But other than that, they're pretty good here. We have not had any bad experiences with the police, other than Richard got pulled over about a couple months ago for he went through kind of a yellow to red light, and he was hoping to get out of it, and this was not LVMPD. Otherwise, they probably would have. But it was the NHP. Oh man, he didn't budge at all, and so the ticket's like $500. I had no idea tickets were that much. Yeah, we had to pay that. That was several months ago. Richard got this stupid ticket for going through a red. It was like, and he was such an idiot. Like Richard, I was like, you didn't see the NHP sitting right there? Like it was like one of those, where you kind of push it, and he was like right there. And I remember thinking, is he gonna do it? Like, is he gonna do it? And now I'm like, oh yeah, there's a siren. Because Richard like kind of pushed it right in front of the guy. And it's almost like one of those things, like when you do it right in front of them, they're just gonna pull you over because it was like disrespectful. So then Richard tried to be like, oh, and I'm like, dude, you like pushed it right in front of the guy. So but yeah. But other than that, LVMPD, we never had any. I've never been pulled over like for any sort of speeding ticket or anything here. We got pulled over when Gloria's tags were expired, but they were really cool about that. They never gave us a ticket. It happened a couple times because we were trying to get it done, and finances when we first got it. We didn't know that Gloria didn't have it done, so we first found out they were expired when we got pulled over. We didn't think to look. You just, I don't know, should have, but then we're like, oh no, you're kidding. How long they expired? Oh dear. And they were really cool about it. And then it happened like 2 more times before we could get it done. And then they were like, we're like, I know. But they were really cool. It was not super expired. I forget. It was like that within that year, but still. She was still doing some things, but weird the things she would do and the things she wouldn't do. So you never knew with Gloria. Her car insurance was still being paid, but then other things. It was like smaller bills would sometimes get paid because what would happen is Gloria has checks that come in, her social. So if something was electronic, if it could come out before Gloria could take the money out, the things could go through. But like the mortgage never came through because that money would be gone before the mortgage, so things would bounce. But like some of her things she would have automatic, so some things were getting paid, but then just depending on how much she was gambling, so then some things weren't getting paid, but then some months they would get paid, so that's why she doesn't even really know, but what was happening is things were getting bounced back because she would take the money out. She would go, and as soon as she found out she had money, she would go and take out several $100s, because Gloria doesn't even like check online. She just would call the bank and ask them if she had money. And then when they said she had money, she'd zip over to the bank. She wouldn't even use the ATM. She goes inside. She even knew the guy there. She has this guy she has a little crush on her bank. She knew him. She'd go in and she'd take out her money, and then she runs to the casino. That was what she would do. And then she would do it every day until the guy would say she had no more money. And then if some bills had gone through, good. But if not, I mean, that's just what she did. And we didn't realize that's what she was doing until we observed it when we first got here. And we were like, oh, that's what she's been doing. Okay, that's why there's no money. And that's why everything's bouncing. Because early on, when she wasn't taking the money out, the things were getting paid. You know what I mean? That's why she, didn't always not have electricity or things like that. Because early on, she had enough money that she wasn't taking out of, like, she had other money coming in. Like, she worked little jobs, too. And I think she even had another thing that used to come in that doesn't anymore and stuff. So she had other sources of money than she has now. But now those other ones are all gone. I don't know, she tapped them out or something, because Richard's father had set up certain things, and they're all they're all gone. She sold things, she liquidated things. I don't know, but all that's left now is her Social Security and the supplemental for Annette's, and that was not going to cover her bills. So once she was down to that, then there was no way she could do it, and so I think that's when it started to get really bad. I think whenever she had tapped out everything else. So that's when in New York she started asking us for like $20 and stuff. And you're like, oh, that's not good. Because early on it'd always been like, can I have $600? Can I have a new stove? Can I have this or that? Can I have $300? Had always been like the minimum she'd ever asked for. And then when we were in New York, she's like, can you send me $20? I'm like, oh, $20? That's not even gambling money. That was just like for Annette's cigarettes. So you're like, that's not good. And then when we moved back, she would have us bring over Annette's cigarettes and Diet Coke and food and stuff for her sometimes and stuff. And so we were like, this is not good. We don't know what's going on here with her finances, because she would never tell us about her finances, and she'd lie about them all the time. So, yeah. But anyways, I think I'm going to jump off here, you guys. Thank you for everything today. We missed you guys in the morning. We were just running around doing it with the car stuff, and Richard was actually really tired. Is primarily why we weren't blogging this morning. He has been blogging even more than me, because I've been going to bed. I think you guys have been seeing me fall asleep pretty much on blogging, and then he continues to blog. But we sleep weird hours, if you guys see. So people go, when do you sleep? It's all during the day. Richard always takes a nap in the middle of the day. I can't sleep in the middle of the day very easily, but by 6 p.m., I'm like ready for bed, which is perfect in this town we live in here, because out here in Summerlin, not the town, but out here in this retirement community, everybody isn't asleep by 5 p.m. It's probably like the latest bedtime. I would like to say average bedtime is around 3:30, because it is like a ghost town after 6 p.m. Okay, on trash day, so trash is like, usually comes at earliest 8 a.m. for trash, and the recycling usually doesn't come till like 2 p.m. They have their trash out here by 5 p.m. the day before, because that's when they're going to bed. So so it's like, literally, I'm like, some days it's even earlier. At like noon, everybody's got their trash for the next day. So sitting out for like a full 24 hours, but they're going to bed, so you gotta put the trash out for the night before. And it's funny around here. It's and then it's always like a thing, who's gonna be the last to get it. You're like, you look bad if you don't get your trash right away. Like, you gotta bring in your trash cans once they come. Get on that. No one leaves their trash cans out. So I'm always like, oh, let's get them in, because it's like, it's a very tight neighborhood. And so if you can imagine what it was like having Gloria and Annette here all these years, with Gloria, for one thing, just putting everything she owns in the front yard and like dry and stuff, and then Annette just screaming at the top of her lungs at any hour of the day and night, and cops coming. One time there was 5 cop cars outside of here when we lived here. I called and they came. I don't know why they sent so many, just like they do here. And I'm just like, oh God, the neighbors. Because I kept calling the cops early on Gloria, because I thought maybe the cops could do something for how she was treating Annette, and she was beating her with sticks and stuff, and that's the condition. I'm like, can't someone do something about this? And they were like, you guys should just leave, is what they told us to do. And I'm like, that's all you're going to tell me? Like, she can just keep hitting her and stuff? I'm like, nah, what are we supposed to do? So, it's frustrating. And Annette, wouldn't say anything. She, so she just sits there, and so they're like, can't really do anything. So, I was so frustrated, so that's why we finally just said, fine, we'll do something then. We'll just make it better until Gloria she can't hit her anymore. So that was a big thing right away. We had told Gloria she couldn't hit Annette anymore. And when it first happened, I would stand guard of Annette's room because Gloria, like, would come in and hit her. It was crazy. You guys can't imagine that now. We've come a long way. But so for the first, like, couple weeks, I was like, you're not gonna come in and hit her. And so I had a broom and I was standing in front of Annette's room and I'm like, Gloria, you're not gonna come in and hit her, because she would just come in and hit her all the time. Like, if Annette started like making too much noise and stuff, and I'm like, you can't hit her just because she's yelling. And so it was bad. And that's how Gloria, she would hit her and beat her out of the house and be like, stop yelling, shut up, and just beat her out of the house. And I'm like, you're not gonna do that anymore. So I would just stand there and she would just be screaming or whatever, but I'm like, you're not gonna hit her. And so Gloria stopped doing that because I would just stand there with the broom. I'm like, how much gonna stay here? You're not gonna come in and hit Annette no more. She said, fine. And I never hit Gloria. No one ever hit Gloria. That's the thing. The 2 pancakes got thrown at Gloria, but Gloria's hit everybody in this house, and that's why we laughed. You guys were calling elderly abuse for Gloria. We're like, Gloria has hit all of us. We've never hit Gloria. No one's ever hit Gloria. I threw 2 pancakes. And you guys were calling elderly abuse for Gloria. I'm like, you guys were like, literally, we're the victims. We're all the children that were beat by Gloria. And you guys were like, oh, elderly abuse on Gloria. We're like, what the heck is going on here? She came at me big time when we first got her. Like, she was scary with like wine bottle. The time with the wine bottle, Richard had to pull her off me. I thought she was going to kill me. I've never seen someone come with so much rage at someone. Like, she wanted to kill me. And because I was talking about the stuff at the house. I was saying that she was going to be losing something. Like, you're a liar. You know what I'm talking about. She came in with this wine bottle, and I was like, I remember like thinking she's going to kill me with that thing, because she came at me. Richard pulled her back. Like, I grabbed her arm and stuff because she was coming at me. And another time she came at me with a stick, and she's strong. It was like one of the big old, it was a broom, but one of the big brooms from the garage. And I was stopping her because she was coming at me, but she was much stronger than me. Like, she overtook me and like it hit me in the head. But I remember being like, you are a strong old lady. And she would come at you with stuff, and so you would try to block yourself. But we never went at her because she's an old lady. But we just tried to block ourselves from her. But when I threw the pancakes, I was irritated because she only cares about them damn pancakes, and this is after all the abuse and stuff. And I'm like, so I never thought anyone would think elderly abuse for me, but who knows? So now that was the whole thing. But it was funny though, because everyone came in early on thinking like we were abusing Gloria and stuff, but then when you see the full circle, but some people still think that, but whatever, it's fine. You can think what you want. Gloria's life's gotten much better since we've been here, and she's much happier. She was very sad and lonely and depressed without us, and that's why she thinks we're just here for fun. If you hear Gloria, she's like, oh, they're just here for fun. Because to her, it's much better. And even though she doesn't get to gamble, it wasn't really making her happy. It was actually like an addiction that she knew was like destroying her life, and she never was happy. There was never a happiness when she gambled. It was only like right before she went, but then never like while she was gambling. It wasn't fun for her, because I've gone with her, and it was just like, I just watched her, and it was like she was miserable the whole time. And then she'd come home and she was always miserable, because unless she won like a hand pay, but then she would still spend more of the hand pay before she even left the casino. But if she didn't get a hand pay, which is $1,200, then she never left the casino with money, because she would spend it all. So like if she won, unless it was a hand pay, which a hand pay means you have to go to the cashier, and then you have to pay taxes on it. So that would stop her for a minute. So she would get, if it was $1,200 or more, and then before she left the casino, she was going to spend another at least $200 or $300 before she left the casino. But so she might be able to take home, around $900 or $1,000, depending on what she won. She never won, I don't think, more than like $1,500. But if she won $1,500, you'll be lucky if she took home $1,000, and then the next day she's gonna go again with the money. So it was like that money literally burned a hole in her pocket. I remember her winning $1,500 one time, and her wanting to give me some, and I said, "Oh, it's fine, I don't need it." But being like wanting to, but being like, it was like the golem with the ring, the Lord of the Rings, like, my precious. I was like, Gloria, I don't need it. You can keep it. It's not. No, I want to keep it. She's like, here's $100, and then she was like. And I was like, I remember just being like sickening by this. I was like, Gloria, it's fine. But she always wanted to share a little bit, but it was like such a like, she knew if she gave it to you, she couldn't gamble. And it was like, oh, I was like, it was like dirty money to me. I was like, just keep it. But it literally, I remember she, and what's sad is money brings her so much happiness for like 5 seconds. Like if I went and gave her $100, she'd be like, oh, like through the moon. And I'm like, it doesn't mean anything to you though. Like you then just go piss it away. So like, why does this stupid $100 bill mean so much to you that literally like you stick it in a machine and it's gone in 5 seconds, or you do nothing with, you buy food to let the mice eat, but then like you're willing to risk your whole life to give away your daughter's life is that for this stupid piece of cotton paper kind of thing. And so if like literally she had spent it on something that like was valuable or something meaningful, then I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But it was like nonsense. Like it was either gambling or just stuff that was rotting in the house. Like it's not like she went and bought anything nice, or even sometimes I would even understand like a drug addiction more, even because you'd be like, oh, you're addicted or something. But like the gambling, I get it's an addiction, but it's like, why did you leave Annette at home, go drive to a casino? Like, it's a lot of effort to go do it. It's not so much as like someone might, like when they get addicted to something and they can't stop when they're at home. But this is like, it takes a lot of effort. And then the times that she was out of money, you have to go sell something. You have to go get the casino to give you credit. Like, you know, you have to go out of your way to do this thing that you knew was like not good for you and Annette. And so it's frustrating to me, like the level she took it to, you know, like writing bum checks to the casino to get them to give her money to gamble. And it's like, when was there going to be a time that you're like, stop gambling? I mean, you ran out of money, you didn't stop. You sold everything you owned, you didn't stop. You started writing bum checks, you didn't stop. The only thing that got her to stop is by us not letting her have cash. We even gave her a Cash App card because she didn't know how to get cash off it. You can't give her a debit card because she knows how to get cash off it, even though it's the same. She doesn't realize it's the same. Don't tell her. But we give her the Cash App card. She doesn't want that. She wants just cash because she still wants to gamble. And it's frustrating. She still wants to gamble now. But, like, we'll let her go for holidays, but, like, she's not even happy. Like, that's why it's frustrating. We're like, if we literally saw happiness, then we'd be like, yeah, let's make that something that's a priority. She could go once in a while. But it doesn't give her happiness. So it just makes her more upset and more depressed. And now we have less money than we needed for bills. So that's why. But on her birthday or something, we'll let her go or something. Like we did, we sent her $200 on her birthday just in March. And she went with her sister. We sent her and her sister all, like, I got her a manicure, a pedicure, facial, a massage, her haircut. We got her an outfit, and we sent her with $200. Went to see her sister, her and her sister, sorry, went to the casino with $200, and we bought them dinner. And they danced all night, and they gambled, and they had the best time. And then she sulked for a week. And then it was my birthday. She forgot about my birthday, March 24th, which we didn't think anything of. And then March 26th was Richard's birthday, which is the pancake incident. So she had been the biggest bitch since her birthday, and she didn't even thank me for anything I did. She only complained about her hair. Next day, all I heard was, I didn't like my haircut, is what she said. She never thanked me for anything I did for her birthday. And then she was like, I want a car. She started saying she wanted a car because she wanted to go gambling, which we can't afford another car, obviously. And then on Richard's birthday, she wanted to go play the lotto. And we said we didn't have money to go play the lotto. And she's like, it's only $2. And we're like, it's never only $2. You've never only gambled $2 in your entire life, so don't lie that it's $2. But also, we have to drive an hour each way to go where you can do the lotto. You have to drive to that area in the edge, you know, of California and Nevada. And we didn't have the money for gas that day, and it was Richard's birthday, and he didn't want to go do the lotto. And she never does $2. She would do at least $60 to $100 if she's going to do the lotto, and we didn't have that. And she didn't want to make pancakes for Annette that morning. So that's why we were frustrated that morning, and that's why the whole thing with the pancakes that morning, because she was telling Richard to make the pancakes on his birthday, but also Annette was throwing out the food every time we were making it for her. So we couldn't make it for Annette. It had to be Gloria, and Annette was hungry that morning. We're like, can you get up and make pancakes for Annette? And she was like, no, you make them, and I want to go play the lotto. And we were like, no, and it's Richard's birthday, and we're not going to go, and we can't afford to go. We're not even going to do anything for his birthday because we can't afford anything. But we're definitely not going to go. He doesn't want to go drive on his birthday to the lotto, nor can we afford it. But she started sulking and being a total bitch about it, and so that's why we yelled at her that morning. But she had been sulking since her birthday. Since we had done this really nice thing for her birthday, she'd been sulking for like a week, however many days it is, from the 15th to the 26th. And didn't thank me. She literally said she didn't like her haircut, is all I heard. And because I had to take her to like Supercuts, because that's all we can afford. And she was like, of course, and that wasn't to her level of, I'm like, sorry, that's where I get my haircut. That's where, I'm sorry, that's all we can afford. And so she's like, I didn't like the haircut I got. And I'm like, sorry, I can't afford the master cuts or whatever, or the other ones that are in the mall, at Regis or whatever. I used to get when I was $200 haircuts. We get like the $13 ones. I need one too. I can't even afford one right now. I need a haircut. I go get my $13 Supercuts haircut. I think it went up to $20 last time or something. Get out of here. Where's my $13 coupon? So yeah, it was like $20. I got my haircut with Gloria. It's not like I was like giving her. I said, I'm gonna get your hair done. I need to get mine done. That was the last time I got mine done on her birthday. Me and her went together, and so we both got the same haircuts, and well, not the same style, but wasn't like we're giving her this shitty place and I'm going to get mine done at a nicer place. It was just what we could afford for both of us. And now we all need haircuts again, and we can't afford it right now. But it's just kind of like her. We really tried to go out. We were even getting her massages every month. Did you guys know that? We just ended that stupid thing. I think this is the last month. We were getting Gloria massages because she was complaining about sleeping on the couch in that little bed, and we felt bad. So we were paying for her to get massages at Massage Envy, which I found out is a complete, utter ripoff. It's $80 a month, but then you have to pay $80 every time you get a massage. So I'm like, so it's $160 every time Gloria's getting a massage. But he's like, yeah. I'm like, that's not a good deal at all. I thought this thing was supposed to be a deal. And he's like, well, I guess I think once every so often you get a free massage. Something like once every 3 months maybe you get a free massage. But I'm like, this is a scam. So they lock you into a year or two of this BS, automatic coming out of your account. And we got it for Gloria. She was not ever thankful, really. It was like, I didn't really like that person as much as this person. Is bitching about whoever's giving her a massage every time. And then we couldn't afford to, so we were still paying the monthly thing, but we couldn't even afford to send her any more the last several months. Her last one was on her birthday. Because we were still paying the $80 a month, but you had to pay an additional for her to go get the massage. Every time you get the massage, you pay $80 in person. I was like, how is this a deal? How is this a deal? How does anybody get suckered into this? I don't know how we did. We thought, because Gloria said, I want to go to Massage Envy, we said, okay, so we go there, and I'm like, he's like, I didn't really understand. And then we did the math. This isn't a deal of any sort. So then she got mad because we couldn't send her to do those anymore. I'm like, sorry. But yeah, we've tried to be nice, and we've tried to pamper her, and and we always are nice. But people think that all these other pancake things, they're like, oh, you gotta be so mean. We're like, no, we've done very, very nice things for Gloria, and we're here because we're taking care of all of her responsibility while she just lollygags all day. We shoulder all the responsibility. Gloria doesn't shoulder any of it anymore. We don't even want her to, because we just figure we'll take it. But then she doesn't appreciate it at all, is what's frustrating sometimes. She's getting better. She's kind of finally acknowledging more because of the blog, thanks to you guys. Otherwise, there was no acceptance of anything we were doing. It was just it was more like how some of these trolls are like, why are you guys here? Kind of thing. Why aren't you letting me have my own car and money and all this stuff? Why can't I do these things? It was like, we're here because you abused your privileges for so long, in the sense of you had so much money, you had so many things, you abused it so long that literally you have nothing. And now we're stepping in because there's nothing left that you should have never. This should have never been the scenario with the amount. That's why people don't understand. Like Richard's father was worth a lot of money, and he set up a lot of stuff for Gloria, and he had a lot of successful businesses, and Gloria never was a supportive wife. So it was very frustrating always for the dad. So he kept stepping away from things. So like he stepped away from corporate America and ended up opening a hardware store because he opened the hardware store to give Gloria a project. Because when he did corporate America, like he was gone all the time. And then Richard and Annette were being neglected by Gloria. So they were begging Richard's father to leave. Richard begged his father to divorce Gloria all the time when he was a child. He hated his mother, and he would, because his mother used to beat him all the time, and he would beg his father to leave Gloria, and he wouldn't. So sorry, my voice started to crack because I've been talking so much. So the father decided to just come home more and be home, and so he ran the hardware store with Gloria instead of being gone all the time, because his dad was always on business trips and gone all the time, and so he ended up like just trying to do everything from home so that the kids didn't suffer as much, and that's why their childhood is was better than it would have been, which is Gloria, because like if he had divorced Gloria, they would have had an even worse childhood, because they would have just been like just Gloria, because the mom would have got him, you know. It's always like they go with their mom, and that would have been worse. So I think the dad saw that without him. Sorry you guys, I'm getting tired. It's time for me to get off here because I'm losing my voice. But without, that's how I used to sound when I was bleeding. How I'm sounding when I'm losing my voice. It was 24/7. There was no louder voice. It was just like that. But he realized that if he divorced her, their life would be really awful. Because even if they had split custody, like half the time with Gloria, it was just, so like the dad literally stayed around to kind of take care of her, and he's always taking care of her. But then when he died pretty abruptly too. He got the cancer and died within like 4 years of having cancer. So they were preparing, but not that quickly. And Richard had no idea it was going to happen that fast. So they had abandoned everything in Oregon and left it all for Richard to take care of, the house, the businesses, everything. And then they just moved to Vegas when the dad got sick, because Gloria's family lived here. And then Gloria just gambled the whole time the dad was sick, and the dad just stayed at home and died at home while Gloria gambled. And so Richard was sending them like $20,000 a month on top of what he was already sending them. Like they'd be like, send us all this, like they'd be like every week he was sending them like $5,000. And the dad would always be like, we have no money, and like freaking out. And so they were basically like siphoning all the money from the business to Gloria's gambling, even early on, but we didn't realize that. Like I wasn't around then, but like me and Richard now have kind of like dissected everything and being like, oh, that makes sense. Excuse me. That's what was going on. Like because he couldn't figure out how his parents were going through so much money. It was like insane that dad was dying. But it was, Gloria was, but actually, during that time, they actually were documenting, like, Richard actually figured out with the taxes, they were documenting how much, you can see a little bit of what Gloria was losing because winning and losing for the things that you have to pay taxes on. But that's not even near as much as what she was playing, because that's only the things that you do get a hand pay on. I don't know if you guys know that. So the only time they're going to document your playing is if you get a hand pay. So that has to be over $1,200. The rest of the time you don't know what Gloria was playing or losing or winning or whatever, you know. So, she likes to remember the wins, those hand pay wins. That's what she likes to remember, you know. There's like, ooh, you know, and think that she's a winner when you have those hand pays, but you don't know all the losses you had or all the wins that you just pissed away because you didn't get a hand pay. So yeah, it's bad though, because those hand pays made Gloria feel like she had won all this money, because when you pay taxes on it, she's like, oh, I won all this money. I'm, you know, like literally Gloria thought that her gambling was like in some way like a job, like, because when you do pay taxes on it, so she would see like this number of how much she had won, which whatever it would be, but that doesn't account for anything. Do you know what I'm saying? That was your hand pay wins. That doesn't show how much you lost to get that, which is usually way more. So she literally started to think that she, like, was making money by gambling. Because you pay taxes on it, so it's crazy. Anyways, that's, I guess, what happens to people. They forget about their losses. Although some people say that that's why people gamble, is this weird thing of the losing. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get the gambling thing, but I don't judge because I've done other addictions. But the only thing that I sometimes will judge a little bit is sometimes when an addiction is not a physical addiction, I have a little bit more judgment, and I'll judge myself that way too, than when it's a habitual addiction. Because habitual means it's just something that you want to do versus something that you physically can't stop doing, that you have to, like, might go through a withdrawal. And so, like, gambling is not a physical addiction. And same with, that's what I say with even weed is not a physical one, and same with even cocaine is not a physical one, but the habitual addiction of those things can be almost as bad as physical addictions, but it's more just you don't feel like doing anything else. You want to do this thing. So those ones I'm a little bit harsher on people than the physical ones. So the physical ones could be like that's what I said with me and Richard. I've never been addicted to a physical drug other than caffeine and sugar, if you consider those ones drugs, but we never were addicted to things like heroin or meth. And I'm not judging people that were. I'm just saying when I know those addictions can be much harder to overcome because you're physically addicted to something. And even with caffeine or sugar, those ones too. Whereas other ones, you just have to change your habit. So sometimes it's easier with the ones where you just change your habit. And so the things that I was physically addicted to was alcohol and sugar and caffeine. But I've never been physically addicted to a street drug. That people always want to say we weren't. But I definitely was addicted to alcohol, and I was a bulimic, which meant I was highly addicted to sugar. And I was addicted to caffeine. I don't drink caffeine anymore. I was heavily addicted to caffeine. I loved caffeine. I drank like 10 pots of coffee a day. Like, no joke. Me and Richard together. But we made so much coffee. Like, I love coffee, so it was really hard for me to quit that. And that's, you may want to keep your sugar and caffeine addiction. You don't have to. But I found for me, I did better without caffeine and sugar. So I do keto, and I smoke weed, and I drink only water. But I found that the hardest addictions for me to overcome were caffeine and sugar and alcohol. And those were physical ones versus the other ones, the habitual ones. So that's why I say I have a lot more understanding for people that have physical ones are really hard. Like, they're really hard. I mean, you literally can get sick from, there's certain things, like some people that get addicted to opiates and things. Like, we used to watch this show. Did you guys ever watch the show Celebrity Rehab with Dr. Drew? Me and Richard used to love this show. We watched it. It's just funniest show because some of these celebs are nutballs. The one guy was like getting high on the ceiling of the rehab center. One of these, he's a rock star. Like, he escaped I think they could leave. I don't know if they were always like technically, but they were supposed to stay. Like, some of them would just say, I don't want to be here anymore. Some of them were like quarter, and some of them were, would go and then they would leave. But this guy ended up like being on the roof, like getting high, but then he wanted to come back as one of these some rock band. But always the weirdest things. But what Dr. Drew, I remember, expressed in that show is that there are some drug addictions that people can die from the withdrawals as they're starting to come off, like the opiates. So you have to literally go to a rehab center and they have to, or a hospital, and they have to wean you off of these things, or you can die from the withdrawals. So I always get upset when people get mad at people that, like, are in an addiction like that, and you're like, you gotta cut them some slack, because that they can literally die. Like, give them their time and space to get off of these things, like, don't be so harsh. And so I do, in a way, defend people sometimes when people are like drug addicts, or because you're like, like, walk in other people's shoes, like, before you judge, but also, like, they might be trying to get out of it, but it's hard. So things like when people get addicted to heroin, I know that I've never done heroin, but I know that people say that you can get very, very ill. Like they throw up, their own bones ache, their muscles ache, and they can't do anything until they get their drug or whatever. And so people will judge them, and I go, let them work through this, let them work through it and then get better, instead of like just shaming people, you know what I mean? And so, but sometimes they need to go into rehab to get better, because some of these things are so strong that you can't do it on your own, and you'll die on your own trying to get over it. But just to shame someone, that's not going to help them. And I know with me, with my bulimia, that's how it was for me, because I couldn't do it on my own early on. I didn't know how to get better, and my family would just shame me. And I'm like, I don't know how to stop, because with me, my bulimia addiction became almost like a drug addiction, where like when I ate, I had to vomit. Like I didn't even stick my finger down my throat. I just like basically involuntary vomited, because I got so used to it that my body just got very acclimated to doing that. And so I had to train myself to not do that, but I didn't know how to stop, and I got very ill for basically like 2 years after I first stopped, because I had to retrain my body to digest again, and it was very painful. I had to take all these probiotics. I was in excruciating pain for many, many months, and it took about 2 years before my body really was able to digest really at all. And then like I was taking, it was just a constant daily thing of taking probiotics, and Richard often would have to go and get me enemas, because I would be in I know TMI, but I'd be in so much pain that I'd be like, I need something to relieve like some of this pain. And so it'd be our joke, I'd be like hunched over, and then but those barely help, but I would be like I wouldn't be able to digest, so those would help get the poo out, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, because my body was not digesting. And so he would go get those for me, and it was like a little joke, because I'm like, you're a good husband, and I'm going to get me enemas, because I'm sure it's embarrassing, having to buy those at the store. But I would be in so much pain. Sorry. You guys are hearing, I'm glad you're hearing my voice, that how it sounds, that it's still not fully even healed from, I was bulimic for like 17 years total, and that is how I would sound all the time. This is how I sound when I get tired, is how I sounded all of the time. There was no, there's no voice there. It was like nothing. Like it was like it was embarrassing. Like I would try to talk, and it just like nothing would come out. And people would be like, "Are you sick?" I'm like, "Oh no, I'm not sick." Really? Because you have we have laryngitis every day? I mean, this is ridiculous. And people will do that. They'll act like this hoarse voice is just like normal, but it's not. A hoarse voice is never normal. That is always vocal damage. And the quickest way to get vocal damage is through an eating disorder. Usually bulimia, because like most of the stars, and they say that it's like through singing strengthens your voice. That's how I've strengthened my voice. People are like, you can't sing. I'm like, I know, but I sing to help strengthen my voice. And throughout the years, I've gotten better. Not great, but you should have heard me early on. And I used to post that stuff, you guys. No wonder why I got 0 views. I literally would get 0 views. Thank goodness. I would get 0 views. I found out that you could get 0 views. I thought you would kind of like get 1 view. I thought you could get 1 view. No, you can get 0 views for like a long time. Like I would be like, I'd go back to my page. I'm like, it's been 5 days. I have 0 views. Like it would be I'd be like, I guess no one goes to my page. Like this was on Twitter back in the day. Like they had shadow banned me, I think, a couple of times where I had spoken out about stuff. I got mad during the pandemic at the governor here in Vegas. I was not happy that Sisolak closed all of the casinos for 78 days in all the hotels, because that really hurt Vegas. And so I was talking about that on social media, and they kept shutting down my account. You were not allowed to say bad stuff about the pandemic and stuff during that. I don't know if you guys know that. Like if you said something about COVID, you got like shut down. So I got like 20,000 views yelling at the governor. Like it was going viral. Like it was like, I remember I just taken it off. It was like 20,000 within like a couple minutes yelling at Governor Sisolak, and then they took my whole account down on Twitter. And I was like, because you can't be yelling at people about during the pandemic. Everyone freaked out. You could not say anything bad. You had to just like suck it up. They'd be like, "This is just fine that they closed the casinos for 78 days and we're all like killed our livelihoods. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. We're so happy." So I was doing these blogs and I kept getting taken down. And then they finally took. After that, I did. After the time I yelled it. It's just like I didn't try again. I'm like, forget it, because they took down my whole account. And I'm like, forget it. And we kept getting our accounts taken down for copyrights. But then they took that down for that. And then I lost another one for... Oh, man. Always something stupid. Where we used to always tag the artists when we would use their videos, not realizing that's not smart, because they will take down your accounts for copyright. It's not the actual artists, it's usually like their lawyers and stuff. But like we thought early on, like, oh, that's so sweet, we'll like do this video with this artist, like Eminem. I used to always tag. No, he'll take out your stuff right away. They were gonna make us give our money to Eminem with me a cappella singing his song on here. I was like, well, that's a bit of a compliment, I guess. But the a cappella, not even his music in the background, me just doing his rap. And I'm like, geez, he's like so strict with that. But they will take down your accounts if you have like 3 copyright violations. But what would happen to us is we would forget that we had posted a video with music, and then like a year later, you get all these violations, and they say your account's going down for these 3 videos or whatever. And it'll be like ones from like a year or 2 ago. Like, oh, darn it. So now we try to remember to delete, but I know it's going to happen again. I don't know if they do it as much anymore. I don't know, since Elon took over, but that used to happen all the time. So we lost so many accounts on Twitter for that, where like he'd be like, because we started on Twitter in 2016, and we had a bunch of different accounts, and we lost them all. Early on, they would have your accounts down pretty fast with that copyright thing. I don't know if it got changed, or I don't know. Or maybe I don't do it as much anymore. I don't know. But I think I still sometimes do it. I've been forgetting to delete, so. But, watch, my Twitter will probably go down a little. I don't use it much anymore. I don't care. I don't even like the name to X. That's so stupid to me. I liked it better Twitter. I'll forever call it Twitter. X doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. Why you name it a letter? Why would you name a a name that everybody knows, that is so well known? Like, you say Twitter, it's never like, oh, what do you mean? No, it's Twitter. When you say X, huh? You have to say X, formerly known as Twitter, like Prince, formerly known as the artist, formerly known as whatever. Prince, formerly known as the artist, formerly known as Prince, whatever. Anyways, Twitter was never like, wait, what are you talking about? So why would you change a name that was like so solid? Unless there was some legality thing that like you had to change it. You know how like when people can't use like their branding or something? I don't know. But otherwise, if it was just for like, because I want to make it this way, that makes no sense to me. But you know how like, I don't know if you guys know this, when like artists sometimes change their names, it's because they can't do under that name anymore. Like they have a contract under that name. So like Snoop Dogg went to Snoop Lion for a second. Did you guys know about that? It's probably because they had a contract with Snoop Dogg. He now couldn't sing under Snoop Dogg, had to go sing under Snoop Lion until his contract was up with them with Snoop Dogg. Then he could, so they can't even use their own names when they're in a contract with something. So like a celeb will have to change their name or something. Anyways, so even like the own celebs get stuck with like, they can't even go out of the, like it's their name that they created, their business that they think, and they're like, oh no, you can't now go sing if you're not gonna be with us, you know, with that name. Wait, you mean I can't use my own name? No, you know. So that's the kind of stuff I can't stand about any of the media stuff. Is just all of the red tape of like all the weird little, where I'm like, okay, like especially with music, I feel like music should be open to everybody. Like I feel like the more people would be like open to share their music, the more like people would want, like I would love to buy CDs still, if that still existed, like, or even buy the music that like, we love to buy the music and then make something with that. So like we'll pay the $1.99 or something, and then you make your video with that music. But that doesn't even work. They won't even let you like do that. So you're like, why wouldn't you let people do that? Get people stealing your music. But I think the more like you allow it to be used, like the more people will hear the song, and at the end of the day you'll be a more successful artist than like shutting down every time, like, don't use my song, da 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 da, I need to be paid to use my song, when it's just like a fan using your song. You're like, don't you want your song promoted? Like, I'm a fan, but I know they say, well, my music is what's helping your video get views and your video could get paid, so I should get paid. But you're like, I see, like, with the big people, but with like the small people doing their social media, like, who cares? So that is cool on YouTube now. There's the shorts, you're allowed to do that. The shorts, you're allowed to use the music, which is super cool, and that's what makes them fun and interesting. But the long ones, you're not allowed to use people's music, unless unless you split the funds with them, or if certain ones allow, but like most of them they don't. And even when you're doing a live, if someone's music comes on in the background, they can take over the money for your whole blog. You can do a thing where you can mute that part of the blog, or you can appeal it sometimes if it doesn't seem valid. But yeah, once they hear their song, so it's kind of crazy because you go like, what's on in the background? That's ridiculous, you know, and things like that. But I get on their side, you know, that it's their music and they want the credit for it. But like, there's sometimes it just goes really far with the social media, because you're like, part of like, I think like it would be great if like I was playing a song here and then like I said, this is my favorite artist, and you guys heard the song, we played it, and then maybe everyone goes and checks out that artist, right? So like, I don't understand how that could like I feel like that could be helpful, you know what I mean? So like, this thing of like always kind of just squash your art, like I feel like if anything, like spread it, and then people would, you'd end up making more money at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Instead of like, I don't want anyone to use my music unless I'm being paid. Well, I'm a fan, because like if I love music, so what I do is you know, on my Twitter I often post the music I'm listening to, because I love music. And what actually sucks when we blog is I can't listen to music, like otherwise I would have like music on or something, because we have to be really careful. And even Annette always has her music on, and we have to be careful when you go in a room and mute her TV, because there's always music on in this house when we're not blogging. And it's just kind of unfortunate, because you actually have to change the way that you live your life to not get in trouble on social media. Like, we have music on if there wasn't blogging, but like if that's on in the background, then we could get in trouble, where you're like, that's actually changing how we live our life. Like, what to be the true thing would be to have music on. So in that scenario, like, I think in the background of like, it kind of seems ridiculous to me sometimes. But I get when they're thinking like, you got all this money and you used our song, because music does make things better. You know, you got a nice song, it's an okay video, and then you got a song, and it's like, wow, way better. But I don't know, that whole kind of like being stingy with art irritates me. I feel like people should be more like, just kind of like collective share the art. Like, be like, hey, I made this, and if you like this, that's cool, and you made this, and not like, oh, I made this and need to be paid every time you use this. Did you know like someone trademarked the strip? Like, you're not supposed to ever show the strip unless you pay money. So like in movies and stuff, like they have to pay to show it, and like if you are to put it on things, like you're so, I'm like, how do you trademark the whole strip or whatever? They trademark everything. I don't know. I get frustrated when people want to make money out of every single thing. It's like, there are some things in life that we could just enjoy that everyone doesn't have to gouge everyone for. And I don't understand that. Like, it's like, oh, if you can make money there, then you're better. You know, it's like, yeah, but there were times like back in the day, like when I was a kid, like there were things that people were losing money. Like, there was other ways they could be making money, but it didn't matter. It was like, this is for the betterment of the people. Like, it was like customer service was about like not making the maximum dollar. It was about like pleasing your customers. Now that doesn't seem to be the case at all. It's like, especially since the pandemic, it seems like the customer service has gone out the window, and like they use the excuse of like this thing of like sanitary things or things like that to try to like excuse, or like no one can use the bathroom now since the pandemic. Oh, we have no restrooms. Like, I'm like, that seems really lame. Like the stores that don't have a restroom now, and I'm like, that's awful. I've gone to stores that like, or like big stores that should have a restroom, and you're there and you need to use the toilet, and you're in the store trying to shop, and they're like, oh, we no longer have them. We no longer provide a public restroom since the pandemic. And I'm like, well, I'm trying to shop in your store and I am about to pee my pants, so what am I supposed to do? The closest one is about a mile down the way. Well, that's fantastic, because now you just lost a customer, because I have to leave your store. I mean, I would have bought something, but I can't wait in line because I'm going to pee my pants. And now you just lost customers by sending them down the way. That's so stupid. And things like that. And it's like customer service is to provide a restroom if you're a store that people are going to be in there for any amount of time. Like something like a department store or a bigger store or a grocery store especially. Usually grocery stores have them, but you know who doesn't have them at all anymore these days? A lot of the gas stations. And I'm like, it's a gas station. You stop for a pit stop. How do you not have a toilet at a gas station? Like, isn't that what you stop at the gas? I know that's what my dad would make us wait for. Or not stop. There was never a rest stop we're gonna stop at. It was, we only stopped if you needed gas. And my dad would make us wait. So if we stopped at a gas station that didn't have a toilet, that was gonna be a big issue because we were already waiting. So like, oh man, he'd make us hold it. We're only stopping when we need gas, not for toilet breaks. So I can't imagine these days, like, they literally, I'll stop at the gas station and oh no, we don't have a toilet. I'm like, you don't have a toilet at the gas station? When someone's on a road trip and stops, you say you have no public restroom. That is ridiculous. That is insane. Like, who's gonna have a restroom if the gas station doesn't? Like, what are you supposed to do when you're out and about and you can't make it all the way home? Where do you stop? This is ridiculous. Yeah, and it was like, it was crazy during the pandemic. I almost peed my pants a couple times. You expect a place to have a toilet, and you're like, what do you want me to do? Pee in your parking lot? What am I supposed to do? Pee my pants? And they're like, about 9 miles down the way, I think someone's got a public restroom. It's crazy time. It still is. They've gotten better, but not much better. Some places still ridiculous. In Vegas, like, you can always get the casinos. I've had to do that where I'm like, everyone's got their toilets closed except the casinos. Stop at a casino. Jeez. Ridiculous. But then you gotta walk 9 miles to the casino to find a toilet. Oh. It was bad during the pandemic. I don't know if you guys witnessed that. Oh, all the, you know who else was, the fast food wasn't allowing. So you're like, people were eating and drinking food and then you can't even use the restroom at the fast food. We didn't eat fast food, but I would go in there to use the restroom, if I was driving. How are people eating and drinking? You're not giving them a place to use the restroom at your restaurant? That's insane. That's insane. That's insane to me. I don't know how people are getting away with this stuff. I get there was a safety concern, but that's also a public health concern of not allowing a restroom. People were going to be peeing their pants or peeing in the parking lot, which is illegal and gross. So I didn't understand that one. I'm like, closing the restrooms, that's insane to me. I don't understand that. Like, you want us to defecate in the parking lot? It's ridiculous. I've had it where it would be like, I have to poo. What am I supposed to do? Please tell me you're going to let me. My mom used to say that when I was a kid. She would take us. And if they would not let us, she'd be like, well, I'm going to let my kid pee on the floor then. I don't know. They would usually let you, we have an employee restroom. Okay, fine. Anyways, so my bunny is dying over there. So I got to jump off vlog before he has just a hissy fit. Are you not hearing? He wants out of his cage so bad. If you guys want to see, you guys see baby. But he's about to have just a heart attack. And I was going to take a bath about 100 years ago now. Come on, what's going on with this? It's blurry. There he is. That's when he wants out. He says, excuse me, do you not hear? I want out of this darn cage. I need to use the toilet. So last time I let him out, look at what he did. I haven't had a chance to clean it yet. Look, this is what he does. He kicks all of the litter out. And I need to clean. I've been on the blog. Let me drawer open. And so he's going to do it again. He kicks all of his litter. He just goes in there and he just starts kicking it. He literally just starts kicking it with his back feet. Kicks it all out of the box. I'm like, thanks, Casper. You little monster. He's the best, though. I love him. I got him these new... Oh, let's see. Let's give him these new... This will distract him for a second. No, look at... Oh, he knows he can come out there now. All right, I got to let him out. This is just too much. I feel too bad. We got to let him out. Okay, let's see. I get these cords out of the way, though. What we're going to do here. He's gonna just die. I'm trying to get you guys so you don't fall over. Here we go. Let's get the tripod set. Darn tripod always falls. It's got this flexy thing that just doesn't work that great. Let's get this out of the way so he doesn't get immediately distracted by the cords. Poor baby. He's just about to just die over here. Just about to die. Hello there, we didn't forget about you. Oh, I know you tried biting. I know, I've been on the blog. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me. You want to use the toilet? Here you go. There we go. I didn't get even a chance to clean it yet. Oh man. There it goes over there. He had to use the restroom. He doesn't like going in his cage. So he gets so pissed off and wants out of there so he can use the toilet. So sometimes I feel bad. He doesn't like going in his cage. I didn't realize that was the case for a while. And I couldn't figure out why he was getting so mad. But he likes that little litter box. But I was going to clean it. But did you know I hear bunnies will eat their own poo? I didn't know that. So I try to clean it before he does that. But I guess it's not bad for them to do. I guess they do that. But yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. But he also eats the bedding. Thank you. Oh, who was it? Brandy. Brandy for the bedding. We should do that. I was going to do that. I was going to change this, but then he wanted out. So I'm going to do that later today. I do it every day. He poos a lot. It gets changed every day. His cage, the bottom, I do every second or third day. But the litter box we do every day. But the inside of the cage, like inside here, like we clean out. Me and him, we do his water bowl and his water bottle every day, and I do his things, and we do his little mats in here. He has little mats in his little bedroom over here. We clean those out, and I wash those. So he's got poo-poo in there, so I'll clean that up. But then the bottom, I only do every third day, second or third day, because it's too expensive. Otherwise, I would do it every single day, but I can't afford that much bedding. But this litter box we have to do every single day because he just poos like crazy. But he likes to be left alone when he's in his litter box. But I always like to borrow him. I was coming to say hi to him. But he often pees out of the litter box, which is really annoying because he lifts his butt up, and sometimes he pees right into the hay over there. I don't know why he likes to do that. Or he puts his butt to the edge over here, right over here, and pees right out the edge. And I'm like, well, that's pointless. And now here he goes, so he likes kicking all of his bedding out. When I wake up at night, after him and Richard have been playing, this room is in shambles. There's just stuff everywhere, because we put his tunnel. He plays with his little tunnel. He loves his little tunnel. Yeah, he had to use the toilet. But this is his favorite tunnel. And then we got him all these little balls and things. But he's so darn spoiled. But he's getting big. I'm trying to cut him back on his food. But he's such a little pig. I don't know what to do. He just wants to eat all the time. So I'm trying to cut him back on his amount of the little kibble things that I give him, his little whatever you call them. We have him on right now. We had him on the bunny, the little guy food. Now he's older. We had him on the young. Sorry, I was making sure he wasn't chewing the cord over there. But the adult one might be better. But I think it's making him fat. But he gets so mad if he doesn't have it. He beats at his cage all night, and so I was gonna try to not give it to him last night, and then I was fine, so I gave him some, and then he's happy, but I'm you're gonna get fat, dude. And I don't know, but he gets so darn mad if his bowl's empty, and so I'll give him more, and then, but I'm I don't know how much I'm supposed to give him. I feel like he's getting big. He'd be such a grump. I've already cut him back on like, I give him less, and I cut out he was getting, and poor guy kept getting so gassy. I was giving him cabbage early on. I giving him organic cabbage, and it made him so gassy. He didn't like it. So we now just give him the hay and the little kibble things. But gosh, he just eats a lot. He really eats and eats and eats, and I'm like, I don't know how much we're feeding this little guy. Yeah, you want to come up here? Come on up. Here he is. Here he is. But he just wants to eat all of the time. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to monitor how much he eats. I don't know if bunnies will get too big. I'm not sure. I see sometimes these huge ones online. I'm like, I don't want him to get too big. But God, he just loves eating. Oh, I feel bad. Last night I was like, I'm not gonna fill up his bowl. And then he's shaking his cage, shaking his cage, shaking his cage. And I was like, fine, so I gave him a little bit. And then he was just so darn happy. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? What do you do? And he's so cute. He's chewing on stuff, always chewing on stuff. He's just so cute. I mean, when you just want him to be happy. He's just always so cute. Hi, baby. He kisses me, like licks me. Like, it's the sweetest thing. Oh my gosh, I gotta feel this. He licks me sometimes. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Melinda, for 9 cents. That's so sweet. But it's the sweetest thing because it makes you tingle all over because it's so weird. Like, because it's just like the affection from an animal. Like, it's so sweet because he doesn't do it very often because he's usually a little punk. But when he does, I'm like, oh, and he doesn't do it to Richard. He's only done it to me like 3 times. Where he'll give me he'll lick my face. He'll lick my face, and it's like so sweet. So I give him little kisses on the nose, but he normally just lays there. But once in a while, after I kiss him on the nose, he'll lick my cheek, and I'm like, oh, what a sweetheart. Because it's really sweet. Like, bunnies are the sweetest. They're very, very affectionate animals. I don't know if you see we see the wild ones out there, and they're always playing and loving on each other. Like, they're very social. And so he doesn't have the other bunnies, so we tried to really give him a lot of attention because he wants to be touched a lot. Like, he seriously right now he's running around, he's going to Richard because he doesn't like when he's out and we're not giving him attention. He starts to get he's like, hello, 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 do you not see I'm here? So this tripod keeps moving. Silly rabbit, yeah. I had a rabbit I named Wabbit when I was a kid. So this is my 5th rabbit I've ever had, or bunny. So I had, this tripod is driving me absolutely insane right now. It's just will not stay. It's keeps falling. But my first bunny ever was named Sweetie when I was really young. And my second one was named Wabbit. And then Cinnamon and Sherman. And this is Casper. So this is my 5th one, but they were all when I was very, very young. So I haven't had a bunny since I was probably 6 years old or something like that. But come here, Hannibal. He's really sweet, but he's also a little pain in the neck. And his claws are getting. So does he need to get Does he need to go to the vet or something to have his fingernail or little things clipped because he's getting sharp? I don't know how that works. I don't know because it's getting sharp. He's scratching me a lot, so I don't know if he needs to go. If that's something that we have to take him to the vet for or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I have to read more about what you have to do for Bunny because does he have to get his hair cut ever? I don't know. I don't know what Bunny's. I brush his hair every day, but I don't know if he has to ever do that. But oh gosh, he's just always into something. Look at him over there. Can't even see him. There he is. He's a little explorer. He's my little Dora the Explorer. He loves messing with Richard. wish he gets me out. Let's see if he's gonna get back up. Richard doesn't want to go on the bed. Let's see if he's gonna jump up. No, he did good. He didn't come out. Whoa, whoa, hello, isn't it? Okay, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. I was gonna take a shower like 100 years ago, a bath. I guess just like, I guess probably do dinner in a little bit. Oh gosh, oh gosh, I'm missing. Oh gosh, is he gonna do it again? He never does things once he's on camera, but he was doing his jumping. Let's see. Hi, there you are. You can see his jump. Let's see if we can get him to jump. You have to film him for a minute before you have to. Hilarious. So hard to film him though, because as soon as you pull out the camera, he like stops doing what he's doing. Nope, there he goes. Uh-oh. Did you guys see him? Oh my gosh. He's so funny. He's like always up to something though. You always gotta keep an eye on him because he gets into everything. Richard just lets him roam at night though, and he's always getting into something. And when I'm sleeping, I wake up and I'm like, oh no. But him and Richard play. I want to see him jump again. I don't know if he's been trying to. Yes, he's always getting into something. Always chewing on something. Casper, come over here. Come here. He wants to chew on this. That's his new obsession, yeah. No, I knew he was going for that. Come here. Get out of there. Get out of here. Come back over here. Come back over here. Play your tunnel. Play your tunnel. He loves his tunnel. He likes to zip out from different ends. He never does anything cute if I'm filming him. I'm telling you. If I'm not filming him, he does the cutest things. If I'm filming him, he just sits there. That's what he does every time. I pull out my camera and I like try to film him for like the longest time and I end up with like footage of nothing. I'm like, Casper, and then as soon as I stop filming, he does like a cute leap or something funny, and I'm like, gosh darn you. This is what he does every time. Like, not interesting, Casper. Now that you're being filmed, you're not being interesting. That's what he always does. But then I swear, if I stop filming him, he'll do a big leap in the air or something. Oh no, now he's gonna lay down. Forget it. Yeah, you're filming me. So I'm not gonna do nothing. I'll bump on a log. He's literally like the most active, funny bunny when he's not being filmed. And I try all the time. I'm like, I try to get it out, and then he does nothing. And half the time, he just comes up to me as soon as I start filming. And then he's just like, so I'm trying to film him, and he's just like crawling on me. And I'm like, well, that's not fun to film then. And then, so I never catch him doing anything cute. And he does the cutest things. His little jumps are the cutest things. And sometimes he really gets going. And then as soon as I grab the camera, he stops. And like in his cage, he'll be like sleeping so cute. And I'll be like trying to be so quiet. I'll be like, okay, I'm going to get a photo of him. And then never fails. Like as soon as I get like right before I'm going to take the photo, he's like totally moves. And I'm like, Casper, he's the most unphotogenic bunny, but he's so cute, but he just doesn't ever want to be on camera. I swear he sees it, and I think he just is like, what is that? I have a lot of footage of him like coming into the camera with his face in the camera. He's funny. Yeah, he's literally doing nothing now. His camera's out, so he's gonna be a bump on a log. But anyways, you guys, we will catch you all later. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. Thank you for all the love. Sorry, the comments got stuck. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Hello, Hannah. Hello, hamster. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Thank you, everybody, who sent goodies today. That was great. I don't know who had sent the coloring book. I don't know if it was totally Tiffany. For Annette, thank you for that. And I didn't see the thing there. I'll have to go look. Thank you, Brandy, for the bedding and the dish soap And the laundry detergent and the fabric softener, those are all so needed around here. And then, I mean, the bedding is for the bunny, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, buddy bedding. And then, I don't know who sent the paper towels. I don't know if it was Grace again. I don't remember who, I didn't say. But thank you, whoever sent that. I needed the paper towels. I stocked them over in my closet. I'm so excited. And the P.O. Box, if you guys do want to send that, is Joy L, 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3-354. And that's the box number is 354. Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. So you have to do the box number or they'll send it back to you. So that's Joy L, 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3-354, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. So that's where we're getting the gifts. It's a P.O. box. It's not our home address. It's a P.O. box. And thank you everybody that's been sending supplies. That's been super helpful. So I've been so happy about having like trash bags. Everybody's been giving me trash bags. So I'm like, you can never give me enough trash bags. So if you don't worry, if I have trash bags, keep sending them. Never give me enough trash bags. Amanda gave me trash bags. Grace gave me trash bags. Gemini gave me trash bags. Crystal gave me trash bags. Who else did? Someone else did again. I don't have enough. Keep sending them. Trash bags. I already have gone through one box of the trash bags from Grace. The one box of the white, the lavender, vanilla ones, which are wonderful. I've already gone through one box, but I have one box left of those. And then I've been using the, I think it was either Crystal or Gemini sent these big old bags of their clear plastic. I used those to do the litter. So those were great for that. Which I need to do in a minute here. And then, yeah, even Amanda brought me over trash bags the first day, so thank you, you guys. And someone sent like these huge, it was either Crystal or Gemini, these monster trash bags. You can fit, they're like body bags. They're so big. I was like, this is awesome. I put them in the kitchen for Gloria in there. I put them in her trash can. So, thank you. It's crazy. Those things really add up. Like, they're expensive at the stores. I don't know if you guys have looked at the price of trash bags lately. They're expensive. That's why I make a big deal about them, because I was like so mad at how expensive they were, and we were running out of them, and I'm like, can't afford those. So that's what Gloria was like, being like, don't make sure to fill them all the way. But she didn't realize that you guys have been helping. So I don't try to be wasteful with it, but I also don't want to like fill it to where a bag's gonna break and stuff and leak, to just, to conserve a trash bag, and that's what we were doing. So we really appreciate that. And I like getting rid of trash. That's why I love trash bags. I don't like trash. Like, I don't like the smell of it and stuff. So like, as soon as I can get a trash bag out of the house, I like that. But if I don't have enough bags, then you're like, I gotta make sure to fill it all the way to the brim, but then sometimes it stinks and you want it out of the trash. Things you don't think about when you have money. It's like people, so I grew up poor. So I never had money. And I've always kind of struggled since me and Richard have been together. We've a couple times, kind of had money, but not really solidly. We always kind of knew it was like we weren't really solidly have money. It would be like we have money at times, but then at times we didn't have money. So there's never been like a stability where we felt comfortable the entire time we'd been together. Where he grew up, where he had money, and but then he had Gloria, so she always was kind of making them feel like they didn't have money, because she's always been overspending. So, but they did have money, they just didn't realize it. But my family didn't have any money, and so it's hard for me to sometimes understand where they're coming from. And same at times for you guys where they're like, oh, we don't have anything, or like, you still have more than most people kind of thing, But it is hard when you've had more, I guess, and you lose it. But sometimes it's frustrating because you're like, some people never had it at all. But, so I get where you guys come from sometimes too, where you think, like, and some people are like, why are we helping these people that have all this money? But what happened is Richard and Annette kind of got, their dad would have had like an amazing life for them, but then he decided to marry a kind of crazy Panamanian woman, and so she kind of destroyed their life for them. So it's not that like they're trying to, be a pity party, but it's kind of like you took two people that like should have had a much better existence and then kind of ripped that away from them, and now like people are like, well, why aren't you better? It's like, well, it has much to do with their mom. Like if it wasn't for their mom, they would not ever be in this situation at all. You know what I mean? There's no way. Like they both have like, both they have science degrees. Like Richard's a biologist and that's an environmental scientist. Like degrees. Richard was a millionaire before he was 25 years old. And he's had many successful business. He lived in Manhattan when he was in his before he turned 30. He was very successful there, living in Gramercy Park. If you guys know about that, he had this special key that only the people who live there get to have this key to the Gramercy Park. I guess is a big deal. And, and he had all this money and stuff, but like always Gloria's been a drain. Like, and he actually left Manhattan the first time because of Gloria. Like he felt that she wanted him to come home. And so he went back to Oregon and left Manhattan to go back to Oregon, and then that he didn't like, so then he left Oregon to go to Aspen, and he bartended in Aspen at the Little Nell, which is a really expensive, famous place in Aspen if you've ever been. So me and Richard visited Aspen in July of 2016. We took a road trip there. It's pretty fun. We drove our car there, and we had a good time. But that place is expensive. We were there for 4th of July, which is not their like peak time there. Their peak time is during winter, obviously. But even during 4th of July, like the rooms are astronomical there, the price. And so it's a very expensive place. The celebrities go there and stuff. So Richard worked at the bar there, and it's a very, very fancy restaurant. He ended up leaving there too to go back to Oregon because Gloria always was just like kind of always needing. She's very needy, and just always pulling in. What the deal is like Richard's father relied on Richard a lot. Like they became kind of like business partners when Richard was really young. They did the which some people said is not true, but they did the credit card, the merchant processing. They did the first. The machine that Richard shows, the credit card processing, they were the ones that had to go to the businesses to convince everybody to switch from checks to use debit cards at the stores, at the grocery stores, and anywhere. And because no one wanted to switch from checks. They thought that no one would ever want to use cards. Like at the restaurants and at the grocery stores, they said, oh no, our customers aren't going to feel comfortable using a card. It was like this weird thing, because cards were like a new thing, and they thought there'd be a bunch of fraud with them, which there are, right? But there was also fraud with checks and things, and so he had to convince these stores and these restaurants to switch from checks to their new machine, and it was a big deal and stuff, and so they would get these contracts with these companies and stuff. But that's what Richard did when he was young, and like very young. Like him and his dad would go around and do that, and that became like his first business that he did with his dad. And that was J.L. McKay, and it was actually ended up being purchased by Chase. Chase owns Richard's father's original business, and you can look it up. It's called J.L. McKay, which Richard's father's initials are J.L., and then his partner, I think he had a partner with it, but they ended up creating the first credit card processing little machine, so you could use your debit card or credit card at a store. Like a machine that you could do all of them in one. So otherwise you had to have like a terminal for each thing, for your MasterCard, for your Visa, or for your American Express. They made it all in one. They had to convince all of these people to start like accepting those things, because no one wanted to use those in the stores. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy to think that like the stores wanted to stay with checks, and that the restaurants and the stores wanted to stay with checks, because like these new cards were a new thing. Like this is a weird new thing. Like credit cards and debit cards and things were all new. Like that was like, whoa, what is this thing? This is weird. How is this ever gonna work? And now it's funny to think that now we don't do checks really. We just use those. But so Richard and his dad did that, and then his dad was also the accountant for all of the Sherry's restaurants. And his dad also is one of the would have been the original founders of Nike, but he didn't want to be a part of it because of Gloria. So they're from Portland, Oregon, and Nike's from Oregon. I don't know if you know that. And so Richard knows the guy that created Nike, and he wanted Richard's father to be a part of it. And he said he couldn't be because he needed to be, you know, with the hardware store with Gloria. But he knew that it was going to be super successful. And the guy wanted to name it Tiger, to what do you go? Puma was already out there, and he thought he wanted to compete with Puma by naming it Tiger. And Richard's father said he should name it Nike. Richard's father came up with the name Nike. And it's crazy. And he was going to be a member, and he knew it was going to be successful. It wasn't like where this one of the things that he I was like, it was like, oh, I didn't see that going. He knew it was going to be super successful. That's why he didn't want to be a part of it. He's like, I can't be a part of it. I can't. I have too much going on at home. I can't be a part of this. Your company's going to be awesome. So go, you know, and yeah. So all these things. So Richard's father was a super duper successful man. And unfortunately, he married Gloria, who is just like a continual burden. I call her a bottomless bucket. Like you just keep giving her and it just goes. And so the father just worked and worked and worked and just gave Gloria money and money and money. And so as soon as he died, it was like he'd already set up so much stuff, but it was like no one could keep giving her the amount of money that his father like gave her. Like, she has lived the most spoiled life of anybody ever. No one has lived Gloria's reckless life, I don't think, because even people with money don't live it that reckless. Like, Gloria, it was such recklessness because it wasn't her money. She never cared. It was like someone else's money. She didn't give a crap, like, about anything. She still doesn't. Like, nothing she has has she ever worked for. So she doesn't care. She still doesn't work for it. I work for it. So she still doesn't care. So she has no regard for, like, anybody ever doing anything. Because she has lived the most pampered, easy life. It's insane. And so when we laugh when you guys say elderly abuse to Gloria, I'm like, Gloria's the most pampered old lady. And, like, yeah, now she has to sleep on the couch because of her doing. Like, she did this to herself. Like, she destroyed a family that was so well off and would have been so successful. And so now she's stuck on the couch by her doing. And we've tried to make it as good as possible. But Gloria would be on the couch whether we were here or not. She slept on the couch since they were kids. But then she makes us feel bad now that she's sleeping on the couch. But she slept on the couch because that's what's the closest to the TV. And Gloria doesn't get off the couch to watch TV. Richard said she used to prepare all the food in front of the TV. She sits there and cuts her veggies and sleeps in front of the TV, and they ate their dinner in front of the TV and everything. Gloria, I said, did you guys always have a TV? He said, no, but as soon as my dad got her a TV, she never got away from that TV. She is glued to that TV. I've never seen anything like it. I have to turn it off. She has that TV so loud sometimes, we have to go ask her, and she gets so mad. Like, in the middle of the night, it is blaring Spanish stuff, like Spanish novellas, and they're loud. And it's like sometimes we're like, Gloria, can you please turn down the volume? And I can't hear it. We're like, well, you must be deaf then. I mean, it is so loud sometimes. And then when she's gone, I turn off the TV. She never turns off the TV. So I turn off the TV, and that's how I know when she's home. Sometimes I'm like, oh, the TV's back on. Gloria's back. Even if I haven't seen her yet, I'll just know the TV's back on. But the TV is on 24/7. And as soon as she gets home, she plops right back in front of that TV. And I've just never seen anything like it. And, like, she'll literally watch the same episode over and over, too. It's like the weirdest thing. We were watching these novellas with her when we first got here, because we were all in the living room when we first got here. And we realized she would watch the same one over and over. Like, there was this one where she watched this lady die. There's a horrific death in this car accident. She was freaking out. And the next episode we're watching with her, the lady's living room, we're like, what happened to her? She come back from alive? What happened? And Gloria's like, what are you talking about? And we're like, she died. She, no, she didn't. Like, yeah, she did. You watched yesterday. You were yelling at the TV and everything. She was in a really horrific car accident. She's like, nah. We're like, oh, no, she's not even watching them in order. She's watching them all out of order. She don't even remember the order of them. And we're like, all day you stare at this thing, but you don't even know the order of the show that you're watching, like. And this isn't a memory thing. It's just like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, how, like, it's weird the things that she has focused her entire life on, and she doesn't even care. She doesn't even know the lady died, and the thing that she watched 2 days ago, and she, like, literally was screaming at the TV, oh, the lady got in this accident, and we're like, did she come back from the dead? Because that happens in the soap operas. Sometimes they do. It's weird. But this one was no. It was just Gloria watched it out of order. And we're like, oh, okay, it's in a different order. She'll get to that one again. I don't know. But anyways, we're not trying to make fun of her. It's just that it's horrific that, like, the things that she's put as priority over her children mean nothing to her. A show that she doesn't even remember the lady died 2 episodes ago. Or like the gambling, but then that has what you have literally sacrificed your children's life for. And that's why I call her a bad mom. And people, I call that a bad mom. Like, the things that you have put all of your money, all of your energy into, all of your love into mean nothing while your kids suffered. That would be the definition of a bad mom to me. My mom killed herself, but there's one thing you could never, ever say that we were not a priority, me and my sister. Like, my mom put everything into me and my sister, and then she got tired and, you know, she probably gave too much. Because I had, like, the best mom. Like, that's the hard thing about losing my mom is, like, while she was alive, I mean, she was a little bit wacky, but, like, as far as, like, a mother, oh, geez. She did everything you could ever dream of, and, like, she never made you ever feel bad about it, and she also came, oh my god, he's chewing on this cord, hold on. He is already chewing on this cord. He is such a punk. He's literally, I had to rip it out of his mouth. She came to any event. Oh my god, like, front and center. You know, on anything I was ever involved in, and my dad never came to anything, and so, like, it was weird when my mom died. I didn't realize what a crappy dad I had. My mom always said he was, but I just thought, oh, you're being, because they got divorced. But I'm like, oh yeah, I have a crappy dad. My mom just compensated. And so, like, when my mom died, it was like I lost both my parents, because I was like, oh, I never really had a dad. I just didn't realize. I would go visit him in the summers, but I thought he was cool, you know. My mom called him the Disneyland dad. But once my mom died, I was like, oh, there's no one. Like, he was just her. So when my mom died, it was like I had no one I could call. Like, my dad, he doesn't even answer the phone. It never has. I mean, so it was like if there was an emergency, there was no one to call. But my mom, you know, oh my God, my mom would be there in her pajamas if you needed her anywhere. You know, she'd be coming, oh yeah, let me get my, you know, she'd running to come in. But my dad, you can't even get him to answer the phone. My mom also, like, when I was young, she would go to sleep really early, but she always would hear that phone if you called, you know. And so you always could rely on my mom. My dad, nothing. Like, it's like you can't rely on him for anything. I don't think he wanted to be a parent at all. And so I think he's very happy now. Like, I seriously think he is happy, like, not talking to me at all, which is just weird because I don't know, I would think as a parent you just want to have a relationship with your kids, but I guess some people don't. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys are parents like that. But my mom was like one extreme and my dad so far the other extreme. And my dad, Gloria, I don't know what, hers is weird. Hers is a weird thing because she's not as bad as my dad in the sense of, like, where she wants nothing to do with her kids, but she just doesn't know how to treat her kids. So it's like, so in a way, well, why I'm here and not with my own father is I do love Gloria because she tries, kind of, but it's so weird at the same token, whereas my dad don't even try. But yeah, so we love Gloria. People think we don't like her. We love Gloria. She annoys the crap out of us, but we love her. But we feel bad for getting annoyed because it's not her fault. Most of the things, like she just doesn't get it. We're like, we don't. He is running all around. So we don't know why though, because like there's no diagnosis for Gloria. There's no learning disability. There's no dementia. There's no Alzheimer's. There's no nothing like that. It's just like every day we don't understand what she's gonna understand and what she's not gonna understand, and we don't know what she remembers, what she doesn't remember. We don't remember what she's lying about or what she doesn't remember, you know, so it's just frustrating because sometimes she's just lying, but sometimes she's just forgetting. So it's like, when do you know? So early on we thought she was just lying, and that's why early on we were really frustrated with her, but the more we're realizing she was forgetting, we're like, okay. But she does lie, but she forgets too, so it's very hard. And you guys see the denial thing makes it hard too. And you guys saw the denial. I don't know if you guys said the last. That's been our last any sort of anything, was that time that we had to challenge Gloria and Annette about their addictions. I don't know if you guys saw that video. It was there was a video that Richard made. It's been I don't even know how long it's been now. What, a couple weeks? Maybe even a month. Well, because we've been doing this just like a month now, month and a half. I don't even know. When we had to yell at Annette, because what was happening is Annette was starting to get attitude. So without them realizing why we're here, they start to get a little bit of attitude, because they're like, why are you kind of telling me what to do? Because we don't really like tell them what to do too much, but like a little bit, you know, or like, so then it's like, well, why are you here? Kind of thing. So we had to kind of like get them reset of like, wait, this is why we're here. We need to show you. So we showed them video of when we first arrived, what they look like, basically what was going on, and Annette on meth and stuff, and she did not want to accept that. And she still hasn't fully accepted, like she hasn't admitted it, but I think she's accepted it to where she's like, oh, now I see why you guys are here. Because ever since that event, when we showed her that, like he's back. Then Annette has been doing much better. She seems to be like much more accepting of why we're here. Because at first she kind of didn't. Oh, don't kick him off yet. We're just gonna kick him off. But he wants attention, though. He wants attention. Problem is, he wants attention. He does pee on the bed if you're not careful, though.
Oh, he just peed on the bed.
Oh shoot. But he just wants attention.
Okay.
I gotta get off so I give my buddy attention, otherwise he'll pee on my bed. He does that when I'm not giving him enough attention. Because normally I'd be giving him attention right now, but I'm talking to you guys. So I have the most spoiled little bunny. He's like sulking over there. He's mad. Because when we're doing the vlog, we're not giving it. Because literally when we're not vlogging, like we're giving this little bunny attention. He's so spoiled. Like we're like either playing with him or I'll lay down and pet him and I'll brush him and give him little kisses on the nose, and he'll just sit there and let you pet him for like eternity too. Like, and I'm like, Casper, I got things to do, buddy. Come on. And then he'll give you like this little sad look if you stop petting him, you know. He sticks his little nose out further. Hello, did you forget? I had a dog that used to do this. Her name, it's funny, her name was Ginger. After all this drama with this Ginger thing. But anyways, my dad's dog, if you started petting her, you couldn't stop petting her. This is kind of like this Ginger story where we were nice to her and then she wouldn't stop. But anyways, we would pet her and then you would not want to pet her because like she would make you feel so bad when you stopped petting her. Like would give you such a guilt trip. This dog, she was a yellow lab and a German shepherd, and so you would avoid petting her because once after she would lick you and nudge you and like give you these looks and stuff, and you're like, I was trying to be nice, I just pet you for like 15 minutes and now I needed to go do something and now you make me feel like an asshole. So you would almost avoid her. Like it was so bad we would get where we wouldn't pet her as much because we would feel so bad. But then it would probably make it worse. So then she would feel even more neglected. But that's kind of with the bunny. Whereas like if we're busy, he gets where he's like sulks, and then when you do pet him, he's like, excuse me, you need to keep petting me. You haven't pet me all day, and I feel very, very left out here. So it's funny. But he is the best bunny. He's a brat. I'm not gonna lie. He's a brat. And it's my own doing, because I just spoil him rotten. I mean, he will shake that cage, and I'll be like, I should just leave him in there. But then I'm like, oh man, it feels like torture. So like if he does it, which I should like not take him out when he does things like that, so he learns not to do it, but I don't. I totally baby him. Like he pees on the bed and I don't do anything, you know, or things like that. But you can't really discipline a bunny. But I don't even really like respond at all. Like I probably could be like, don't do that a little bit, but I just don't. I just go, oh well. He's so cute. Richard gets more upset, but he likes to run from us as this little game. He likes to do that, pisses Richard off. Or when he knows he needs to go in his cage, he runs under the bed. That makes Richard mad. And then because he knows he does it just to be a little punk. When he knows as soon as it's time to go in the cage, he goes and runs and he sprints under the bed. And then we have to try to get him out of there, and then he gets where he pretends like he's scared of us, but he's not really. He's not scared of us at all. He's not scared of us at all. He knows we wouldn't do a thing to him. He knows that we just like pamper him, but he does this little thing where he pretends he runs away from us, and then Richard gets mad.
Can you make dinner, please?
Yeah, he goes, "Don't you run from me, because we're not going to hurt you in any way." But he does, but he's a little brat, though, because he'll get right where he knows you can't reach him. To where he's like right in the middle. We gotta crawl under the bed, but he knows exactly where he can get where it's like annoying for us to get him, and he's probably there right now, and that's what he'll do. Like right when he knows it's about time for him to go in his cage, he'll go right where it's super inconvenient to get him. Yeah, I'm gonna make dinner. If you guys want, I guess I could make dinner with everybody. Do you guys want to make dinner? Oh. Should we make dinner?
Ask them.
Yeah. Can you help me move this stuff?
Yeah, I sure will.
Yeah, you got it. Let's get this.
Oh, that was a great nap. Thanks for letting me take a little nap.
So what's the deal with the microphones? Are they working now?
Rich's Audi 9000. Hello, I'm awake now. That was a great nap. You guys I heard some great stories. Hi. Hey, there's Vegas to Cali. Hi there.
Oh, Vegas to Cali.
Hi, everyone say hi to Vegas to Cali.
Hi, Vegas.
She's our old friend she's from X. She came all the way from X. She actually has a channel here. You guys should check it out. If you guys are interested in Las Vegas, she has a great channel. She's all about Las Vegas. You guys should check it out. Click on her link and it'll show you the thing. But thank you for coming, Vegas. Awesome. How are you? How are you, Vegas? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we used to be a little more connected, but then COVID happened, and then, and she was a big supporter when we were getting beat up by everybody about the Raiders Nation song. And hey, what up, Thug? What up, Melinda? Good to see you, friends. I love the Jedi's longtime supporter. Woo! The Jedi. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. I know, actually, when you found her, because, she got beat up pretty bad on Twitter a few years back. So she was tweeting, and then you found her other account, and she's like, "Oh my God!" Like she was really excited you found her other X account. Like she starts a new X account, doesn't tell anybody, just starts tweeting away, and just blah 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 blah. She's like, "I just like tweeting. I don't even care if anybody sees it." In fact, she doesn't like it when too many people see things. This is my first time. Hi, Shayla. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. What do you think so far? I was just taking a nap. Do you support furries and therians? I don't know what those are. Are those like Thai babies? Because I love Thai babies.
Oh,
and she look at this. Yeah, beanie babies. If you love, look at those.
I got quite a collection. We've collected them a while.
Do you? Do you know who did I vote for, big dog? Who have I voted for in the last 4 elections? List them. I'll wait.
I never even made it to
I can't wait to hear your answer. Yeah, these are my furries. I love them. Guess again, bro. Guess again. Wrong. See, big dog? You'll never be a big dog if you go around just judging books by its cover, like looking and then calling them names. You're never going to be a real big dog. You're always going to be a tiny dog. So let me teach you something. Get to know someone before you start labeling them and judging them. And then label them and judge them. And you're so weird. I know, I'm so fucking weird. And so you're a poor replication. I mean, are you just gonna continue insulting me? I mean, it's like, all I know about you is you're an asshole. So the fact that and that's all I really know about Republicans these days. See, I come from a generation of bankers and Masons. We were longtime Republicans. My dad left the Republican Party in 2008. And then he died. So just so you guys know, if you're a Republican, stay Republican. Democrats, stay Democrats, because it's a bad thing. You'll change, you'll win the election, and then you're gonna die. That's what happened to my family anyways. And that's so weird. Hi, how can you be Republican and not rich? Oh, I put some, is that what Republicans are all about? Is that what you think it's about, Betty? See, that's why the Republican Party is a shit. Being a Republican has nothing to do with being rich. It has to do with values. It has to do with where you want your alignments. It has to do with less government and more freedoms. And yes, and usually when you have less government and more freedom, guess what? You are rich. But when you have more government and less freedoms, you are poor. You are working for the government and you are accepting paychecks, blah, 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 blah. So that's how. Hey, I gotta go. I had meant to block the guy who's arguing with me about the Republican thing, and I blocked someone else. And so now I gotta go to my computer. See, you're causing me some, big dog, not only are you wasting my time, because I meant to block you, because I'm tired of like explaining to you what, like, first of all, you're wrong on so many levels. And I meant to block you, and now I gotta go unblock. I apologize. I know if you're still there, I'll get you, don't worry. I gotta go unblock Coco. See, that's the problem with today's Republican Party. They have no respect for anyone's time. You still don't know who I voted for, do you? But let me share something with you. Big dog. When you grow up and you become a big dog, what you're gonna realize is, my friend, there are two types of people in this world, and they're not Republican Democrats. They're called good and bad people. And when you have a lifeboat and you gotta choose who's on your lifeboat, you don't give a shit who they voted for last year. You wanna know who the fuck's gonna take your rations or who's gonna be a good teammate on your lifeboat. Hey, newsflash, we're all on a lifeboat. This planet Earth is dying. We are on a lifeboat, and the mission is that we're gonna get together. And we're gonna save each other, all right? Before this whole place goes down. So now, I gotta get Coco. So when I bring Coco back and she says anything, or he, please everybody be really nice and apologetic. And blame Big Dog. Just more problems that politics are causing the American public. I'm serious. All right. Let's see where we're going here, buddy. So now, we got to get rid of, what was that person's name again? One of the best features YouTube has is the put user in timeout, except when you get the wrong person. Should I just release everybody from prison? It might be easier than trying to find this one person. Should I just let them all out? Mods, can you handle it? Okay. Coco, where are you? Sorry, there you are. Okay, Coco, you should be back now. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. Free Big Dog. No, man. Wait. So you want me to look something up? You're literally right here. I'm literally running a live broadcast with about 90 people in the room. And you want me to go look up a word that you asked me a question about? Why don't you just tell me what the word means? Man, that was a lot of fucking work. I guess there is no free speech. Who told you get free speech? Who says you get free speech? That's right. America, me, my ancestors, my family, most of our families here. We said it, we had to fight for it, but guess what? It's not gonna just happen. You don't actually get it. They had to fucking do a revolution to do it. And over the last 250 years, they've slowly chipped away at it. So no, you don't have free speech, my friend. If you want it, you're gonna have to fight for it. And you're gonna have to stop being a little baby. Tennessee, hiya. Dion, hi guys. Hey, there's Amanda to save the day. Amanda Pan is one of our moderators. She picked us up earlier and we got a ride to go get our car.
He's clearly setting up a situation.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, I'm doing the bunny.
Okay. See you guys. I'll start on that.
Are you going to say dinner?
Yeah, you can.
Are you doing or me doing?
Is it what? Did this thing get unplugged?
Oh, Casper.
Oh, okay. It's not. I can't. It's unplugged now.
Casper's doing it.
Oh, okay. What language? We're speaking Bakian. Baka. Good power nap. I know I'm feeling pretty good. How are you?
Who's doing dinner, me or you?
I'm doing dinner.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, you've been talking all day.
Okay.
Thank you, Moonzen. Hi, how are you?
That'll work for me. Yeah, sorry, Casper was chewing on the cord side. I'm good. Thank you, Brandy, for the bedding for Casper. I'm gonna put that in here right now, and then I think it was Olivia. I want to say the other day gave some stuff for Casper too. Thank you, ladies. I love that. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
That stuff gets expensive.
It does.
And I like to clean his cages as much as possible, but it does get limiting of how much he can afford the stuff. So like this I have to do every day because he fills this litter box. So thank you for the bedding. I'm going to put some.
What's your favorite food?
Me?
Yeah.
Beef burgers.
Beef burgers.
But if I'm being bulimic,
Oh gosh.
I'll tell you my two favorite things, which is it's just really funny. Well, it's not, I wouldn't say funny, but it's just weird. The things that I like go nuts for is I'm going to tell you guys. There's this granola. It's called. I forget what it's called, but it's this really. Oh, care what you put in the water. I had to do those should be done. It's this. I just supposed to do that way, but I can't remember what it's called, but it's this special like organic one that I discovered when I was in Manhattan. And it's this granola that it comes in a very
Moonsen, I'll answer that
bag.
later.
And I would get this granola with almond milk. And I would go nuts for this like organic granola with almond milk. And then my other favorite thing is peanut butter vanilla milkshakes.
Oh, the best.
With those two things, that granola. Richard, Casper's out of his cage. Granola. This granola, I forget the brand, but it's super expensive. I discovered it when I was in Manhattan. I got it once and I became obsessed with it, and it's like $10 for like this little bag of it. And that and vanilla almond milk and vanilla peanut butter milkshakes, and I go nuts for it. But if I'm being healthy, then it's beef burgers. But that's it. That's what I used to go nuts on bulimia for, was those things in top ramen. It's pretty simple for me. I'm not a big I didn't ever really want much. But get me a case of top ramen and I was like good. That was you know what I used to eat? Okay, this is really weird. When we first got here, the thing that I would do, because we didn't have money, so you're like, how are you bulimic? Is I would buy myself a thing of top ramen, because it's like $3 for like a huge pack of it, and then sriracha sauce. Sriracha sauce and top ramen I was obsessed with. And then when I could afford it, I would get that granola. That was expensive. And the almond milk. But yeah, I was absolutely obsessed with sriracha and top ramen. Yeah, I put my sriracha in my top ramen. And now Gloria makes the top ramen all the time. But we originally were getting the top ramen because I loved top ramen, and then Gloria and Annette started enjoying the top ramen as well, and now they're stuck on the top ramen. There's no nutritional value in top ramen. So I really didn't want them eating top ramen, but they like it now because I kept getting it when I first was bulimic. So when we first moved in here, I had not been bulimic for many years. For 5 years I was not bulimic, and then we went to Manhattan, and I had gone back in my bulimia, but then we were getting off of it. But then when we moved back into here, it was like so hard to stay on our keto. So we had like been getting back on keto, but when we first moved in here, it was just like impossible because I wasn't used to like being around all this food and stuff. Because when we did keto, when we lived alone, just me and Richard, we just didn't get the food in the house. We would just get the food for keto, so it wasn't like this constant like trying to like not eat it when it was around. So I understand you guys that have like kids or something that you have to have the snacks or something. Or
Sriracha on ramen is fire. Belinda,
I know.
it's probably the best taste creation ever.
I was obsessed with it. Like I literally was going through sriracha so much. That was actually what was costing a lot with my bulimia, was the sriracha and like I said, I was obsessed with that granola that was not cheap.
I love ramen so much. It's so good.
But if I wanted to do a cheap thing, like I said, it was the ramen and the sriracha. But sriracha gets expensive. But I would try to... You know what's funny is I didn't get on the sriracha kick, really. We used to do sriracha when we lived in Panama.
Yeah.
But then we'd forgotten about it. But then this is funny. They started to say that sriracha, that they were running out of it. And I was like, oh, I better get some sriracha.
Excellent.
So I started getting sriracha, and that's how I got back on the sriracha kick. But I kept getting it because they ran out of it at the store. Did you guys know that? They ran out of sriracha for the longest time during the, like after the pandemic. They had no sriracha anywhere. So when I would find it, I'd say, Richard, look, they have sriracha, and so I would get it.
That sounds amazing, Nathan.
And yeah, I was eating so much sriracha, and that probably was so bad for me.
I'll never forget when my parents went to go see Jaws in the theaters. It was in 1976, and I was over at my, I was a kid, and they went all the time. And this is why I got to spend time with my grandma, because they always went out. So I remember they came back, and I remember being so bummed. I was like, why couldn't I go see this movie you guys were talking about? Like, they're all, oh my gosh, this amazing movie, it's called Jaws. Hi, One Real Ones, I love you forever.
Okay, Richard's gonna.
I'm gonna start cooking right back. I just woke up, so I gotta do something.
Yeah, but yeah, before, when I used to go to happy hours, my favorite thing to get was club sandwiches. I would get club sandwiches and Bloody Marys. That's what I would go nuts for. And they had these, this one bar had these Euro sandwiches. I would get those too. I always say it's funny, but my stuff for bulimia was never that unhealthy for me, because I've always kind of been someone that likes healthy stuff. So like even when I was being bulimic, Richard used to tease it. He said he never saw someone throw up salad before. Like when he first met me, I would
love throwing up.
I would throw up salad.
Why not eat something worth throwing up?
I would choose healthy things, but I would still often throw up anything. It was weird.
Was it psychological or physical?
It was both for a while, both psychological and physical. But it got to where I just couldn't stop throwing up. But yeah, it was weird. I often didn't go for like super sugary weird stuff, but it was still just whatever I was going for. What happens with bulimia is you end up only digesting the sugar. So you're on a sugar diet whether you want to be or not, because you end up vomiting the fiber and the protein, and you only absorb the sugar. So you're on an all sugar diet when you're bulimic, even if you think you're doing protein, because that's the first thing to vomit. If you eat a bunch of stuff, protein, sugar, and carbs, the things that are going to go up first are your protein and carbs. I mean, sorry, what did I say? Your protein, fiber. That's what I'm trying to say. Protein and fiber is what's gonna go first. You're gonna be stuck with your carbs, your sugar. I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm glad earlier they heard my voice like cracking out. That's how I used to sound all the time. It was so bad when I first was quitting my bulimia, because that was another reason why I quit, because I couldn't really speak anymore. It was getting so bad. Every year was getting worse, because every time I vomited, like, it was getting worse. So like, it was never getting better. It was like my voice was only getting worse. Only every year it was getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah, with no like chance of it getting better. That's why it was like so frustrating when people would ask me. Yeah, that'd be great. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was gonna take a bath. So I took off all my jewelry and stuff because I was gonna take a bath, and that was like hours ago. I'm still working on this. I'm doing that. We're doing the Casper stuff over here. Here's the little monster. Hi. Oh, he's trying to figure out what's going on. He has no bedding. He's like, what the hell? Hi, baby. There you go. And he's chewing on my, what do you call it? My broom back where you go. He ain't scared of that thing at all. He just chews on the cords. Thank you, Lou. I think it was Libby and Brandy for he chews on
They're the best.
For the stuff for Casper. He's not scared of that vacuum at all. He doesn't like the real vacuum, but he doesn't mind this broom vac thing. Sorry for that. He's so spoiled. He chews on everything. This guy is just a chew monster. Yeah, look at there you go. Look. There you go. You're in your bedding in there. How's that? Oh, he's got to take a pee right in the new bed, huh? Yeah, in the new bed. I get it. Oh no, we got that on you. You're gonna hate that. Oh no, you're covered in hay. Covered in hay. Get it off here. Get it off here. He hates when he gets hay in his hair. That's what I accidentally dropped it off. I need to get the other hay. This hay's all gone in this, where's Libby giving it? Okay, go get it. Thank you, Libby, for the hay. Thank you, Brandy, for the bedding. This is a happy little bunny. Now he got all his hay in him. Let me get his brush. Watch me brush his little hair. Come here, Bubble. Let's get your hair brushed. You got all this hay in you. Look at you.
I can't believe we got our car.
You got all this hay. He likes his hair brushed. Oh, we got you covered in hay. What's going on here? You're gonna hate that. You got all this hay on you. You went right under the hay.
Do you want to do nunchucks?
Yeah, man, I'm getting the hay off Casper.
Okay, get the hay off Casper.
And then, yeah, then I'll do nunchucks, and then are you gonna cook?
Yeah, I'm cooking dinner tonight.
But you want me to do nunchucks?
You don't have to do nunchucks. I asked if you want.
No, I'm saying no, but before dinner is everything.
I want to go outside and check out the sunset. Come on, guys. Let's check out the sunset while she brushes Casper. She got a little buddy there. Can play with Casper. Come on. Hi, Guitar Man. I don't know, same question. Under the moon, it's their life. Hi, Gloria. Gloria's relaxing, watching TV. She's enjoying retired life. Whew. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, no glasses. Thank you, man. I think that means nice. Hi, Guitar Man. Thank you. That's really nice of you. Joy's really quiet. Her microphone is. Nice landscape. No. They have people. They have people. Okay. So you guys have perspective. We're up in the hills. We're up in the hills. And down in the valley, all sorts of things go down on deep in the valley right now, right as we speak. All sorts of debauchery, just everything you can imagine. Thursday, is it Thursday or Friday night? We can hear you now. Hi, Pookie. My favorite color. It has to be an asteroid. Trans Am? No, I prefer Camaros. Wow, yeah. Thursday, my totem is good. This is a great room. You guys, hey mods, you guys are doing such a good job today. I just have to tell you guys something. The mod squad. That's super fresh. I know. Look how windy it is, guys. You see how windy it is? I have a camera. Oh, that's cool, man. That's really cool, Midge. I've never been in New York, but I'm guessing that's what it looks like. No, it doesn't look anything like this. But the best part is you could go to New York and then come here and like have like completely different experiences. It's a dry desert. Very, very windy. But I love it here. That's one of the reasons why we love it, I guess. You know, is the winds, is the climate. It's a desert, man. It's a high desert. So we're at like 3,000 feet just up here. Down there, they're at like 2,000 feet. We're another 1,000 feet in the air. If you're new, I'd encourage you to check out their previous videos, yes, and see how far they come along. In just a year, as family together, get healthy and raise. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's not just that. Good point, Nicole. But let me bring something up. Is that this is like the closest I've ever been to my sister. This is like better than it was. It was like we never were this close, and now we're super close. Now we're just like, she can't be away from me for more than a few hours. So, and that's the way I want it. I don't ever want her to be away from me anymore. I mean, I spent too many years apart from her, and it was all because I was scared. I didn't know how to deal with her condition. You know, I didn't understand it at all. But Joy helped me to understand that, and I started treating her like a normal person. And now we're the best friends ever, and I absolutely love my sister. And thank you guys for being part of that journey. What's up, fam? I apologize. That is my wife. No, that's my wife. That's my wife. My wife helped me get close to my sister. My sister, you haven't met my sister yet. Wait till you meet her. If you like my wife, and if you like me, I mean, we're like the worst part of the show. I mean, people usually, the reason why they hate the show is because of us. The reason why they love the show is because of my sister. wait till you meet my sister. Then, if you're cool with us, then you have no problem with this channel. Because we literally are the worst part of the channel. The best part is my sister. Your face is too close. I look silly. Thanks. My white soul place is in good time. I want us. My screen is all no's? Oh no. I am unlocked and good. Yeah, they're out here. Hold on. Oh, here comes the
sprinklers?
Sprinklers.
Yeah. What's that ruckus about? It's a beautiful night. Wow.
Here you go.
I feel so naked today. I never put my jewelry back on because I was going to take a bath.
Thank you, Kristen.
Earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your guys' camera. We're fine over here.
I feel so naked. I took off all my jewelry earlier when I was going to take a bath and I never put it back on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your guys' camera, guys.
What's going on?
I don't know. They're saying zoom out, but it's zoomed out. So I really don't understand. Everybody's having a problem with the Zoom? Oh yeah, I drink that every day.
What do you drink?
I don't know.
Here, can you move me away from this, guys?
Yeah, wherever you want to go. You go pick where you want to go.
Okay. Because there's that that plant is scratching my leg.
Hi, woman.
Here we go. Make sure my pants aren't gonna flash anybody or something.
I don't have a Zoom on my side. I'm sorry. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I never even zoomed in.
What is it?
I only zoomed. I don't know. Keep going.
Can they not see what's going on? What's everyone talking about?
Yeah, okay. I don't know what's going on.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
We might have to end the stream then, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. If it's not working, I'm just in the street. I'm gonna start it over. So we got to do dinner anyways.
Oh, wait, don't forget this one, Richard.
I'm getting it.
I'll get it. It's not working?
They said the Zoom is stuck or something.
Maybe start a new one.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not seeing the same thing you guys are seeing, so we might have to restart it. I don't know. Let me go see what's going on. No, I sure am not. Are you? How do you feel? Are you okay? Yeah, it's stuck. I see what you're saying. I can see it. Okay, guys, well, look at that. Somehow I broke it. I woke up and I broke the whole thing. I'm going to come back later. We're going to do dinner anyways. Okay, guys? So have a great night. Or not have a great night. I'll see you in about 5 minutes.